things that he could have done differently, that he should have done differently when he was going through the pre-draft process, specifically, between January up until the draft, where you're missing funny people and you're trying to give them a view into January up until the draft, where and it's important to understand what you're trying to give them a perception that you're giving them why we wouldn't like it. We understand it's a job in it. And it's important to understand your audience and understand what kind of perception that you're giving them. Whether you like it or not, I don't know why we wouldn't like it. We understand it. It's a job in it. That's what it is. Right? So you're going to have to kind of handle that accordingly. There's going to be times when you can authentically really put yourself out there. I want to be drafted high. I want to be compensated and rather valued appropriately, and I want to have a long career. And these are the people who are controlling that for me. That's what you see me more than 50 times when you understand your audience and understand this. Look, maybe I need to pull back here or pull back there because I don't want people to understand me in the wrong way. But ultimately, what I want is because I want to be drafted high. I want to be compensated and rather valued appropriately, and I want to have a long career. And these are the people who are controlling that for me. So I have to make sure I'm aware of that. And I'm sure that's probably some of the things that he's talking about. Maybe somewhere along the line, you do different interviews, they definitely talk about what you need to do, that way to prepare the way it needs to be. As far as to be honest, concerned, all people see it prime time. They will never not see him as prime time because they don't know him Stephen. They were never in the office because they never sat in his office out there in Boulder. They never had a conversation with him on the phone. They were never invited to speak to him. About what it means to be a professional, what it means to get beyond the football field. They don't understand how much he's got to say behind the thing. They don't know how cheating he was, how selfless he was, how human he was to me. As a rookie, I just signed off the street down there in Atlanta. My first started my very quickly my professional career. He was there by my side asking me, are you good? Are you good, Willie? Are you good? Don't worry about me. Make sure you got what you got. See, people don't know that about him. They just see the glass, they see the flash, they see the high.
Headband. Gonna start doing a Harlem Shake. Like 2005. A headband. You're gonna start doing a Harlem Shake. The donuts on the first.
On his screen was some of the prank calls that have been drafted. So this son of Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator Jeff Goldblum admitted to being behind the call, Major Shador, and apologized to him in an Instagram post on Sunday. The NFL looking into the situation, specifically how Sam was surprised and member of the league as our source from Adam Schefter. So the Falcons released this statement on the matter Sunday, Regent Park. The Atlanta Falcons do not condone this behavior and send our sincere apologies to Shador Sanders and his family, who we have been in contact with to apologize to, as well as facilitate the party directly from Jack to the Sanders family herself. Well, it's not just say one thing. There's this process.
Secondly, I have a total where is the future? It's not crazy, but it's unethical, it's classless, it's a form of secondary, and I'd like to see the because sometimes you need to be balanced. That's what needs to happen. Now, in my opinion, this year, I sincerely want to jump over that. I sincerely hope he listens to his ethics. That's an asshole. That's one asshole. So your dad is a defensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons. You go into his laptop computer and find a number to Shador Sanders. And if you prank call him, first of all, it's cool to class, that's what you do. They jump the guy, you jump the guy.
This dude is just like, yeah,
what if they believe in this? I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't believe I don't believe that man did not believe anything
How long you gotta do it? This dude is 5 minutes late, man. Yeah, he left it. Yeah. How long you gotta do it? How many days a week? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe they should. He ain't getting jail time for it. I think the streets gonna deal with it. I said, I think the streets gonna deal with it. Now that they know who this kid is. Yeah. But I think, probably. I mean, maybe they should, but he ain't getting jail time for it. He gonna have a hard time. He'll have a hard time getting this off because there's a lot of people that are on Team Prime and Team Shador side for sure. But I think he's probably gonna get doxxed. He's gonna have a hard time. He'll have a hard time getting this off him because there's a lot of people that are on Team Prime and Team Shador side. I've been golfing a lot. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh no, it's terrible.
I know that, but it's getting out there.
Yeah. I've been golfing a lot.
You got this?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh no, it's terrible.
Well, I know that, but it's good you're getting out there, though.
Yeah, I went
That's the only way you get to it.
to driving around last night and the night before, and I hit probably 250 balls, and it's just it's wrong.
Were you always in? Were you always
Well, I
golfing?
went to talk about so years ago I was trying to get into it, and then just
But again, that's been a few years since I've even done that.
And so it's been about 10, 12 years since I golfed. Well, I went to Top Golf regularly for several months.
Yeah.
But again, that's been a few years since I've done that. So
That's good, though.
yeah.
That's good, because it's like, honestly,
Yeah, yeah.
we play until our knees get out. It's funny you said top.
Yeah, I'm in a golf league.
I used to top all the time.
Yeah, it's a simulator league.
Top golf,
Yeah.
go out to
You
the
ever been?
course, it's just
Not the same.
chunking up
Yeah,
grass.
but I don't go Tuesdays.
Okay.
I go Monday nights. I'm in a golf league on Tuesday.
Oh, you're in a league too?
Yeah, it's a simulator league, so it's like
Is it at X
TGL.
Golf?
Yes.
Okay.
You ever been?
Is it on Tuesdays?
Yes, but I don't go Tuesdays.
Okay.
I go Monday nights because me and her hang out on Tuesdays.
So I actually did sign up for the Tuesday league,
Really?
and unfortunately, I couldn't get my handicaps. Like you're supposed to have your handicap in the system.
Yeah. You played yourself because he didn't need to start. He wanted it, but it wasn't a requirement. Yeah, because one of my teammates didn't have one at all. Yeah.
It's like a 12-week season.
Yep. Yeah, it ends in June. You played yourself because he didn't need it. He wanted it, but it wasn't a requirement. Literally taking it work. Yeah, because one of my teammates didn't have one at all. So he's doing that. He put us in. He's not gonna turn down the button. It's a nice to have.
Yeah.
He would literally take that work for it. Because he'd take one of my teammates' voice for it because he knew the X golf and didn't have a combo profile.
Yeah, 'cause I didn't have any of that stuff. And I've been to X golf probably 6 or 7 times.
No
before
kidding.
that.
Yeah.
Because that's where if I can't golf, that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
So I can get like speed around for like an
He
hour.
probably exactly.
And the putting's pretty cool.
So you don't. Okay, great.
But yeah, I just told him, I was like, she made it sound like it was a big deal.
Okay.
So they were going to win.
Yeah, he probably thought it was, and I don't.
My neighbor
Yeah.
told me that.
So you don't. Okay, great.
His name's Eric. So he bought a share of it.
Okay.
So there's
Yeah, there's Chris Joe.
Yeah. So he bought like a third of it.
Yeah,
That's what he told me.
Yeah.
He's a wacky dude. He lives on the corner of the street. But he has like 10 different businesses. Like a CBD business, a steel company. Like he probably told me about 15 different things. He told me. Because I asked him, dude, she's like, that's how he sounded on the league. He told me, he was like, I bought a share of X Golf, and that's why he told me about the league and stuff.
Oh yeah, we're DFL. Dead freaking last.
Made it sound like you need the handicap to sign up.
It really is.
Yeah, I get that. Let's be real, guys.
I wish I was doing right. Oh yeah, we're DFL. Dead freaking last.
Yeah.
I was coaching with my client. Exactly. It really is. Who has the time? Yeah, no, I wish I would have known because I was definitely I was calling to my client base trying to figure out who golfs and who has the time because I got a lot of golf clients, but not everybody is allocated.
That was another big issue.
So what we do, like I said, the league is Tuesdays. We go Monday nights because I can't.
Just the couple of weeks leading up to it, I was swamped. I was like, fuck, I don't want to commit to this.
That's my point.
Let my team down.
So what we do,
Right.
The league is Tuesdays. We go Monday
Yeah,
nights.
that's why I say
I
like
can't commit to
they
Tuesday.
want like they were rigid on the handicap thing, but my partner didn't have one. He was like, look, I
That's my
want
point.
this. I need
Right. And and that's why I say like they were rigid on the handicap thing, but my partner didn't have one. And he was like, look, I need people to put revenue into this thing. So just tell me what your handicap is, and we can figure it out. And so that's literally what he did. But that's why I say like I don't think. Because I know Chris is the day-to-day.
Yeah, you can pre-golf, you can't post.
I don't know what the rules were.
I wonder.
Yeah.
I'll be there next
why
time.
he do it that way because like we pre-golf everything you do, which means so we don't get to have like
Yeah, you can pre-golf, you can't post.
I wonder if they're posting
Which
scores.
I wonder why they do it that way because like we pre-golf every week, which means that we don't get to have any idea what our opponents like how our opponents did. I wonder if they're posting the scores. Right. Because I never even think to ask what it looks like how our opponents did, but I also have zero aspiration of winning.
I'd be in the same boat as like, why would it matter?
Right. Yeah.
It'd be cool to see like the leader. It might just be so
but I
people
think
don't
like
think people are cheating. Another team coming in on Wednesday and they always seem to be 2 under. The best score.
it's an easy win. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but I mean,
because he makes us send a screenshot or like a picture of our scores. Just
trust me, it's an easy win. Don't worry about it.
I just
He makes us send a screenshot or like a picture.
Also, he's actually in the league.
Okay, so he's not even there half the time.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. I just
See,
think
I think my neighbor was trying to win. I think that's.
yeah. Oh, so he's actually in the league.
Oh, he's in the league. Yeah. So he's playing. So my two neighbors were the ones that were talking to me about it. They joined, and then they found some scratch golfer to take my spot. Wow. And I was like,
So they have two. They have
shit.
the next season in June. It's going to be a 2-man team and a 3-man
Is it 3-man teams over?
team. So they have two. He told me this next season in June. So it's gonna be a 2-man team. So Wednesdays I try to golf because like Tuesday was my off days. Wednesdays, I'm sorry. Yeah, Wednesdays I'm
Check it out. I might hit you up if you ever after work or
I get
something.
off. Yes. So Wednesdays I try to golf because like Tuesday, Wednesday, my off days. Wednesdays, I'm sorry. Yeah, Wednesdays I'm by myself. Tuesdays I'm with her. But I get off at 8 every night, so I don't know. Like Thursday through Monday, I get off at Thursday and Friday I get off at 8. Saturday, Sunday, Mondays I get off at. I don't know, maybe 6.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, for me, like it would probably be around like.
I was about to
7,
say
8.
yeah.
It's like after I put my kids to sleep, and I bounce after that.
Yeah, I don't know many places like courses that would be. Maybe I just haven't looked. But I was about to say XL. I do XL anytime.
That's what I'm
Yeah, so
Yeah,
mine, I
absolutely.
don't remember which development you live in, but my development provides
Yeah, you get the most off. I literally golf off. Yeah, so I don't remember which development you live in, but my development provides 2 free rounds of golf at Houston National. I've never been. Yeah. I'm waiting for them to send me my coupon. I still haven't received it. I don't know what's taking so long.
So it's not really good shape right now. So I would call it
And I don't mind paying.
Yeah, it's like, I've never seen it look as good. I've been playing probably like 5 or 6 years, and I've never seen
You ever have time on
like
Wednesday?
the grass is actually growing.
Yeah.
So like I mean, it's scorched earth.
Do you do you ever have time on Wednesdays?
Yeah. So like it just depends on if I know ahead of time. You know what I mean? Because I can just plan it accordingly. Block off my calendar.
Okay. I think I plan to go
Black Horse
to either Black Horse this coming Wednesday.
On Golf Now?
I talked to my teammates if they have a better idea.
Yeah,
I think it was Black Horse that I found.
I called and they wanted some crazy. Yeah. I called about a membership, $7,500 just to initiate. Yeah, that's a really good plus like $600 a month.
Because I called and they talking about crazy. Yeah. $7,500 just to initiate, plus like $600 a month. Thanks. That was a face I made.
Honestly, when I said
Yeah, 7,500.
Yeah,
I was like, they said they were actually
Like young, that shit, like, cause I know they do like young executives or something like that.
So,
or any of that kind of stuff.
honestly, when he said 7,500,
I didn't even ask him.
yeah, I was like, yeah, okay, never mind, wrong number, my bad. Yeah, and I think he said they were about to go private, if I'm not mistaken, because I called 2 places, but I did think he said they were going to go, I think they were the ones that were going to go private. Yeah,
So
okay.
one side is already private, so like that's crazy.
Yeah, I got,
Some days they'll open it up to this. It's attached to Houston National. But they have two forces.
but yeah, I got,
You should look into Sterling. It's attached to Houston National. It's Houston National. But they have 2 9s, or 2 courses, 2 18s.
Okay.
And there's a members course and a public course. The public is Houston National, and the private is Sterling Country Club. But that's probably going to be a little more affordable, and it's probably closer to me. I mean, it's right there off of Barker, so.
okay.
Or off of, what is that? Queenston. It's a good course. Like I looked at the Sterling Club, and like the grass is amazing. I almost asked him for.
Yeah, I was actually
but I just ran
gonna
out of
buy
time.
a membership at Expo.
Want to? I just gotta justify. I gotta be able to play.
That was called. I forgot what that was called. But it's like you can.
Yeah, I was actually gonna buy
$10
a membership at Expo for $8 to do the 5. Yeah, I forgot what it's called. I forgot which act it's called, but it's like you get.
But I was gonna wait till the league was over because I didn't know if I was gonna be because we don't even show up during the league because we think off that and I can get the same effect.
But I was gonna wait till the league was over because I didn't know if I was gonna do it.
Literally.
Because we don't even show up during the league. We freak off.
But I'm also not opposed to the league.
I can get the same effect.
They're gonna make it
Just pretty much already paid for it. So you
one of
might
the nights that we could do
you got
was 2 nights and I got my 2 teammates.
But I'm also not opposed to the league. I was
Pretty
pretty
much
much
at the same skill level.
they're gonna make it.
So I didn't want to get
One of the nights that we could do it was the 2 nights, and I got my teammates that we're pretty much at the same skill level. So I didn't want to be put in a situation where we had to split up in some way. So I was just like, you know what, it probably makes the most economic sense anyway to just do that package. But yeah, now that I know you do that, I'll absolutely.
I was saying, we're going tonight.
Yeah. Well, there's you. I was say we're going tonight. If you A wanted to.
I might be able to see. We're going to take it.
7 points.
We're leaving tomorrow morning, so I got to pack and then I can get all that shit. What time you guys do too?
7 to 10.
Yeah, anytime outside of tonight, plan to go. Let me know.
Yeah, anytime outside of tonight you plan to go, let me know. I'm more than likely to be able to come meet with you. Right.
Yeah, it's the only issue.
Yeah.
I don't drink, so I just
Right. Yeah, it is. It's fun. The only issue is the food is not great, so and I don't drink, so I just stick to water. But the food was better. They said they were trying to get a restaurant to contract with kitchen. That would be dope.
I can say this. I don't drink but I know so one of her clients is a bartender.
I can say this. I don't smoke. I don't drink in the lanes. But I know. So one of her clients is a bartender at a cigar lounge. One of my clients is a barber, and he's always going to cigar lounges. And I got another client. I got like 3 or 4 clients that always go to cigar lounges. So I think there is somewhat of a market for it. I don't know how close. My only concern would be like proximity to others. I feel like when you're in close proximity as a gas station or to other gas stations, those businesses help you generate more business. When you're in close proximity to another company that does a niche thing, I wonder how that affects you. But
I can see the 2 things being here, smoking
But I can see the 2 things being hand in hand, smoking and golf.
Well, I wonder, was he talking about the show, or were they going to use the extra space in the strip mall that is currently running?
Well, I wonder,
restaurant
was he talking about that, or were they going to use the extra space in the strip mall that is currently unused?
So I think he wanted to, you know how like in the back there's that private room?
Yeah.
He wanted to expand that private room to like those 2 bays on the right of it.
Yeah.
And so basically it's everything to the left of the bar, behind the bar, barn to the left of the barn would stay open, and then everything to the right would be like the private lounge. So that's the way he was explaining it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's real. This was months ago, so I don't know if this is right when he bought it. Or bought in.
Yeah.
And all this hype. So I
Right.
don't know what's real anymore. I just thought it was an interesting idea. I like the 24/7
Yeah.
thing where you're just going there whenever. If I can find a way to like reserve it, so you're not
Right now, I'm
trying to walk in.
more than likely gonna use it. But yeah, if I could go,
Yeah, I think that would help memberships for sure. Because if I could do that, I would certainly get a membership. Right now, I'm more than likely going to get one. But yeah, if I could go on my limited time table, then I would absolutely get a membership.
It's definitely gonna be cheaper. Outside of X Golf, I would say check out the store and see if they got it.
the only intrigue was
They might have some. It's definitely gonna be cheaper than buying Marcus.
I follow the best and the only intrigue was the proximity, being so close to it. I'm in Marquita, so it's like, I follow the bed and land right on either north or south.
I grew up in Blackwell, so I jumped the fence and it's over to Blackwell when I was in high school. Yeah. Right after
What am I getting?
And then he was saying that like have a driving range membership, it's like $500 a month, something like that.
What are you doing? What am I getting?
So I found a way to finesse that. They don't have prices. Because I just walk up with just a random receipt. I went up there with a McDonald's receipt. And I just folded it and I held it up. Because they don't have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the ring phone. I've done that like 10 times. I never said anything.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
All about that. I'm like, dude, there's no charge me. Like, I think whenever you play around up there, it's like an extra $20 for a bucket of balls.
Yeah.
So I'll just go up there, and they're all high school kids. They're all 16.
That shit, yeah. Yes, sir. I don't.
No, that's interesting.
You ever heard of Houston Oaks?
I don't.
Their initiation fee for a young executive is $45,000, and then I think every month it's like an additional $5,000 or something like that. I'm like, dude,
Right. The tax brackets are.
because my sister or my wife's father-in-law is a member out there, but he got in 30 years ago before all that stuff. So he got like grandfathered in. It's like stupid, stupid thing.
$250 for a round of 50.
Shoot, he's like, well, I'm not paying $250 to shoot 100 plus.
Yeah.
Pay $250 to shoot a 90.
Right.
So I don't play with it.
Yeah, me and my buddy, like last month, we went to Cinco.
I try to keep it in that $70
I think
to $80 round range.
Oh my God, I hate it.
Yeah, me and my buddy.
I hate it.
Was it just slow?
Well, no, it was the opposite. I felt like I had to rush. I kept so.
Was it just
by no
slow?
means?
Well, no.
But I
it
was hitting good shots and still losing.
I felt like I had to rush.
Right.
So
For me,
I'm
like it
not by no means my
it's not that much more.
but I was hitting good shots and still losing balls. Right, and so for me, it's
the
like
time that I wasted.
it makes X golf that much more appealing because it took us 4 hours and 45 minutes to do 18 holes.
Where's that?
And
Yeah. It's like I could have sworn it was right here. 50 paces.
That's
Man.
the most frustrating because you'll hit a good shot.
Yes.
You'll walk down there, it'll happy.
Where's that? Yeah. It's like right. It was right here.
No,
Please.
Yeah.
In worst case, I'm
Yeah,
there
that's
every
the
week.
most
So,
That's why X golf is good for sure.
right. No,
Well,
really,
yeah.
please. If you,
Yeah.
in worst case, I'm there every week. So,
Okay.
I'm in.
You said you'll be there for today for sure, right?
100%.
Cool. I'm gonna see what I can get done, and maybe I'll see you out there. Alrighty, man. Y'all take it easy. Have a good one.
This one's on the house. Man. I hate wasting people's time.
This one's.
Yeah, but you've been here for an hour doing that.
I hate wasting people's time.
Well,
You've been here for an hour doing nothing. My bad.
What you think I would be doing?
Well,
After, my brother taking last time, I be in the gym.
Yeah.
When the people is more. But,
Top looks pretty good, so I'll just go over it unless you want it lower. Top looks pretty good, so I'll just go over it unless you want it lower. Okay. Yeah. You want to keep any of the goatee or everything? Okay. You got it. Okay. Do you want to keep any of the goatee or everything? Okay. You got it. So, yeah. So what happened? Like. So, yeah. So what happened? Like,
When I started having heart attack issues, I knew I was sick. You know,
yeah.
some dumb stuff. Try to make it to spring break. I'm thinking I can get a stint or two, right?
Yeah.
Ran 2 days after I took work. Was driving home, drunk somewhere. But I was drinking that soda, and I started having any chest pain. Try to make it. Should have probably stopped it all down. And kept graduating. I said, I got to be right. Let's get rolling. We'll go to Sugar Man and then go to the hospital. Go to the wrong hospital. Don't go to Sugar Land. Sugar Land half now. Because they're not geared for cardiac trouble. Cardiologists, they do have a cath lab, so they'll do more and carry it over and lock it. The cardiologist came in and did a catheterization every morning. So now I blockage just all of my major arteries. I was damn near gone then. They ended up doing it. They needed to do a quadruple. That's what that uncontrolled blood pressure is so long. Heart is long, and the vessel that they took from my leg, to go to my heart and clean that other 2 shots. I got 3 clean ones, and then they clean that other one and just let it alone.
So, is the likelihood higher or the same? So, is the likelihood higher or the same if you have high blood pressure? And real quick, we want to take that. But leading up to this, did you? And real quick, we want to take before fade.
Yeah, I had high blood pressure all along.
Yeah.
I don't have high blood pressure now.
Yeah. Right. But before you went in, you did.
All the time.
Yeah. Did that go away? I stay pretty good. Cardio. I think I eat 5 days a week. I do cardio daily. Well, 5 days a week. Most 6 months. There are some weeks where I might do it 2 or 3 times. I would say I was a 6 month, 26 week span. 20 weeks at least I'm doing. But I was so off all the time. Part of the reason that I saw this, but I was so off of your time, and I saw that he doing a thing, and I saw this morning. And before you made your appointment, and I think what happened is literally moments before you made your appointment, I looked at my phone and I said, okay, he's my only appointment, so I'm gonna go, work out. So I went to work out a little later than I normally would, and by the time I got back, I saw that you had booked, as I was telling the group chat that I was gonna be a little late. What are your marching orders? What are your marching orders now? What have they told you? What have they told you not to do? What to avoid, foods or whatever? You say you can't? You say you can't? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Can do it. Also, too much protein is.
That's good for you.
Also, too much protein is.
How much protein you get, I should have taken. I should be like in the lamb show. The beef and the lamb and the pork. So that's bad.
Chicken or seafood.
Do they recommend a certain time or like length of
They
cardio? Or
recommend a certain time or like length of cardio or
30 minutes. I know. I do about 30 minutes. And cardio is about 5 minutes.
They say you need to do this amount of cardio.
what I'm saying, do they say you need to do this amount of cardio? No, they just
Moderate exercise being Friday, they can 30 minutes a day. 5 days a week, that's got 150 minutes. I do 4 minutes. I think I'm doing too much because I get tired. I think about slowing down. That's service, man. Service, man. You've been hurt, that's like that. You've been hurt, especially the machine when they have one that respirator breathing for you because you know they need to reach you on. Bust them out of the head and all the time. That's a hell of a weight.
How much longer after you initially start to feel bad?
so how much longer after you initially start to feel bad? How long were you in pain?
Well, from the moment you realize you were in trouble, to the moment
Well, from the moment you realized you were in trouble to the moment you stopped feeling like that. Yeah. You said over an hour?
Going home today,
Yeah.
after work,
I went golfing these last 2 nights. I picked up a golf ball, and every time I picked up a golf ball of a particular way, I felt like, I wouldn't call it pain, but I felt this
if I'm not mistaken, your heart's
if I'm not mistaken, your heart is good. Oh, it's on the right side? It's more in the middle.
well, it was next to it was near my left side.
So it was next to my left side. It was near my left side. It was like more so.
That's what I kind of thought that, but I wasn't. That's what I kind of thought that, but I wasn't. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I knew I was sick the first time it happened. I knew I was sick. I don't know how that happened. I was walking up to the school. How long is that been on me? 18. Barely me. 18. Watch, man. Watch tell me. Yeah, those smart ones.
Oh, your watch was indicating that something was on?
Yeah, those smart ones. I know, long story short, I knew I was sick before I really got going. A week and a half before I really got going. Yeah, I tell you. It wouldn't have made a difference when I went. That kind of plastic contributions I had, that kind of plastic contributions I had, that thing they could have changed the last thing they could have changed the last
Enough what? back in some shape. I don't care which one. I just can barely hear it. Can you rewind whichever one the noise is on, like 5 minutes? got one brother?
Oh, you do? I don't know why.
Oh, you do? I don't know why. I thought you had told me one of your brothers had passed.
No, I remember that.
No, I remember that. Did you guys get any rhythm with that, or is it important? Oh, your knees. Okay.
No, I know. I saw the story.
No, I know. I saw the story on the news. Already began the resolution process, so he is still waiting.
First and foremost, the biggest star of this year's draft. We do not have been a more gracious or most of a hater in a literal sense of the word, the nicest word, the nicest word I've ever seen in my life. But when we were sitting on Friday night, field was extraordinarily cold. How was it where you were sitting?
Do any of your brothers have any of the same health problems?
Crazy. Can't you use your power to tap into some of the resources that Mets here, Pittsburgh is cold to do? Listen to those guys. Never a lot of heroes complain about this, and everyone wants to hear us talk about it. The players, again, we're here. We're live on the NFL on ESPN YouTube channel, ESPN2, and we
That's a big house. God, wait a minute. I got a big house. I got 2,200 square feet on my way. I thought that was You guys got an appointment or just walking in? One or two cuts? One, go ahead and sign your name. What area does he
So the reason I called you last night.
The reason I called my clients is because one of my clients was going through chemo. It's going through chemo hard, so she wants you on here. So she wants you to drive out. I don't know where she wants to drive out. I don't know where she's at.
And I told her. And I told her. I said,
I don't have a car.
It's like $200 something.
I said, this is not worth it. I said, I can't do it. I said, but if you came, she didn't want to be seen. She didn't want to be seen.
And I said, if you came here, or you told me to shop clothes, like I'll house or whatever, and I'll gladly do it for you.
I free because I can't take on one tough time. But this ain't that.
she ended up coming last
So
night.
she ended up coming last night.
And
Like I said, I had to think about you know, especially there have been times where I ain't seen you, but I get so busy, and I figure for whatever reason I don't make sense in your schedule or your voice right.
so when you texted
When you texted us last time, it took me a minute because I was busy. It took me a minute to even process what you
but I had
I didn't understand. I didn't understand there. It took me a day or two to figure out what you were even saying.
But like I said, I would only really think about you when I was working.
When I was working,
always busy.
but I was always busy. And when I get home, I'm trying not to think about shit.
And so when she finally came by last night, I was like, you know what? I can't keep not reaching out and making sure he's at least, still kicking and screaming. Yeah. Oh, he cut your
I think you're both right. The pre-draft process worked badly for both of the quarterbacks you're talking about. I feel you're right for entirely different reasons. The pre-draft process worked against Brady for entirely different reasons than it worked against Shador. But at the end of the day, none of that matters. And it was the one point I tried to make on Get Out today. And that is, because we spent so much time, energy, and effort on the draft, preparing for the draft, Mel Kiper for creating this industry for all the rest of us. We sometimes act like the draft is the end of something. The reality is the draft is the beginning of something. And if you're going to handpick a situation in which Shedeur Sanders could have found himself, considering he fell in the 5th round, I don't think it could have fallen better. So I believe he has an excellent chance, despite how badly the weekend obviously went, to be the starting quarterback in Cleveland and to have every bit the career Mel that you forecast for him. And if he does, then the best part of the story when we make a movie about his life someday will be the weekend that he fell all the way to the 5th round.
Yeah, and I do think this. I think the Doug would, and if you say preferable for me, would have been the Raiders. I know Cleveland had already made that. Cleveland, New Orleans had made their decision. Go Tyler Shawn. Cleveland, but then fourth, the weather and all that. I thought, well, the Drew Brees, Peyton Manning scenario there, saying don't really benefited that tremendously. I really felt like the Raiders, after I knew it wasn't going to be New Orleans, after taking Tyler Shawn, the Raiders would be a great landing spot with Cheeto being 35, with Carroll and the Brady influence there. But it just didn't happen. They took the quarterback to end over the 6th round. They take Shedeur Sanders, ends up in Cleveland. We'll see what happens, how it plays out. You're right about everything you said. It's different. It was totally unique. It was unique. It's happened to players before where some of the pre-draft process from that standpoint, not doing the things the way the interviews should go. This was interviews. This was personality. This was that, okay? This was what it was about. They're talking about involved in the field. This kid's a great kid. He's never had any issue. So, but he kind of rubbed, let's say he rubbed the NFL the wrong way. Let's leave it at that.
To put a ribbon on it, Mel gave them an A+. Very quickly, Field will make this our first ratings, and then we'll move on. We're going to all the other plays. The Field, what grade did you give, and what was your reaction to the Browns draft?
I didn't feel the same passion that Mel felt about that Shedeur Sanders pick. It's amazing, though, that the Browns were involved in what I thought would be the most dramatic moments of the weekend. And instead, it's just a footnote, right? The Browns made a massive trade. And they moved from 2 to 5. They even got Mason Graham, and sort of the foundation of what they got was the Jaguars 2, plus their first next. So I'm a big fan of betting on the downside of teams that have a long way to go, Brady. So I actually thought
I've seen it so long, I forgot my process. I should have had that wax in the ear by now.
Trade to Jacksonville. I like Cleveland's side of that trade better than I did Jacksonville's side of that trade. So we could be talking about this next year. Browns going 2 of the top 10 picks in the class that 12 months out looks to be decidedly strong for the quarterback. I'm okay with the Browns process in a huge trade, even one that cost the Browns.
Me too, and then factors into the draft break and the fact that they hit next year's #1 as well. I will break on that thought. We will continue. We will go through draft grades all around the NFL. Tell you how your team did this weekend as we continue in a moment. It's first draft, and we'll be right back.
These ice cubes could have been a thankless bed for a moment you could eat salad bar. But instead, they break. Fresh seconds. Nicely done. Ice cubes.
With Fairlife Ultra Filtered Milk, you'll want to savor every moment. With 50% more protein, 50% less sugar, and of course, it's delicious. Fairlife. With Chase, you can get a debit card for your kids' independence. And parental notifications, so you can keep an eye on other users.
Oh no, I'm not.
Control for parents, freedom for kids. That's family banking from Chase. Think more of what's yours.
The Chacaroni back at Papa John's with 1 pepperoni and over half a pound of cheese.
So many orders didn't stack up.
What you know, don't you, Coach?
He'll get it out. I gotta have everything. I used to think that was a bad sign, but actually that's a good sign.
When you'd rather
It means I got good blood flow.
than clean someone else's, it matters where you stay. Conrad Hotels and Resorts. Hilton for the stay.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. Who to hire? Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Never thought she would be that open. Then one day, she did. You were made to chase your passions.
It's all happening too fast. You notice about the wedding? No, it's the house. We gotta prove. Oh, no stress. This house, it's the one. Speaking of the one, Keter, we need Keter.
Is it me the best? We have to train the best. But maybe I overdid it. Guys, cut it out.
I mean, you're on fire.
Thanks, Jeff.
No, you're actually on fire.
No matter the cost. That's really the big question. No one doubts Travis Hunter, the player or the person, but the price tag was significant in the trade. Field, how do you evaluate Jacksonville's side of all of this?
Yeah, that one was a big green, and I would say that I agree with that because it's a big class overall.
Well,
because
the
it's
hair
a trade.
in the outside is so short that I'm not sure the wax was able to get a hold of it, so I'm gonna try again.
Travis Hunter wasn't the first pick in the draft is because quarterback is the only position that consistently and predictably and very obviously can impact winning at a level that usually merits the kind of cost that the Jaguars paid to land Travis Hunter. Of their franchise, right? This is not a rudderless franchise. They're one of 32 in the NFL. None of these teams are totally irrelevant by any stretch. That being said, even with Trevor Lawrence, who came out we all believe he will eventually get. The cost is significant. I get that. But it's one of those rare circumstances in the NFL, Bell, where I actually feel like talking about like sort of the brand visibility of a player is kind of relevant. Normally I just say, can you help me win football games? That's not a great juice. But for a franchise desperately lacking juice, they got some serious juice over there.
That means you said the word. You said the word juice, and Brian Thomas Jr. gave a lot of juice, right? You know, Brent Strange, the tight end out of Penn State, the second-round draft choice. You give Trevor Lawrence that. Trevor seems like he's really high on Brent Strange. Now you got a guy like Travis Hunter. I don't know the best pick for Lane after Travis Hunter. Right, you know, great player, but number one player, of course, it's always about. I really like Rayon Lane, the third. Safety out of Navy when they got him. Now I really like what they got at the last pick, which was LaQuint Allen, the running back out of Syracuse. So I think they did really well in terms of what they were able to get late in the draft. Overall, that ran solid. Milam, Duke's got a ball security, take care of the football, but it's got obviously game break speed and much hard. But LaQuint Allen, 143 on my board, they got him to 236. Lane, 147, they got him at 200. So I think they built on what they got with Travis Hunter. Great football player with some of the picks they made early, middle, and late. So overall, they got never real problem with their draft. But obviously, you get Travis, your best player in the draft. But those two picks late, I really think Lane and LaQuint Allen can be factors, one on defense, one on offense.
Brady, I consider Get sort of the pulse of fans in the morning. When you wake up, Greeny and whoever you have on your show, you were talking about what fans want to hear about the most. How many times over the last 4 years have you guys discussed the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Extremely seldom, to your point. Yes, you're correct.
And so I'd imagine that when Travis Hunter's debut takes place in week 1 of this upcoming year, whether he has 5 catches for 100 yards and a touchdown and 2 interceptions or not, I'd imagine he'll probably be one of your discussion points Monday morning after week 1 of the NFL season. And isn't that, to me, that feels like relevant. You're kind of the point beyond just the prodigious skill of the football.
Yeah, that's fair for him.
Well, we go the route of the NFL. We even talked about it. Well, we got a new head coach, right? We got a new superstar in Jacksonville. We need juice. We need to energize the fan base and everything going. Not just start fresh with new uniforms. Everybody does it. We get 16 on the right. College, I'm a little watch. Well, we get Jacksonville, get a whole new look in Jacksonville.
Okay. All right, now let's go from one of the newest teams to one of the oldest. We have this tweet from Big Dash Nose. Speaking about the Giants, he tweets, "This is one of the best drafts on paper I've seen for the Giants in like a decade, maybe 2. They got Abdul Carter and Jackson Darby in the first round. Darius Alexander, Cam Scatterwood, who I love, Marcus Bowe, who I thought was a steal in round 5. Mel, what grade do you give the New York Football Giants?"
What up, my friend? What's up?
I think Jackson Dart's the guy who's
Right.
a little bit, but obviously we know what Abdul Carter is. He's a great football player. Foot injury, as long as that's not a problem moving forward. Great player. Darius Alexander, right at 39 on the board. They got him at 65. He's got to move right back. 102 to 105. Survived this year.
I completely agree with everything that Mel just said right here. The grades, the rankings of the players largely aligned with where I had them for the Marcus Bowe grade. The reason why he fell, he had a health concern, knee leading up to the draft, which is why I believe it was knee, I did need one. Medical red flag. Might split a little bit relative to his value on the big boards here. Jackson got to determine how strong this draft actually is or is not. I think the Browns have a giant.
To me, that's the most important part of the role. There was a moment in time we thought they were getting the Patriots are coming up next. We're handing out final grades on this final season edition of First Jack. We're back in just a moment.
How you feel?
Feeling good? Good. It's about the luckiest piece of measurement in the world. Cherry recommended for a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Moderate to severe cold symptoms get me out of the kitchen. Now I have Sky Racing.
Like, that was fun.
Don't use allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or your ability to fight that may occur before treatment and check for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Now's the time to take control of your Crohn's. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Good job.
Oh, yes. Fill your eggs and pasta. Oh, cravings. Fill the
still want to line them?
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting Batman when you need the protection of Batman. Easy, Batmobile, not too fast, baby.
Never played a poison ivy.
In the game, baby.
Triple check, make sure.
Batman, please.
So
Eyebrows
just
good,
getting insurance when you have State Farm. Oh, I get it now. Poison ivy.
It's Pod's biggest sale in history. Save up to 30% on moving and storage until May 19th. And see why Pods is America's #1 container moving company. Whether you're relocating or renovating.
Continue on first drive with Mel and Field out leading and let's fly through some more draft grades. Mel, New England Patriots at home. What do you think in this draft? They may have hoped that one of the two stars would fall, but it didn't work out that way. What grade did you give New England?
Coach, give me next one. Give me next
Don't
one.
forget you right there. That's a lot of work, man.
Yeah, but I mean, you should have been out here an hour.
Man, I ain't got nothing to do. If I had to be somewhere, I might be. And it's just one place. Two little stops.
But certainly you're trying to get to Josh Allen's level. Right, he's going to need Will Campbell to do that. Because he got in Buffalo to Josh Allen. And you're going to trade Henderson.
Love you, boy. Yeah.
Have a good week, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Brian, ready?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Good, man. You?
All right.
Now, Brady, I love how the Patriots approach kids from scratch compared to their early previous. Patriots have matchup showed really well for this season.
We sticking with the ball fade? Ball mid drop?
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking the link on top. But
Okay.
I know it's probably going to come down too.
I can trim it just a little bit to keep kind of what you got going.
I don't think it's too long, but I mean, I do want a little bit of this. This is a little bit long.
Okay.
Yeah, just a little.
So leave this, but just kind of clean the front a little bit?
You can take a little off, yeah.
Yeah, I'll
'Cause
trim
I
it.
don't want it to be like a mushroom.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'll trim it to make sure it kind of stays, what you have kind of stays. Everything been good for you? I said everything been good for you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just been working and adult. Marketing school. The real estate stuff has been pretty good.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to keep my main focus on.
Yeah.
Instead of like, that was my main thing. I didn't really know what I was doing. I mean, yeah, I'm going to college. I feel like this is more so. I've always wanted to get into real estate. And it's interesting because I thought you needed a lot of money up front to get into real estate.
Yeah. What have you guys profited so far?
So we're looking for buyers right now. I have houses under contract. So I talked to the sellers, right?
Yeah.
I basically just call people selling their house, they can sell their house, and then we give them an offer, and then we get the house under contract. And then we go to the people above me who I work for, they take care of good buyers. So we just get the house under contract, and then they look for the buyers. And they just, my homeboy just sold one for, they got a $40,000 assignment for that buyer. So he got 30% of the average price. Yeah, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, that's very nice.
It's actually really good. Generally, you're looking for like $5,000 to $10,000.
Yeah. So 40,000 one is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that was fine. So, and it's cool too because it all goes through escrow. Yeah. So the title company, and then whenever it closes, it gets right. So you don't even have to.
See you next week, Shawn.
Next week, buddy. Have a good one.
It's on 10 days.
Yeah.
It's just taxes like that.
Yeah.
trust me, that's not funny. It is, in my opinion, is the best way to do it. You get all your money up front, and then you just got to be disciplined to make sure you take care of what you got to take care of.
I was watching this one dude, he's a streamer, and he likes to do it. He makes a lot of money. So he was talking to some dudes, and he was like, if you made, like, let's say you made, I think it was like $40 million, right, in profits, you're probably going to have to come out of pocket like 13, 14 million in taxes. And he was like, whoa, wait, for real? Because like, y'all are going to have to show me some tips on like how to like work that out.
Yeah, no, it's expensive.
Because apparently when you're up there too, you know, the higher the tax rate, you're paying like 45% of your taxes.
It depends on the state, but yeah, it can vary. Like, I'm paying 30, well, up until last year, I was paying like 30 or 33%, and my tax rate was 30 or 33%, which sucked.
Yeah, it sounds like it sucks.
But I just reformed my tax bracket, or my tax classification. I now have an S corp, so hopefully I'm down to the 12% percentile.
Yeah, that's where we were talking about having to like set up and everything to minimize the income to debt ratio. Yes. Then having to get a little tax guy.
Yep.
Setting up an LLC and I'm probably gonna myself a W-9 too, so I can like have that. That's what they said. It's pretty interesting how it all works.
All done. Close your eyes.
Right now, literally, I'm about to go home and focus on
How many would you say people you call a day?
really not many. There used to be a lot more because I like be very fresh. A lot of it's just like it's turned comedy. So if you can sound like you know what you're talking about, the realtor they're gonna trust you.
Have a good week, guys. See you, buddy.
So it's really just getting the realtor. Like you're really outgoing the realtor. And you're just kind of walking up to the realtor. And then, you know, they'll have their own questions and things. That's kind of what the sales person is. But as long as you just keep on talking to them, they'll fight for you, they'll trust you, as long as you make all the money for it.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, that's all it really is. It doesn't even feel like sales. That's just business. It's getting people to agree on the money. And that's what I like about it. That's a lot of it. I used to have to work for AC.
I used to do that.
And people on Monday, they used to do a lot of the stuff that's sold too. That's how we all manage
How long have you been at Kroger? I can tell you though, the more unconscious doing those things, the second nature is second nature. Yeah, they're second nature. They can be fun, but they're always stressful. those things become second nature. It's just a lot of growth and it's just not normal.
I can tell you though, the longer you do it, the more unconscious doing those things becomes.
It's second nature. Pay bills. Second nature.
Pretty second nature. Buy a car, buy a house. You know, those things become second nature. It's just a lot of growth and it's just not normal. Yeah.
It's different,
Yeah. Yeah, but all those things, they become pretty routine after you've done it 5, 20 times. First time you do it, it's just like it's a lot. Yeah. Get that thing like
and that's usually like one that two months mark that I've been hard. The more you shop, you just get $2,100 in cash.
You trust the stability of what you're doing.
Yeah, everyone's going to I also want to do that.
do you trust the stability of what you're doing?
Yeah. I'm very close to the dude that I'm spending $20K at the club. Like, we're all just at the condo working and literally
Yeah.
He's definitely like, you need to make $100,000 I'm spending $20K right now. Like, he's very much worked on his strategy. And so I think me and that since he was a barber, it's not like it's a real thing. You have profit for black people. That's what I'm like,
No, I've seen right, you know, he kept like, I had a guy that several months back, he wanted to, and he needed a place to stay. One day we were in the barber, and I told him, I said, you know, I told him, dude, I don't want to remake or remake, but if you need help, I'll help you. And I gave him some ground rules, let him know, like,
There's always a crossroads.
this is cool, that works.
And one person,
And he kept like overstepping boundaries and breaking rules and stuff.
you're not going to start to learn.
And one day we had a conversation, and I told him, I said, when two people
I
got
can't afford to live like I can't afford to not take care of my responsibilities. I can't afford to hustle.
There's always a
I can't
crossroads.
afford to let those habits creep into my life.
And one person inevitably after that learned to go from the other. And I said, so you're not going to start to learn
And
from
then you
me.
go either way, right?
We have to separate because I made
Better decisions and
I
different
can't afford to live like you. I can't afford to not take care of my responsibilities. I can't afford to. And I can't afford to let those habits creep into my life. And shortly after that, he had to go. It's a billion%, and it can go either way, right? He could have learned from me and made some better decisions and different moves, or he could have stayed, you know, stubborn and doing what he was doing. And I would have inevitably ended up picking up some of his trades and his attitudes and ideals. And I said, I can't afford to think like you. I cannot afford to think like you.
I've been a number to get in there. He stays. It's like we're working 500. One of these is I know he's a good here, but I knew that he's stuck on all that stuff. But you know, he's still. I just saw him, and I just saw that. He's like, I've done more. I haven't been on. He stays, but I went back to the house, and I went to feel that I was trying to get stuff done, you know, for 2-3 weeks. I guess one time. And I just saw that look at it, and I mean, there's guys out there, everyone's trying to do the same thing. You know, I have a good time with it, but it's just the purpose of it. Because I want to talk about stuff. You know what that? I guess one time. It's nice still went to a movie bar. Got some. I used to be really bad.
What was that?
It's called Parker's.
Parker's.
It was like. I used to be really bad about things.
Given the fact that he's a full average athlete by NFL guard standards, but the fact that he's a jerk and shoot, how do you work amongst the team that actually made sense for the information? How do you run it?
Hang around, or any of them try anything to do better in their lives, or they just still hang?
I heard from
She's the one I was thinking of. Yeah. She's like, are any of the people that you used to hang around, or any of them trying anything to do better with their lives, or are they just still hanging?
I mean, I heard from one of the,
She's the one I was making on the short girl? Yeah. She's like 5 feet tall.
but anyway, she convinced me she has a kid. She got pregnant with one of my homies. I think now he's trying to get to college and like get some work or stuff. But she's been having to like pay the bills and everything, and I don't know, it's a really tough situation. I just wish she would take more initiative, and I tried, like, I really did, like, I just put him in the course and I was show him, like, investments to get into, passive money and stuff, but it didn't, like, I wanted to for him more too, and I can't.
That's tough.
Dude, it hurt. I was up one night and I was like really upset about it. I'm literally gonna have to stop talking to him. I'm gonna have to stop going over these steps, stop talking to these people because it's just like, and it fucking sucks. It's because I actually do care about this. But one time each day, I don't really know if they care about me. I was a friend, for sure. But I mean, some people, it's just that they need something.
It should be good.
And I get it. I understand that. Everyone needs everyone. And I've had this conversation with my friends too. But we also grow from friends. We don't just take. We take and we give.
It should be a gift.
And it's not even just like a material thing, it's also an emotional.
Yeah, knowledge, whether it's fun or knowledge or
exactly.
Yeah, I mean there's
it's not just like, hey, I need this. All right, cool. And then it's just like, it's just not even a connection.
I think everything serves a purpose.
And that's all they really do is just play that video game. I can't even spend more time. If even that,
I don't think anything is bad.
I want
too much of these things. Yeah, sometimes it is. Listen, I think everything serves a purpose, and I think sometimes it's cool if that's how it helps you decompress, or it even helps you get into a creative. How much obviously more is worse, but I don't think anything bad. Too much of anything is absolutely bad. I don't think anything out there is bad. Well, I mean, heroin is bad.
Yeah.
How much you do? Obviously first, but even a little bit bad for it.
To a degree.
Yeah, that's a great move. How does somebody where you want to be? Oh, you do their move.
He's a good role model. Like, he's That's what.
Oh, some guys live there.
Yeah.
How old is it? Oh, is he? Oh, some guys that live up there.
Yeah, no, it's
Maybe him.
But the concierge, this is like they were super excited 24 hours, drive my car on, everything. Down here, usually it's like and that's what you voice, perspective. But it was like different levels. Seeing that, first thing I said, I'm just keeping my head. People walking, everyone is sleeping down. It's just I don't think I can do that. Seeing that, first thing I said,
I'm going to show you a better life. So you got two choices. You can get there, or you can continue to get insane.
I don't think I can do that.
Well, it's
You know, I was thinking about putting my business in a car. Tesla has been a pretty good deal.
Yes.
We got to get home like some stuff.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
I haven't heard of that.
Well, it's a lot of political. It's political. People are very unhappy with how he's performing. Some people feel the way about him. Feel like he bought the election. Doing very unethical things to a bunch of great citizens. I think that's the issue. So be careful, because some people feel the way about Tesla, so they see those cars parked on the street. So you might be more likely to key your car. You said you know what? Oh yeah, it's because you can't get a Tesla away right now. There's definitely some people that are super Trump supporters and like super Elon Musk supporters, but like the number that they used to hit are not really. Yeah, they're not the same. So now they have to give.
I had whenever I took the trip, I had 86 kids. I like the test because they're expensive. You usually don't like
A little more, or is that?
my head just gets like, yeah, and it starts standing up. Did I actually come down?
Luckily, I got a car guy that comes to me. I usually so that he does. He does do it at his shop. But the services that he
Luckily, I got a car that comes to me. Yeah, I can get you his info if you need.
So that he doesn't. He does do it at his shop. But the services that he provides, he comes to you. He's in the high right next to there. Trying at 5 to 10 times.
I don't even agree with you.
Like $5 for you. I think it's not. I paid $100 because they had like an insurance thing.
Yeah, Yeah, I went to this place here on Fry, right next to Dairy Queen, on Fry and 529, and it was like $75 for the I paid $100. They had like an insurance thing. Yeah. They offered like a 3 or 4 year warranty on it, so I just paid the extra $25.
What happened?
9 went to somebody's house. We had a capsule last week. Apparently there was a fight in the parking lot, and it turned into like a bigger thing because the 9 kids went to somebody's house with a gun after the fight broke up, and everybody got arrested. And I don't believe anybody let off any shots.
But I think kids see what they try to live what they see.
It's because it's honestly not even that bad of a way.
But I think, I was like, kids see what they try to live what they see on the internet.
And all we had to do was realize,
old school, how much opportunity that's going away. That's too bad. Because I was a kid, I was like, you know what I mean? Like we all wanted to be more than we were. And all we had to do is shut up, go to school, reap the benefits of the environment. The problem is, like, as we get older, we change and evolve, and we think differently about life when we as kids.
Start understanding. Seeing it for what it is. Yeah, if you would have told me I would have been doing it, like actually making real estate 6 months ago, and I passed a funded account too. I mean, day trading, so I got a funded account. So that's pretty cool too. If you would have told me that 6 months ago, I would have been literally, I don't even know what you're talking about.
I still don't fully, man. I've never looked into it. It's just I've had some clients over the years that did it, told me about it. I'm much trying to use it. I don't if I'm not really something I've been told. It just doesn't.
Real estate or trading? Trading, yeah. It's, I mean, honestly,
I don't even know about this anymore. Yeah. Am I not? Okay. Am I not going to get a beard down, or just mine down?
I did. I mean, if you just want to fade it, because I did trim it down a little bit. No, it's I don't even know how to explain it. Because literally, I traded with my friend in Florida too, and he got a fun of really just that's what one of my buddies you can study all that trading strategies and stuff. And honestly, it's a lot of information. But at the end of the day, you don't even use it. You just like look at the chart and you feel some type of way.
Yeah, that's what one of my buddies was saying. He was like, basically, I can tell you anything and everything. But once you get a basic understanding, you just kind of like feel your way to the market.
It's like random like. That's the best way. I mean, you have, the tools to help you, get a better confidence. But at the end of the day, you can always have just like a giant canvas go the opposite direction of the trade. Just out of nowhere. And it happens all the time. It's not very often. It's fun though, honestly. It's kind of like video. It's kind of like instead of like hopping on the game, you just hop on the trading agency.
how like the weekends are pretty busy. How was Easter? You know, Easter. So I charge extra on holidays. Yeah, it's slow burp, but that's kind of how I like it. The weekends are pretty busy. How was Easter? You know, Easter. So I charge extra on holidays. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure Easter was pretty slow. I do this week because the extra change. Because the rest of it seemed like, but I actually took me slow. But the week leading up was chaos, and I knew this week was going to be slower, but because the week prior was busy. But I actually had I had an average Thursday and an average Friday. That's very good. So that's why I said, like, I'm cool with a slow Monday. I'm not at all. I ain't mad at all. Yeah, it's always a good idea to get a so I think outside of that, I don't yeah, it's always a good idea to do it. I rarely take days off. Like it just rarely happens. So I take Tuesday, Wednesday off every week. But outside of that, I don't usually take extra days off unless something is extremely important. But so far in 6 or 7 years, nothing. I don't think anything's come up. I don't think I missed any work days that I said I've worked. I can't think of the time. I'm sure it might have happened once, but it doesn't. I rarely miss it. I don't miss it. Oh, yeah. Consistency. Especially this. In addition to that, I don't have PTO. I don't have sick time. I've been blessed for the last 7 years to reschedule, but I haven't found 4 or 5 had COVID. And I was telling my colleagues when I spoke, I'm like, yo, that's what I'm doing. Most people reschedule, but I still saw 4 or 5, 6 times. Yeah.
But this is the wildest time of your life.
This is the wildest time of your life. You know what I mean? Like there's just so much growth in this part of your life, especially because you're a new. You're just now starting to be able to make your decisions. And you're now just like which one ever. Like I wish your mom or dad's like, I'm not shit fine. Now we're not, these things that you're the guy. Yeah. But I was like, you wish for that. Like I wish I gladly take that and get an ass for and not paying fine. Yeah. They shouldn't be played. Let it be that, man. I'm sorry.
They do that in Singapore.
Yeah. I gladly take that. I gladly take that and put some of these things. Yeah. They shouldn't be played. Let it be that, man. I'm sorry.
They do that in
Singapore. Yeah. Yeah, it was an American like 20 years ago over there. I think we were doing something. And I don't remember how many lashes. It was 20 lashes, but he got like lashes. I know he got his ass. Went to another country and had on like how they deal with crime and public nuisance, but then he got his ass beat. I want to say 50 lashes. Yeah. He had to stand up on the plane back.
Through my morning off, I didn't realize that guy that just left me was by noon, but when I started working out, I didn't have a 2 o'clock appointment, so I was taking my time working out.
Through my morning off, I didn't realize that guy that just left me was by noon, but when I started working out, I didn't have a
12 o'clock and he had been here since 11:50. Yeah, so I was like, shit. Oh, yeah, he was good. He just had triple bypass surgery, so
he's my 12 o'clock or here.
Looking halfway presentable, but
that was his first haircut. His brother was looking halfway presentable, but
You know, it's funny. I was gonna take the 12, or what is it?
right now it's 210.
I was gonna take whatever it was before, but I was like,
Butler for both.
Sucker, do you need spa day?
Someone expected to play and make his return tonight in game 4. It's all about getting his mobility back and just not getting well enough for
Sucker, do you need spa day?
Saturday to play. So he is making strides, doing everything he can. There's obviously to play tonight. The Warriors trying to go on.
Yes, sir. I'll see you later, man.
Oh, Lord.
Salad bars.
If you take or have taken Humira for moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis and still have symptoms, you don't have to settle. Ask your gastroenterologist if switching to Rinvoq is right for you. It's one of the latest treatments from the makers of Humira. Rinvoq works differently than Humira, and they help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can deliver rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission, and helps visibly reduce damage of the intestinal lining.
Rinvoq is the only ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and influenza, serious infections, blood processes from fatal, cancers, and other inflammatory scans, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. TB infections increases the age 50 plus for the heart disease risk. Tell your doctor if you have infection, have your seat, smoking, or pregnant or fight. Don't take it when you're able to have an infection.
Rapid symptom relief and lasting steroid-free remission are possible with Rinvoq. Ask your gastroenterologist if switching to Rinvoq is right for you. You can pay as little as $0 per month.
That's fair. Join the reference. Domingo Dolce Vita. Sure.
Enjoy the intense flavor of Lavazza Dolce Vita.
That's it. This is Las Vegas. Best. One person trying out shoes.
Discover doubles your cash back from any expense deals. I'm going to use mine to get something from my beautiful stuff double items.
Your match. Discover cashback match.
We'll take it.
I really think it's 2 minutes next. They usually stop entering the show after the first episode. I wrote my hair was long for like 2 seconds. Well, Verizon announced that I could have got a price for 3 years for both phone and internet. For every customer, I was like, dog. I think 3 years for the future. I'm very proud of that. Look at me grow. Can you hear me now? I sure hope so.
Sports Center, brought to you by Hulu. Catch a new hilarious stand-up special every month. Streaming on Hulu.
Breaking news on Sports Center about Star Gaming and we have some guys just one left of the pending for the whole game in top Toronto. Early underway at 5 this morning after suffering about contact with the game last night lost the Lakers. Milwaukee trailed the game game 1 versus 1-5.
Huge news out of the NBA, huge news over the weekend. George Sanders didn't let his draft slide. That is fun, though. After getting selected in the 5th round by the Browns, George Sanders moving to high flat Dallas. That's nice. And also, yeah, you and I like get up all last week and we were talking about this. We didn't know what the drama would unfold like after we left on Friday. What are the reasons? What is the word of this team?
There's reasons, there's theories, it's a big combination. Big combination of things that caused George Sanders to slide for it. He thought he might go all the way to his ground. So, number one, teams did not view him as an elite prospect. Other than Cam Ward, there really weren't any quarterbacks in this year's draft that so did do it all these prospects. So you have to do something to separate yourself. Now, he had some very positive people in the team. He had some that didn't go so well. I think there was a sense of, is Dion trying to control the situation? Are they trying to steer away from something towards some kids? I think there was a feeling that, given what comes with him, if we're not sure he's going to be more than a backup for us, then we're not sure we want to take it because we don't want to circus call and backup around. And from that, I think it's really kind of snowballed throughout the 3 days to the point where, teams had even
thinking about saying that somebody places going around, especially in Cleveland, the second time quarterback. How do you just talking about during the break? How do you
I mean, he slides to the fifth round, but it's like at the same time, this might have been the best situation for him because he goes to Cleveland, who doesn't have a surefire starter at the quarterback position. There's no four guys, including Dylan Gabriel, when he was drafted, and Kenny Pickett, and then Joe Flacco. Shador Sanders can walk into Berea, Ohio, and walk out of there as the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. In year one, you have to believe you have a better chance to compete with those guys. So although draft choice was one that lets you remember in the sense of sliding down, you got to party out, you get your name called, they need to learn under Kevin Stefanski, get a chance to earn that spot.
Can I get some nuts? Can I get some? You don't have to. It's okay. I'm a stranger.
The fact that you get your name called on draft day, you get to live out the dream and have your family celebrate and do everything that Shador Sanders was able to do was fantastic. There were so many guys that didn't get their name called this past weekend that signed the team that are going in with the mindset to make a football team. It's going to have to do the same and prove all the challenge and then say it's wrong. It's actually a good way to start off the chip on the board.
Well, speaking of Sanders, we've heard a few prospects who got prank calls while waiting to get drafted. This is kind of an unfortunate, bizarre story. I mean, that was one in the NFL.
Well, they're looking into it. Because what happened is he got a special call just for draft day, gave that number to the NFL, so the NFL can disseminate it to the team, and it's not supposed to leak out, honestly, and it did. We find out that it's the son of the defensive coordinator of the Falcons, saw it on his dad's iPad or whatever, and decided to write it down and start making a prank call. So I figured that would happen. Other guys got prank calls, and it's happened in the past. Obviously, it's terrible, stupid thing to do to somebody, but, you know, they're terrible, stupid times, so these things are going to happen. I think Shador Sanders' case is a legal way in there. Are there ways to tighten this up, to limit the number of people that have access to the phone number, and to be allowed thousands instead of doing the same thing?
What are we doing? Graziano, drink some water, upside down.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you see differently from the Panthers?
A completely different team when Max is in the lineup. He brings a swagger to the Panthers. It's the way that he plays the game, the way that he never carries himself. The temperature of the playoffs becomes higher and higher and higher and higher. He never really seems to change his game from a game in mid-March as opposed to a game where he's agitating, he's annoying to play against, but you can be all these things and not be very good at completing the game. One of the most creative power forwards in the game. I think the Panthers, they're just a completely different outfit when Matthew Kachuk's in the lens. He makes his line better, he makes the guys around him a little more brave, and he's just got this confidence that kind of fits the way the Panthers play. Again, a very good player. Of course, that goes without saying. But the fact that the players had seen him for the last 3 years try to get himself back into the lineup, it's inspiring to see. I had an ACL surgery. It took me a year and a half to come back and feel like myself. Gabe Landeskog hasn't played in 1,000 days. And when you're rehabbing and you're training and the other players are going out on the road and they're going to play games, it's hard. And you're in with your physical therapist, it's just you and him. It stinks. It's boring. It's hard. It's frustrating. And the players get a little bit of a sense of that. And now they're sure they want you to come back. They see the effort you give for that. And this doesn't happen for a reason. They're kind of part of the backbone of the athlete. Of course, the fact that the last game we were the Stanley Cup championship game when they won in Tampa Bay. So I think it's an immense boost, and the fact that he's contributing after 3 years away is astounding. I think it's a great story.
That team golden will be in green and gold. And with that gold, he's going to join us.
That is the best buffalo wing in the town. Buffalo, I'll just check that. And buffalo, so it's no buffalo. All right. Splash, splash.
Here, anything is possible. As long as you can imagine it. That's what makes Orlando unbelievably real.
What feels better than a heap of playing video games? Don't you go better?
And it can't always take care of my stuff.
Can do. Yep, it's the can do can. Nothing kills more germs on horses than the muscle cream bowel spray. So take it for time.
Next level guard, we go with the dogs, next level protection. Next level plus. One and done guard, next level lenses each level.
Right now, or you
Next guard plus.
I'll tell you what. Let's make it simple. What do you think? She likes it all. Hold up. That's it. She likes it all. Hold up. You want to start with that one? Yeah. Start with that one and see what you think. Right. You just want to try that again? Right. So I'm going to leave this one. I'm going to hold this one until you're ready for it, okay?
I just thought about what I was going to God and just made it. He did a great job. Props to my God. He's just, like he was just,
Well, let me say this now. We can actually on the football side of things, what
that means everything can, I think, the way to set it up. Y'all come for a reason. So, at the draft, and I was asking my name about it, all the way. I feel like back at the right time. Didn't feel waiting on this opportunity my whole life. Everything I did, everything was all good. I'm trying to get this opportunity. And now that I'm here, I'm ready to get to work. I'm excited to be able to put on that. So,
I love asking players exactly that. Did you have any communication whatsoever?
Definitely.
Giant Cup free zone.
I definitely want to be a talking to every ball a couple years ago when I was younger. But that's where I grew up. That's where all my family grew up. There's too many memories back then. I feel like that's where it all started, trying to spark football and everything. So it's definitely trying to get back to my grandma. I want to see that smile on her face. She definitely deserves it. She sacrificed a lot. So I know a lot. All I can is get back to them. Thank you so much. Appreciate
There's no better way to start than with the Atlanta Falcons. The two guys exited in the first round in the draft who happen to be pass rushers. We're talking about Taylor Walker and James Pierce-Suggs. Now, both guys do a great job of displaying speed, power, explosiveness. And when they're around with the quarterback, things went bad intentions. And look at the Atlanta Falcons during the last 4 years. 31st, 31st, and 32nd side of the quarterback. But that is no longer a rocket. That boys will be back. Now, next on the list, we're going to go to tight end for the Chicago Bears. Big tempo man. I'm talking about the safety route runner. I thought he does a great job of catching the football with his body, with his hands. And we don't play that Michigan, so we have a sense of toughness. So when it comes to the run game, and also changing the culture in Chicago, he's going to do a phenomenal job. Mr. Lucky, that boy will be best. And last but not least, and let's just say we say the very best. Cleveland Browns quarterback, Shawn. I had him rated number 2 on my list as the second best quarterback in this draft. He's one of these 6 quarterback champions. That's right, 5 guys taking him before him. But we all know Jesus is
a bunch of you. And also know this, sometimes God is in pause, but it falls. So your Sanders, that's really, really good. Still have the Warriors just went through shoot around on one of the tournament related Jimmy Butler's status for game 4, plus the more precautionary ankle injury. Also called this. Why don't you hear it? It's in the yellow Friday night. But I guess that's March.
Third one, Johnny Rock. I think I heard all this fancy previous to the fact of the program. But they got zero good, and it's nice to lay out power. But not only it's got that sweet thing everywhere. Unforgettable Mexican lager. What'd you do with that? The Citadel,
5-year-old. Sit over here then? Gonna sit over here? Breaks over? Look, it's fine. Pull your mommy's hair. Don't pull mama's hair. Yeah, where are you going? Your basketball break?
If you struggle, you should just go inside. This example of innovation. Learn more in
Coach 85 isn't just about timing. It means experience. If I told you I've been driving grass races for 85 years, it'd be like Matt Grant. Subscribe to Shawn. Geico.
just Shimani as the player section. But I can report, Daniel Miller has covered the last season. Their season is over, obviously. He's got devastating blow for him. He's one organization. That battle looked like they're happening to the he dealt with one project coming back at record time, 3.5 weeks, and he missed. And now he's out with his first finish of 45. This has been a couple climb for him. He's going to go through it. The Bucks have this is where he's frustrated. They were spending almost $60 billion. Either players $60 billion, those people were good to add to that water. So it's been gone for 4,000 years. What do you do with this roster being so tied up financially?
Butler is recovered from after that hard fall in game 2 without Butler. Stephen Curry carries the scored 36 points in Saturday's game 3 victory. For at home, Youngstown joins us now live. So, what more can you tell us about Butler's status physically?
Well, the Warriors just went through a very light walkthrough and shoot around, and Jimmy Butler participated. I asked when he put the post, how did he look? He said he looked great. He is listed as questionable, so of course he's trending in the right direction. When I talked to Steph Curry after game 3, I said, what did you learn about this team winning in a playoff type of situation without Jimmy Butler? He said, he learned that we can do this without Jimmy. We have several guys that can step up, but we need 14 more of these, and in order to get those, we're going to need Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, the thing is, nobody scored more than 7 points outside of Stephen Curry. He was an absolute bucket in game 3. What are Steph and his teammates saying about how he's feeling on the lows he had to carry on offense?
Well, certainly this is where Steph's training and conditioning comes through, not just because of all the constant running that he does, but in order to have the strength to fight through the hugging, the tugging, the grabbing that this Houston Rockets defense is doing to Steph Curry. The Warriors are very complimentary about it, saying, listen, this defense is built in the mode of Uzi and how he played as a player. So certainly Steph has to fight through this physicality. He's not taking anything for granted. I recently talked to Steph about how he told Draymond Green moments after the trade for Jimmy Butler that this is it. This is the last ride. Draymond told me tears were trickling down Stephen Curry's face because they understood the gravity of the moment. And when I say last ride, that doesn't mean that this particular postseason's last ride, but this is the beginning. All 3 stars contracts are aligned for 2 more years. And Steph says, look, me and Draymond, we've been through it all for 13 years. We just want to recreate that championship magic again. And now they have playoff Jimmy to help them do it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely on the back end of their career. All right, I want to talk a little bit about you, because for people that don't know, you're a huge sneakerhead. Can you give us a sneak peek at what you'll be wearing on your feet tonight?
It's game 4, so I had to pull out some Jordan 4s, oxidized for this game.
Oh, no, what is it?
The Overall?
Exactly, I do. It looks really good. I wouldn't be surprised by it. It looks really good. I love fours. Great choice for tonight's game. Thanks.
That was just basic. You gotta know what a hold, you gotta know what to do.
But we're looking at a trend that we've seen in this series has been about defense. That very, we know the Rockets play great defense. Even without Jimmy Butler, the Warriors have played good defense. All 3 games have gone through these roles. Now, game 1, over 213.5. That game went well under some Bucks adjustment. Been 204.5 for game 2 and 3. We still haven't gotten to 205 points in this series. So now we're down to 202.5. Based on the rules that are there with Jimmy Butler, I feel like he's going to play. Now might be the time to go to the home.
I don't want you not cheering for points. I don't cheering for points. I want to shoot out. I also want to stay on the West. Lakers, win or go home, game 5. What have you seen about the betting market heading into this week?
All right, early, still time before we see this game tip off on Wednesday. Now, right now, 55% of the bets at ESPN bet are on Cowboys. So the public seems to like the Eagles side. Why not? They're up to game 1. However, look at that. 70% Manberry of the money of the Lakers. And why is that important? That means the spike game, less bets, higher value bets. The sharks. The guys who are betting 4 figures, 5 figures, because they can afford to do so. Because the sharks, they're broke. They're quicker than the Lakers. Listeners have desperate spots. They're at home. You can finish 5.5 point favorites. The market is expecting, the sharks are expecting a big game.
Charlotte, let's have to go on vacation of all these for so long.
Hey, by the way, thanks for voting for that. Barely asking that.
To the UFL we go, where the DC Defenders scored 15 points in the fourth quarter to complete the biggest comeback in UFL history. 15 seconds left in the game. Josh Proctor with the interception in the end zone to seal the win for the Defenders. This wins the DC Defenders to the top of the conference standings. And we are back with football analyst HD. Okay, Harry, take us through your top plays from the UFL this week.
So Christine, week 5 is now completed, but you can find me in St. Louis. Let's go to the St. Louis Battlehawks, who had a trick play for a touchdown. You're going to see Max Duggan. He's going to throw a pop pass to Blake Jackson. He's going to go around the ends. Oh, no, he's not. He's going to pull up and throw a 57-yard touchdown to Hakeem Butler in his first game back. Shine, Mr. Butler, shine. Check out the hand finding down the field. Great job being strong, catching the football, getting into the end zone. We're not talking about Prince Hakeem from Coming to America. We're talking about Hakeem Butler. Now, number 2 on my list, we're going to Deontay Burnett. And the way he catches his football made me go get my gloves. My gloves that I had in my closet. He snaps it with one hand, but he's not satisfied, and he runs into the end zone. Let's check out this replay one more time. One hand snap. That's all we needed. Shine, Mr. Burnett, shine. And then last but not least, we're going to have the Birmingham Stallions trying a 63-yard field goal. And you think this is going to go in? Not so fast, my friend. Shout out to Lee Corso. As he goes upfield, then he goes to the sideline, and when you have offensive linemen, defensive linemen for the Stallions on the field, they are not going to catch a skill position player, and he takes it all the way for the score. Show out, Mr. Henny. I said show out.
I like how you just so casually pulled out those gloves. By the way, guys, HD had hands just like that, right? Exactly. Harry Douglas, thank you.
Cutters too.
Great stuff coming up. Breaking news that occurs top of the hour. Damian Lillard out for the season. We'll have that in NBA today. Plus Stephen A coming up next on the Picks.
Putting myself to a little, changing my body image, volatility, positivity, a very painful day through a little bit of crying, and bang, Pete's tattoo free. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan guaranteed, 0 lasers, I'm like, count me in, dude. I mean, seriously, who's doing that? A free phone? Look at this thing. I don't even need a case. That's some fun. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
It's all happening so fast.
You never saw the wedding?
No, it's the house. You got it through.
Oh, stress. This house?
One. Speaking of the one, cater. We need a cater.
Oh, you can get a sub for just $3. Wait, I said $7. What's the word? Son of Baconator is $3. Just won't fit.
Looking for a reason to try the $5 meal deal with new playdown. Here's work. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get more than you expect. The $5 meal deal.
Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV, but there are things that everyone can do to help prevent it. It starts with getting tested regularly. If you're HIV negative, you and your healthcare provider can decide if PrEP may be right for you. PrEP means routinely taking prescription medicine before you're exposed to HIV to help reduce your chances of getting it. And it can be 99% effective when taken as prescribed. Talk to a healthcare provider about all your
such a bench.
That's there. Join in, my friend. You mean La Dolce Vita? That's right.
Enjoy the intense flavor of Lavazza Dolce Vita.
That's it. It's a sauce flavor. That's confused.
These ice cubes are better than this bed for what we've been eating salad for. But instead, think big. Crisp, fresh, Sakis, nicely done ice cubes. You're on fire. Thanks, Joe. You're actually on fire. Come on, guys.
Sports Center, brought to you by Hulu. Catch a new hilarious stand-up special every month. Streaming on Hulu.
How you doing, pretty girl?
Piston turned 3-1 home, but this call may have made a difference in the series being tied. Down 1 minutes yesterday, Tim Hardaway Jr. gets contact for Josh Hartwell, should have been a potential game winner. Instead, right there, no call, Knicks win. After the game, the refs think win it. And they got it wrong. Today, nobody is saying that it's not a foul. But the point is, oh my God, stop the rest of the call with this. Stop the rest of the
She wants to save his hair.
You want me to get you a bag?
Yes, please. You're the one who wanted them. Why is Grandma picking up your hair?
On the baseline, on that offensive rebound before that pass was kicked to the floor. Also, was the good game was the box and so let's see the full.
You're on game card,
But again, fans around the world have been praising the NBA because of the physicality, old school players. That's not great basketball.
All of them win the Knicks win. Carl Towns hitting 2 incredible shots. Kate Cunningham had 2 misses. He could have made just missed them. And then the none of them were really lost. It was all about the foul. There was always one shot that happened. Of course, the passion.
Once every 10 days. Water every day. Water every day. Shampoo I like and the air conditioner is okay every day. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Have a good week, ladies. Bye-bye. See you down there.
Do you like, you want a little off top or you like the top one?
We start our show following
following unfortunate breaking news out of Sunday night Pacers Bucks game in Milwaukee, where after very pressing forward, he stayed seated on the floor during the rest of the Bucks' possession and the next Pacers possession before a foul. Lillard needed help getting off the floor here. This had all the hallmarks of an Achilles injury, non-contact, goes down holding the back of that calf here. Just one more look. David Lillard would sit on the floor there waiting for his teammates to pick him up. He went back to the locker room and he did not return. Then Indiana takes a 3-1 series lead here. But of course, all eyes after this one on David Lillard and the Bucks. They posted this image to their social media last night after the game. You can see the caption. It reads,
Why are you looking all skinny?
So,
I was waiting for them to get done talking.
I just mentioned this looks like an Achilles injury. What do you think about it?
I've been starving myself.
Yeah, you've been starving yourself with that old. Never mind. Ah, you know what I was gonna say.
Nah, I don't. What you gonna say?
That Ozempic.
Oh, no. 100%.
Yeah, I knew it.
Nah, I don't do that shit.
All
natural weight loss.
I know it, Roy. I know.
I gotta do that. My mom shoots me in my belly.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
do that. I'm on natural.
Well, I'm sure you don't do it.
I starve myself. Definitely. I only eat like 1,500 calories or less.
They came back from just about a week ago, last Tuesday.
Believe it when I see it.
The Pacers. Now, he has a left Achilles tear.
Trying to get down to 200
the season, and it's tripling.
Yeah, you would be both.
Now you have a $60 million with David Lillard.
Not gonna happen for me. 225. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big boy.
That's what we say. It's like, no, we have a partner. They always tell the same thing. He's like, he's 26, 27. Like, yeah, how old are you? He's like 27. Like, hey. Just to make me feel like this.
You feel old.
Yeah.
Like you look better. How was the shot?
Pretty good. I mean, I've been busy, luckily I've been busy. Like, there's not that many walk-ins because I'm good at, I'm not able to watch things book. Like, you watch those friends, they mostly book. So,
I think that's why walk-ins seem like they're down, is because I think most people are getting the hint that they don't want to wait just to book.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what it is.
Yeah, I have a client that, is that one client, remember that, the dude that brought me his kid once? With a beard? This guy, let me see.
Look at that one guy, you know, with the kid.
Alright, give me 1 second. This guy.
This is unfortunate under any circumstance, but in a league full of great guys, Damian Lillard is one of the best. You saw his reaction. My heart was broken. You guys know I've known Dame for a long time, we're close friends, and to see him go through this type of circumstance, knowing all that he got fought through, it was tough to watch. But Giannis said it best. You know, he's one of the mentally toughest guys we know, and I know Dame, the recovery starts right now. He's that competitive. Now, as for Achilles injury, I have happened. Now, a lot of people will start talking about the timeline windows. Some are conservative, like a year, and some are accelerated. And this is one thing that I think people should understand when it comes to timelines. Over the last decade, the science when it comes to Achilles actually has improved dramatically. I was a beneficiary of one of these types of circumstances. Prior to 10 years ago, if you saw an Achilles injury, it would go from your ankle, the bottom of your foot, all the way up to your mid-calf. Now these surgeries have really allowed athletes to come back quicker. Now that's gone from 2 inches long. We've also seen some amazing comebacks.
You know I wouldn't even trip, boy. But you say you are growing and making money and all that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's dope.
Because the owner noticed when I first got there, he was like, he just put them all, like, he didn't really care, like, the order got something. Everybody's on there, but then we saw that the ones mostly there is me and the new bar that started with not that long, like 2 months ago. He was like, well, I'm gonna put y'all on the top, man, because y'all was mostly here, so I might go, like, help y'all out.
What you mean put you on top?
So, on the website, I guess you could, like, move them around, so I said, you guys are mostly here, like, I'd rather help y'all out with me being here.
Are y'all commissioned or?
No.
Oh, okay.
I would never do permission.
Yeah.
It's all about championships. And you only have a certain amount of time.
Yeah, mostly like, every time there's like, I hear the barber every complaining, like, there's a watch, and I'm like, how many people we have booked today? I only had a couple people. There you go. We're not getting walk-ins to the sheep, but we're getting the bookings. I have a client that's a manager at a restaurant. We took a couple business cards. He's gonna put them on their like board meeting thing. He's gonna put them up. And I was like, if they start saying who goes to here, tell them, bro, don't tell nobody else but me. Don't even shout out the shop. Don't even know.
How's the rest of your family? How's the rest of your family? Did your dad, did your parents tell you? I feel like it might have been a month ago, maybe a little longer. But I saw them at that clinic over there.
I think they might have said something.
Yeah. Yeah, it took me a bit. I was like,
is that them?
I'm sorry?
Is that you trying to say, is that them?
Well, I recognized them right away, but I couldn't remember why I knew them. But I like their face. I knew who they. I didn't know who they were, but I knew them. And so it took me a second to be like, "Oh, you're Roy's parents." But yeah, they. And I think they recognized me first. Yeah. Because I was coming in as they were. Well, I guess I was at the counter waiting on someone to talk to me, and yeah, we dapped up, and then they were on their way out. So it was a real brief interaction. But yeah, I feel like I see them everywhere. I saw them at Lowe's or Home Depot or whatever.
Yeah.
You did. I was about to say, you moved out. I thought you'd never move out.
I am gonna move out.
You ain't moving out.
I am moving. What do you mean? I am moving out.
Bro, you're not.
I'm making decent money. I'm saving it up.
Yeah.
I gotta be smart about it. I gotta save it up while I'm there. Some people are like, you still live with your parents, like, how much money you got saved up? They be like,
But if everything is, man, I'm telling you, Roy, if everything is fine and everybody's happy and, you know, I'm telling you, don't do it. I'm telling you, as a dude that owns a house, don't do it. If they are not questioning you, if I'm telling you, if you don't have to, Roy, hear me good. Don't do it. If anything, keep saving up. You know, figure out what your credit looks like, get that to a better situation. Prepare to buy a house, but don't move out to get no apartment. I'm telling you, if you take my advice about anything, don't do that. If you're gonna move out when you buy a house. Don't move out to be in an apartment paying rent. I'm telling you. Yeah, especially the way things are going. I'm telling you, Roy, don't be stupid. If you don't have to leave, don't leave. But if you do have to leave, figure out what your credit score needs to look like, figure out how much money you need to be saving and all that stuff. But do not move out just to rent to somebody, rent from somebody. That would be so stupid. Yeah, Roy, me and your dad the same age. We've lived life. We've made a lot of mistakes. I'm telling you, man, don't be dumb. That would be really stupid. I'm telling you, I'm getting mad talking to you about it. Don't do it, Roy. Stay your butt in that house. Go to your room, Roy. Sure. You know how much freedom you'll have in your own house? Yeah, because if you rent from somebody, you're gonna have restrictions. They're gonna not allow you to do this, that, and the other. They're not gonna be as restrictive as your parents are, I'm sure. But you're still going to have rules. I feel like you need to, man, I'm telling you, Roy, if I could go back. Yeah, exactly. Well, but from what I understand, they had to get out anyway. Like his grandfather was making them get out by a certain time.
Really?
I could be wrong on that, but I thought that's what he said. But like, if you don't have anybody telling you to do nothing, save your money, put a down payment on a house, don't rent, don't do it. Don't do it. You're smart.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying.
Good. Glad you did.
As
long as you can. Are there any? Is there anybody in your shop that's really good, or is everybody's
Okay, so the Lakers, they
kind
played
of
their
okay?
lineup.
Good in as in like, talking about communication-wise, haircutting-wise.
All of it, like all the things that, like who's the most successful barber in your shop?
Most successful.
Over the last 25 years. Brian, what did this game tell you about Los Angeles?
On what?
Because some barbers have like booked up days for like 3-4 days, but they work a second job. And they work somewhere else. Because we have one barber. He's not in the shop from Monday to Thursday. He's doing a roofing.
Okay.
So
He doesn't. You say he doesn't work Monday through Thursday.
At
So
the
he's
shop.
there the weekend.
Yeah. He's there Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
So he's over more busier.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have another barber that he's not there that often. I don't even know how he pays people.
What is blueprint over there? Yeah, when we move, that's what we're gonna have to put our blueprint at. Yeah. Everything has gotten so expensive. We don't have to. That's the cheapest I can leave blueprint. It's bad.
Yeah.
How many barbers you got?
Y'all can live in the lake of living. I'm going to the guy himself. Anthony Edwards, the best young leader
pay for it or
in the
total?
game. Top 5 player in the game.
I guess total. How many don't pay blueprint? How
Owner.
Oh, well. Trust me, the owner's paying blueprint. He just doesn't call it blueprint.
But reminded me that there's no other guy that's his age that's in the same conversation.
Okay, yeah, we got
Right.
5.
Right, this one.
So I mean, but it's like it benefits 6 because
that's what this game was about.
2 or 3 of them aren't even there most of the time.
Yeah.
The only one mostly
How
there,
it is.
the one that's mostly there is just me, the newer barber that started like 2 months ago, the owner, and maybe this other barber that's next door that's mostly there.
Yeah.
So I be hearing these barbers, the barbers that work with, like, they don't make no money. Like, you're not here. Right. How you gonna make bread if you're not here, man? And then they start getting with their busy attitude. I work 2 jobs. Like, okay, you work part time after hours, after the shop, so you be here and build your clientele. And then it started like a whole promotion. I was like, all right,
Never mind.
I want to have a peaceful environment, so I just don't have to discuss it.
So you say that it's former players.
Because I remember one time, this one barber, I don't know, I even told him, when he told me this, I showed him a video about this one kid that was like complaining in the chair, like, no, I don't come out here. And I showed one barber next to me, he started laughing, like, I can't tell a kid like a guy like that, like, nah, me neither. And I showed him the other guy, the other barber, I showed him the video. He's like, oh man, that's as bad as grown men playing video games. I'm like, I didn't really hear it at first. I just chuckled, like, oh, whatever. Because the owner put an Xbox in the back, so just to pass the time, we play video games. So I was like, what'd you say, bro? That's just as bad as grown men playing video games. And I was like, we're all sitting on our ass. I mean, might as well pass the time playing video games. He's like, oh, well, I got a second job. I was like, okay, you got a second job because you make my money. You're literally never here. So how you gonna make bread? It's not my problem, bro. I'm not pissing your cereal for less. And yeah, guys just like looked at me with some like stank face and then just stay quiet. Anyway, when we leave, I know how I dab everybody.
Yeah.
He dabbed everybody but me and the other barber. Which I didn't really care about that, but I don't know who the shit are pissing his cereal over.
Yeah. So just
Absolutely. Hey, coming up here on NBA Today.
so it doesn't sound like everybody gets along.
No, like literally he came back and like, also got like, I guess it was like a bad day for him, I guess. I don't know, but we get along there very we get along well, like no one has problem with nobody, no issue.
48 hours later, I still can't stop thinking about this.
We do play the Xbox to the back over there. We had a career fair not too long ago on Friday.
At your shop, or y'all left the shop?
What, you go to barber school or whatever?
Yeah, not barber school, just a regular more junior.
Okay.
Yeah, there's I don't know who called them. They called the shop with like, hey, can we talk to the owner? Like, yeah. There's like, hey, we have a career fair because we have students here that want to be barbers and stuff like that. I don't know if they want to come talk with them. And the owner was like, well, I mean, it's a good opportunity, shout out the shop so more people know about the shop and everything.
Right.
So he made brochures, he made vouchers for like 10% off, 15% off. But man, he was glad that they didn't come in. Because the kids were like They're grabbing like a bunch thinking they can get like a, I guess the discount because they have a lot of them. He's like, oh, thank God I didn't get that necklace.
I was like, if I get 10% off, that means it's a free haircut?
Yeah. Like really, we were like, then the lady came up to us like, hey, we're having a separate room for students that just want to be barbers. Y'all want to come talk to them? Like, want two of y'all stay here to like watch and they gotta ask questions anyways. So if they ask y'all questions, you can just answer them and then sign them a piece of paper that make sure they got informed about whatever. I was like, cool. The owner and two other barbers went to the back room, went to that little private room to talk with the students, and then me and the other barbers stayed talking to the other students. But the lady was like, oh, you have to sign this, but they gotta ask you questions. I was like, okay. And then I would ask them, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna make them waste my time and waste their time. I was like, you wanna be a barber? No, can you sign here? Yeah. I was like, you wanna be a barber? Yeah. Okay, that's how I started explaining the process of barber school, tests, everything, the struggle of building when we first started. I started explaining all that, but every student was like, no, I don't wanna be a barber. I was like, okay, cool. Get on my face, get on my line. Next one, wait till this one, man. Got a question? The owner and the other barber took it way too serious. They were like, you gotta ask me a question, I can't sign. I'm like, he did that to one student, so the student couldn't think of a question. Like,
is the owner of this shop young too, or?
Yeah, he's 23.
How, and did you say that the owner of Rose was also in his early 20s?
Yeah, I think he was 26.
Okay.
27. I don't know. I didn't really get along with him. I didn't like him.
Yeah, it sounded like nobody did.
Nobody. All the barbers done.
Yeah, I go down there every Monday.
Yeah.
Because I'm in a golf league right next to it. But I'm never there early enough to see inside.
Yeah.
I always told myself on my off days I was gonna go down there and at least just check out.
See what an appointment?
Yeah. Well, no. No, because we're looking to open up at that cruising gas station right there. And so I really just want to see what the traffic looks like just throughout the week.
Yeah.
And how much gas stations help a barbershop. So if you say there was a time when you guys are always busy, you know, I wonder what changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got less than a year here. And if this gas station, if they start making sense about what they want, I'll break the lease early if I have to get over there ASAP. But we gotta wait a couple weeks for them to get back to us because they're gonna do our build out. So we gotta wait and see what they say it's gonna take, like how long it's gonna take, so we can kind of plan, you know, how we get out of here.
Nobody likes someone that road right now. Like, from what I heard, because I do talk to some of the barbers there that still work there. And
some wind up coming back?
Huh?
Did some wind up coming back, or just something?
Only one came back. The other one were other new ones that are starting out. And one of them, when I talked to them, I knew they went back. Well, he stayed there. When I left, he stayed there. I talked to him, I was like, hey, bro, you know, like, things change. I was like, nah, bro, everybody wants to do this. Like, everybody's going to leave within this shop. I was like, really? He was like, yeah, bro. He's not putting that much advertising to this shop anymore as it to the other one. I'm like, well, I get it, bro. The other one's a newer shop, so you have to put more time into the other one's a new shop. He's like, yeah, bro, but the rules and all that, man, no, this ain't this. I was like, hey, man, you don't feel like it's gonna do it? Oh, man, you suffer,
Tell them about our shop, boy.
They live closer to that shop, so I don't think they want to drive.
Lamb. See you, mama.
I'm like, y'all live far from me? They're like, no, I mean, I live in the apartment right next door.
I didn't know where that went, I'm sorry.
Slow down building my clients. I mean, the weekend is probably my busier days. Like Friday, Thursday started to become a little bit, not as much as my Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
How's your timing, boy? You still take 3 days on the freaking taper?
Alright, Shawn. That was when I first started, Shawn. The new guy takes a minute.
You said that takes a while.
You guys, like, take like an hour and 30. I get 3 haircuts now while he's barely doing it.
Is that right? Okay. I know you was capable of that, bro.
Shawn.
Boy, you were so. Yeah, really slow. Roy, I'm telling you, bro, you were so slow.
No, I was not.
Roy, you were terrible.
I would take 45 minutes to
Roy,
make
you
my
lied. Roy, why you lying to me? Roy.
I'm not lying.
Roy, you know you my boy, dog, but you got, bro, Roy, you got.
Alexander and the Thunder.
I think Jay, even though Jay is making love, Lord Jesus. I think you have literally had to be the slowest part. No, because I think, was it Shaq was really slow? Shaq was, well, right, Shaq, yes. Shaq, yeah.
See, so I was slow, but I was pretty good.
Yeah, I'll give you that, but you were really slow.
Man,
So the idea that you get 3 haircuts done, I'm surprised you get 3 haircuts done in a day, Roy. I mean, you took a long.
When I got really like the busy dad, I probably did like 12 minutes. I'm gonna try and look. Yeah.
My ass, Roy. I mean, listen, you always did a good job, so I don't take it away from you. I just,
Now I'm a little bit.
yeah, okay, well, I'm glad to hear it, but it's just a matter of time. You can make the more you see.
Remember, no Darius Garland in this one as well. Donovan Mitchell dropping it off.
I've had a guy come up to me. He got his son's kind of mid-taper back inside. That's like, he said blended. I'm not gonna say I was super good, but he said blended super. He's like, like that. Blended.
Yeah.
So it took me like 20 minutes or so. 25 at most. And they were like, you charged me full price for that? I was like, sir, I charge for what I need. But it is going to be 40.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, it's 40. I was like, yeah. And nobody invited me to the price when we walked in.
Oh, you guys all charge the same price?
Yeah.
Okay. Does the owner make you, or is that just what y'all decided?
The owner doesn't make them, but he's like, make it be even.
Yeah.
Because I was talking about the owner, I'm doing like, they walk in, that's the shop price, I'm doing that.
Right.
My book price is a little cheap. Yeah, you can do it though, but like, then, I start following people, I do that flies, that's like getting clients, charging less, that's
Did
unfair.
you tell them that we do it here and it's not a problem?
No,
yeah.
But things like, I was thinking like, my work count. I charge 45. But
I mean, yeah, but whatever. I value being busy. I value getting people to consistently come back to me, even if it means I give them a little discount. For real.
man, I told my homeboy, I think I told y'all right. I didn't tell y'all. I told my homeboy was like, when I moved to the village, I wasn't trying to do the full 65 because he does his haircut, beard, and I throw in his eyebrows sometimes. So I told him, I'm not trying to do the full price, but I'm going to charge you 35. That's a kid's stuff. I told him, I'm going to charge you that, but I'm going to do your eyebrows. If you want them, if you don't, that's fine. But your beard and your haircut. And this motherfucker tells me, bro, you're worth $20, bro. I was like, motherfucker, what you mean?
Wow. That hurts.
Man, Shawn, I tell you.
And he was dead ass, or he was just messing?
No, he was being for real. He was like, the most I give is 25, bro. I was like, really? And then I told him, like, all right, bro, let's put it this way. First of all, I fucked with you. This is why I fucked up my career.
Yeah,
the Q salon over there. And then he literally went to like the Q salon right there by his house. And he got a haircut. He took a picture and posted on our video, like, got a fresh cut, guys. What y'all think? All of my two other boys out the video, like, yeah, I'm still in the one. And he texted me, hey bro, like a couple weeks ago, he texted me, like, did we go with a haircut? I was like, just a haircut or was it a beard? He's like, just a haircut. I was like, okay, yeah, man, 45.
Yeah, I'm about to say, you should have charged him full price after that. Yeah.
I charged him full price.
That's tough. He said you only worth 20 or 25.
You ain't got no nerve.
Yeah, that's crazy right there.
I remember he was doing, whenever I was playing 325 at Rose. He was selling, He went to go eat. He was doing truck driving. He has a truck driving. He told us that.
And the Knicks, they may have scored in 4 against the Pistons, but Kirk responds something that's happening with Carl Anthony Towns.
My bills and I pay like $1,300 a month. I'm like, bro, I pay that shit just to fucking chair, bro. Stop bitching. I got so mad. My homeboy was like, bro, Royce is right. That's what he pays for just his chair, dog. He's not doing like gas, car, all food.
Then you complain about how much you charge.
For real, man. I was like, that time that he did make it business, he was like, nah, you know, yeah, I got you, bro. You paid for my food.
I feel like you need new friends, bro.
Huh?
I feel like you need new friends, bro.
No, he's the only one that does it. Everyone was like cool, like they gave me the full price. Like I tried giving them like a cheaper price because they let me practice on them when I was first starting. So I give them like a little cheaper price, but they still paid the $45 a month.
Bro, did you say you were born in America?
Huh? No, I was born in Monterrey.
You were? So why you going to work discount?
What do you mean?
You said, you know, give it, you know, like a cheaper price. The word is discount, bro.
Alright, Shawn. You just bullying me, huh?
I kind of do, man. You move away, bro. I'm over here talking about you need better friends. I'm over there being a jerk.
Taste that makes sense.
Nah, I'm hurt, Shawn.
I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go cry myself.
Sister fine.
Yeah.
Is one of them still outside park?
Yeah, one should be graduating this June. No, May 29th. The one that came in one time.
When the biscuit was school?
No, not her. Yeah, she's back in school.
They let her back?
Yeah, she let her back. Ready to teach us. Shit, I need. Tell you what, I told Dad, I was like, I beat you and Dad with that now. He's defending you for
You asked me to top line it for you.
Okay, bottom line.
But the bottom line is, this is an amazing value. Get 2 pairs of Pro 6 and a 9 exam starting at just $159.95 at America's Best.
Sí, están sacando, ¿verdad? Aunque la lámpara, aunque pueden mezclar aquí a las 10:40, a las 10:40 para allá a la tarde. My sister stayed after school. I'm like, she picked her up. She got out like 3:30, 3:40. I'm like,
You checked your location, Roy.
Right. Like, since he's right next door.
nah, they don't got my location. My friend has my sister's location. They don't got mine. Oh, yeah, believe me. Man, Shawn, I ain't tell you, man, whenever the owner had he had his birthday party, and he had a keg, and they put me upside down on the they almost dropped me.
Awardedly earned a professional
They almost dropped me.
high school online.
I was the first one to do it.
Oh no! Oh no!
They almost dropped him. I feel bad because they actually dropped his cousin. The owner's cousin actually fell on his head. I was like, oh, you good? Then I said,
You can change or cancel flights from your flight.
Right. Dramatic concussion. To celebrate a birthday.
Or stay with his friends. Yeah, it's friends. Work. Wait.
This Mother's Day, luxury is how Mom defines it. Of course, she might define it a few ways. Celebrate Mom luxuriously with the perfect gift this Mother's Day. Only at Keurig Duplex.
Choose better. Body armor.
Yeah, well, be safe.
Welcome back
Safety
to
first.
NBA Today, presented by American Express.
And the client that works at the client that works at
This game on Sunday, we're gonna pick this one
the
up.
restaurant.
The Knicks.
I remember the first time he came to me twice, and then he didn't come to me for a minute. I'm like, damn.
Did you meet him here or?
No, I met him at
Watching the strips in the backcourt by Dennis Schroeder and then Schroeder Rice
I was cutting her twice, and he didn't come back from there. Like, damn, he didn't come back. He comes back, he texts me like 2 seconds later. And he was still back out. And he's like, hey, no, you got time to fit me in? I was like, yeah. He came in, I was like, oh yeah, I did tell you. But he came in, I was like, it's crazy, man. Why did you say you're the crazy
I heard some shit.
By the way, he's at least 30.7 assists in each of his first 4 games.
Yeah, sometimes I hear some stuff so strange, but I gotta like keep a straight face or whatever, so I don't even like let it into my brain. I just kind of pretend like I didn't hear it. Because I heard something a few days ago, and I was gonna say something to Marcella after work when everybody was gone. It was so fucking crazy, but I can't remember what it was because, like I said, I was trying not to react to it. So I just played it off like, oh, word, that's insane. Okay, yeah, next time. Because it was some, I can't believe you said that shit. But all these cameras, all these microphones I got by my shop, my station. I mean, it was out of control what he said, but I can't remember it because I was trying to. Well, I don't remember what day it was. I don't know who it was, but somebody said something. I said, and I was thinking, and I even remember looking at the live, thinking like, making sure it was still on, like, yeah. But I don't, and I feel like he said it loud enough for you to hear. So I was either gonna ask if you heard it or if you remember what he said. But yeah, I completely forgot. Yeah, they tell you shit that you're like, okay. Real.
I have a pilot that comes like every week, and he always has some crazy new stories to tell me every time. Yeah, but I remember the last time he came in, he was like, man, bro, let me tell you. But I hear him say, let me tell you. I'm like, alright.
You know what, this should have been
He told me, he was like, yeah, no, but he carries
what just decided to
and he was like, man, bro, I was so early, went to work, man. It was good. I was like 3 hours early to work. He said, I went to strip club. He's like, pass me $1,700. Like 3 o'clock. Okay, cool. Like,
but guess what? I'm not mad at
Right, real. Right, same problem.
That's crazy.
I want to see the 2 minutes.
It's like, extra hours
If I am like submitting my Christmas request to the league, I would like a way for us, if the game comes down to the final possession, for us to still review it so that they have the opportunity to maybe correct some of their performance, especially when a series is on the line. But not like you remember, this actually was a bigger fourth-quarter issue than everything because they allowed Jalen Brunson to straight up go off. He's averaging 13.3 points in the fourth quarter. That's not the award. The best player of the year.
I just saw a report and said that people are trying to report blindness.
So I'm not going to be blind again.
I mean, it doesn't happen to everybody, but there's a percentage of people that one of the side effects is that people are experiencing blindness. I got
your face now.
Yeah, I got like at least 2 clients that I can think of right now that I know are 6%, and I got a couple. I'm pretty sure.
While Perk is waiting for the last 2-minute report, I hear he's making a little run to the corner store. He's making a run to the big boat.
Yeah, I haven't seen her in a while. She's on Facebook, but I feel like or maybe I saw her on a maybe I saw her post where she was, and she wasn't like. I mean, everybody's got their own body. I never thought she was out of control. She was definitely gloomy in the body. Yeah.
Oh, just second start. My bad. Happy Monday, y'all. Happy Monday. Hey, look. Listen, we can talk about whether or not there was a foul or whatever the case may be. Police season. times that you said you wasn't worried about it. Well, you
So
should be.
basically,
Because the big
it's all on this side. It's
That's hard, but I don't have enough. My beer doesn't go well enough. No, I know what I'm saying. Like, I got a spot in here. Like, probably. You know what I mean? So, like,
whenever he told me that you need to know like the Italian beer. I don't know the right term for it. I just know the Italian beer. But he told me like, yeah, do like just like that, and I want you to line it up with mine.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't have a strong mind anyway. Do you do a lot of enhancements?
I do it on like 2 friends, but they really
Same.
0 points in the fourth quarter in the second half, 0 for 1. In the arena, 3 and 4, 14 points in the second half, 5 for 6 from the 3-point line. Carl and Baytown is a problem. He's run for 10
I got 2 or 3.
The guy with the really big smile.
And back to the center of hitting fadeaway number, and clutch threes to give their team
I ain't seen that in a month. It might have been a year. She still takes care of it. And you know, he would pay me like $95 for like my the worst package. Like I charge him $7.
The worst package?
Yeah, the worst.
Oh, the worst. I mean, the worst. I'm like,
no. It's called the worst. It's like $72. And I'm pretty sure he paid me $90. What I hated doing his hair, you know, and so no, not him. I seen him almost a year. Yes, and I'm good with that. He was a good dude. I liked him. I just did not like him.
I told the Warriors and Jimmy Butler are expecting.
I just didn't like them. I didn't like him.
The mobility is getting there for him. It's always fun. We spoke about an NBA countdown on Saturday.
What's crazy is there's certain clients I get along with. Like there's some that like I talk with them throughout the whole service, and it's fun, chill. And then there's others that like they get stuff like, oh, try to this, okay. I try to start a combo, but they don't. They try to do that. Okay, I'm like,
picture.
And I don't know, that makes me feel awkward to just sit there quietly cutting your hair.
But I would just, you know, I would take 2 or 3 attempts to have a conversation. Because you're gonna leave one on the table if you don't try to talk to someone. But if you try and they don't want to talk, that's fine. Just do your job. They don't expect you. Listen, especially if you're not talking, in and out as fast as you can. Then the people that do want to have a conversation take a little longer.
So many of myself, Shanae, who's the
people that want to be quick or that don't want to say shit, they get in and out of that shit.
Kendrick Perkins at Fenway.
Yeah, I got some clients that like, I really like the best and I don't like cutting their hair for whatever reason, whether it's the way that the haircut that they ask for, or just sometimes like like you mentioned earlier about how some people just, their hair is really easy to cut. Like it's some people where I'm just like, man, I hate cutting hair.
This season's NFL schedule release show happening Wednesday night.
People don't want to talk, I give them 2 or 3 attempts, and then if they just keep giving me one word answer,
So to come, after AG's heroics in Game 3, you know we had to track down, actually Game 4, all the top plays in round 1 history, right? A list you gotta see to believe. Keep it locked wherever you fit.
This looks like that.
I know I usually have a dip off here, but it just looks
Big day, bigger savings.
I have a client when I cut his hair, like when I do my fade by fade step, I do it on everybody, and the fade always comes out fire. And it don't look like a fade, it just looks like super light and dark downtown. I'm like, why? It's like super straight. Yeah, like super straight.
I had a kid earlier today. He's got, I have those spots that got like straight hair. but their hair like goes out or like I can't describe it.
Like a certain thing kind of like sticks out.
Well, yeah, his hair. I think he's got 2 colics back here, and his hair kicks out. Kind of like Wolverine, he reminds me of Wolverine or something. Like he's got straight hair, but it's got a little, yeah. And like he just, I don't know. Next time if I use his footage, I'll tag you in the video to show you what I'm talking about. 'Cause I think he's wearing his hair a little too long for the way his hair grows. But yeah, I don't like Cookies. I like him. He's a cool kid. He is that?
At Ace, we know not all paint is created equal. So to do it right, start with exceptional paint that's
I gotta figure out where to look. I know, but I didn't until you said that.
Now your home at Joanna Gaines and Clark and Kensington. And your local Ace has premium service and quality paint that stand up to the test of time. With gallons of paint like Royal, starting at only $29.99. And right now, get 20% off gallons of select Benjamin Moore premium interior paint. Ace.
So this is gonna follow me to the next.
Are you on my Wi-Fi or are you still running back on?
I wasn't It's kind of blurry, but I don't know if it's wrong.
Oh, that's what's his face?
At Sprouts, our wide open layout invites you in. Healthy around every corner and tasty on every shelf. This is that Sprouts
Last
feeling.
time one of the barbers was like, he pulled up.
Together for $16.99 a month.
Yeah, and literally, the barber had that car, I was like, that's my client, I'm a high-value barber. I'm like, this is cool. And then he came out the car, he was like, oh, is that me? I was like, yeah, that's mine. Started to laugh, but I remember one time he was like, you do an office call? I was like, yeah, you do it, but you're doing it.
Swap that milk
His office was probably like 5 minutes from the shop. I was like,
plenty good.
that's fine. Let me know when you're here. And he just takes me like his haircut probably takes like 35 minutes. Maybe 40 pushing it. He's like me thinking about certain stuff, but he's not really that picky.
Aaron Gordon had one of the all-time great playoff moments this weekend. So we thought we'd check out a little top of the top brought to you by PayPal. We're doing the top first round plays of all time. Or just, there we go. All right, first round. Top guy ready for
He
some
sent
stats.
the direction, but when I got there, it looked just like a gas station and some like state store that did not look like nothing like a pharmacy. It looked like just different stores. I was sitting outside there for a minute. I was fine. I was like, you said I got it now.
All the way
I was
up.
fine on Instagram. I was texting him. I was there for like 20 minutes. I'm like, he didn't answer. I was like, and he texted me 2 hours later. Where you at?
Baseline against the Wolves.
Are you up?
We have a whole category for this top absurdity here. And of course,
Yeah, I think you're right here. No,
so absurdity.
no.
You got a third? What is it? That was absurd. This was magical. There we go. Yeah, top magic. And then Michael Jordan. Oh, yeah. Dragging the ball, one hand, and then knocking down the.
Is he up?
On that busy day. Yeah. Go see what my sister can.
Tell I say what up. Catch one?
Top series ender. Let's go. And they shot. They gave the Bulls the series win. Yep. Hang time. The celebration. Oh my God. And then, get well, Dave. Get well, Dave. Sending you love.
like the introduction of Damian Lillard.
And the wing. And then he did it again. Multiple. Sizing up Paul George. And says bye-bye. To the Thunder. Absolutely insane. And then that meme is alive. And a meme was born from Dave's top rim rapper.
One of the greatest jumpers of all time. For all the youngsters out there, y'all don't know. Y'all been asking.
And then, yeah, T-Mac. Hey, meow. My favorite, this was my favorite team growing up. Never the Pistons, yep.
That's why we lost.
This was the one. Yeah, this is the one.
Thought there was four.
That one's personal. That hurts my shoulder just looking at that. Hey, the premiere of Full Court Press Season 2, Saturday, May 3rd on ESPN and ESPN+. This 4-part docuseries, it takes an unparalleled behind-the-scenes look at the lives of Notre Dame, former Notre Dame guard Hannah Hidalgo, LSU guard Flonnie Johnson, and USC forward Kiki Iriafen. Camps are open around the W, including the start of the sophomore season for Caitlin Clark. My expectation is one of the best players in the world one day. I'll live in bed with him less than that. Myself, but I think a lot of good will come from that. What a rookie year it was for Clark. She scored the most points by a rookie in NBA history, had the most assists and points created by any player in WNBA history. Yeah, like, I think the vibes are really good, and that's what's really fun about it. Like, you know, obviously we're probably not in a heat of battle yet. I mean, we're out here competing with one another, but at the same time, like, everybody's here supporting one another and having fun and enjoying it. And I think that's what's cool about it. We now welcome in our WNBA insider, Alexa Philippou from Indianapolis. So what we just heard, Alexa, is where you are right now. It's Caitlin Clark, her first press conference of the season. How has she gotten ready for her sophomore campaign this offseason?
Well, Malika, it's really been a combination of recharging the body, recharging the mind, and the spirit for her. So one of the things that we saw this offseason was that she got a lot stronger. There was a viral photo of her where her arms looked, you know, quite jacked, as some may say. But she talked about that today in the sense that it was really a focus, the focus, I should say, of her to get stronger this offseason. We know the physicality of the WNBA was an adjustment for her last year as a rookie. So for her, this year, she was really in the weight room with strength and conditioning coach Sarah Kessler to really focus on that. And it was really about the consistency of just being in there, being able to dedicate towards that. Of course, too, she was getting used to a new coach, a new system with Stephanie White, her staff here. So they were really able to focus on getting to know each other in market. But she was also talking about how it was just a really great opportunity to reset, step away a little bit from the spotlight. Of course, we saw her at the Masters, we saw her at Chiefs playoff games. So she was a little bit of everywhere, but it's also a really great opportunity for her to just kind of step away from everything to be Caitlin and to do the things that she loves to do off the court too. So you can tell with all that, it was really a great opportunity for her to be recharged coming into this year.
Yeah, and a little bit of a reset. Everybody needs that every once in a while. And then looking forward, Alexa, to this season, the Fever, they're plus 350 to win the title. They're tied with the Aces for the second shortest odds behind only the defending champs you can see here, the Liberty. And I think, Alexa, these odds, they reflect a busy offseason for the Fever. They bolstered a talented young roster with veterans. They added some folks with playoff experience here. Odds aside, though, to you, what are the realistic expectations for this Fever team?
Well, I certainly think they can contend for a championship. And if you don't take my word for it, one of the things that Coach Stephanie White said today is that of all the time that she's coached in a league, this is probably the thing that comes along with that, of course, is that it might take time for all those new pieces to come together. They do only have 5 returners, and everyone else is an increase, even if they're experienced and if they have championship pedigree and if they're more veteran. But I do feel like they're a team that, yes, it could take a little bit of time to get together early on, but by the time they hit the playoffs, they're a team that knows going to want to pay for that youth and that experience that they got.
Yeah, it certainly takes a little bit of time to gel, but it's the way that they ended last season.
Oh, can you go to healthcare.gov and get my
It really started to buy. fascinating to watch and look forward to having you on the day off. And a lot more, Alexa. Thank you so much for making the time. Coming up on the NBA today, can we expect another chef special tonight? Or Steph or the Rockets even the series? Today, Perk, they dive into the tape after this. The DQ Soft and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket comes in your choice of honey barbecue or new buffalo. Layered with flavor at the top, deep butter, and everywhere in between. Delicious from every day. That's the Soft and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket.
Yes, some dates, man.
At DQ. Shop the Mother's Day sale. Only at K. When it comes to your wireless plan, don't settle for less. Get more with a free 5G phone and real unlimited data from Straight Talk. More ways to connect. I love you, Mom. More reasons to share. And when you spend less with Straight Talk, you get more moments to yourself by getting something for them. Switch to Straight Talk to get a free 5G phone on us. On America's most reliable 5G network. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com.
I know.
You can fit a lot of vacation into a weekend. Book your next weekend getaway with Airbus. When you pop open an On the Rocks Cosmo, you get masterfully mixed magic that takes the vibe uptown. Bartender creating cocktails anywhere on the rocks.
Fairlife Ultra Filtered Milk makes every moment better with 50% more protein and 50% less sugar, plus a creamy taste that makes that smoothie even smoothier. Fairlife.
Liberty Mutual is all she talks about since we stayed hundreds by bundling our home and auto insurance.
It's pronounced Liberty. Liberty. Nice try, kid. Only pay for what you need. Liberty.
3 for Me only at Chili's is now available with the all-new Big QP, fries, bottomless chips and salsa, and a bottomless drink, all for just $10.99. So if you're McDone with tiny overpriced burgers, just come to Chili's. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
Fill your potatoes. Oh, yes. Fill your eggs and pasta. Now, what are we cravings?
Fresh starts. Better vision of the guys. For 36 points in Saturday's game.
America's best.
The Shakaroni back at Papa John's with more pepperoni than over half a pound of cheese. Fresh starts. Better vision of the guys.
Hero Dog saves vision. Hero Owl saves money. Use your vision insurance for exam, classes, and contests. All at America's best.
Shakaroni back at Papa John's with more pepperoni than over half a pound of cheese. So many orders we can stock up.
I am here to order this book. Where's the dog from? So, anyway, we're making the Shakaroni for $12.99. That's right. I think it. Besides, that means bed for an old and eat salad wine. But instead, then you're ready. There's a fresh process. Nicely done. Nice news.
Big day.
For help you out. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I have to try again in an hour.
For help you out.
American Express. Everything like that. So, I can
Either I don't know the last one or it's the one.
Thank you.
We're not late. Look at the sky. It's not just a call. It's a warning to them. All right, I'm nervous waiting. Jimmy Butler sending them a bat signal or a curry signal. Apparently to everybody with buddies. What fun is it you? So for more on tonight's game 4, we bring out a reporter covering the Golden State Warriors owing it to Duke home. Shawn was on our show a little bit earlier saying that Jimmy Butler is doing everything that he can to play, but his status is still up in the air for this game 4. How are Steph Curry and the Warriors approaching this up to game 4?
I think they definitely need Jimmy Butler. He went through a light walkthrough this morning and participated in that. But the Warriors are expecting the Rockets to come out as physically as they did in Game 2. When he posted this morning that they expect the Rockets to really push the limits of what is legal and what is not legal as far as the grabbing, the tugging, the hugging of Stephen Curry off ball. But the Warriors have also been complimentary of the Rockets defense, saying, look, they're just more physical and in the goals of how Ime Udoka was as a player. But I talked to Steph Curry recently about how he's not taking any of this for granted, this moment, because he had told Draymond Green shortly after they acquired Jimmy Butler that this is it. This is the last ride. Meaning that this is the window now that all three stars are aligned in their contract for another 2 years after this. But they understand the gravity of the moment. Draymond Green told me that Steph Curry and tears are trickling down his face. They know that the Warriors went out got Jimmy Butler, that they trust them, that they can go out and still keep this championship window open and try to win it.
Oh, thank you so very much. Enjoying tonight's game. And what a vintage Steph Curry performance. One of the Rockets fans didn't come accustomed to right during the last 5 years. Because look at this. Steph took his first 34 with 36 points in the final 3 quarters to lead the Warriors to that crucial Game 3 win after being down in their Game 2 loss when he went just for 20. It is pretty incredible that Steph Curry, in his late 30s, is able to do all of that when the entire game plan is Steph Curry. So for more on the Rocket side of things, let's bring in our reporter covering Jeremiah right now. Thank you so much for coming by here. We spoke with Ime Udoka yesterday about this must-win game. What's their mindset coming into this?
I asked Ime about the difficulty of prepping for a team which has already played 8 times. So Ime was like, look, man, there's not a set that we're going to run. There's not a lineup that we're going to put out there that they haven't seen already. We're not going to trick them. They're not going to trick us. Now, Ime said what it's going to come down to is consistency and focus. The team that can play the right way the longest. The team shot real. The team playing over and over again. That's the team that's got a lot of time in this series. Now, with the way the Golden State is guarding Jalen Green, Ime Udoka would like to see some of the secondary playmakers like Amen Thompson and Calvin Shane step up. Those two guys shot 12 and 34 in Game 3, and both of them said the majority of the shots that they missed, they were easy shots. Even greater, a point guard, Fred VanVleet, 13 points in the first quarter, 4 the rest of the way. So Houston knows that it needs to step up the production all across the board for them to have a successful shot at beating Golden State Warriors in Game 4.
Oh no, you know they lost. Yeah, you're right. Shit, they did? Oh no, you know they lost. Yeah, you're right. You don't use it, right? Yeah. I'd risk a 2-game suspension and a fine. You don't use it, right?
Not this last game. I was like, man, I choked the
I'd risk a 2-game suspension and a fine.
Let's very much come over here. You gotta be taking a 1-leg fadeaway, off balance, wrong foot.
Well, I did not. I've been loud and proud. And like, it don't make me, so I don't take joy
and being right when I'm right. But bro, I called that shit when they got rid of Luka. I'm sorry, when they got rid of AD for Luka. He was like, "Oh man, they gonna win the chip. They got two guys now. They got two unstoppable triple-double machines." And I've been saying this whole time, who the fuck are they gonna guard? They can't guard nobody, right? Oh, but they when I'm right. That's what they got rid of Luka. I'm sorry. Everybody in Minnesota team gets a shoot threes with. Oh man, they gonna win the chip. They got two. I thought we were gonna get swept. I was shocked. Yes, bro. They walked us down by. I've been saying this whole time. Who the fuck are they gonna guard in LA? They can't guard nobody. Oh, but they was leading the league in defense. That's because they weren't guarding the three. Everybody in the Minnesota team hits a. Bro, you can't beat nobody 22 by 20. Bro, we getting our ass kicked. I thought we were gonna get swept. I was shocked. Yes, bro. They walked us down by 22 points. The first game in LA. I said that point. I said, bro, it's a wrap. We over with.
Well, the first game I was like, ooh.
Yeah. Bro, you can't beat nobody 22 by 22 points on their home floor. Oh my god. Yeah, I knew it was a wrap.
Like after the Luka trade, I kept saying like they need to get somebody like to be more offensive to still replace.
Yes.
Because even after the trade, that didn't go through. I was like, that's still got to
do the taper or fake.
I was like, I still got a hold there. Yeah. And then I'm like, all right, now y'all got Luka. That's no defense. We've seen that in the finals last year. And like, Bron can do as much as he can do. Like, yeah, he can take more nights off and focus on defense a little bit more. But really, 40 is 40. It's like, but I didn't see. Like I knew Ant was gonna do him. Talk his shit.
43 the night.
Yeah. Like Julius Randle, I thought Julius Randle would really gave the Lakers a better chance. I thought the Lakers were going to be better.
Yeah, man, we ain't ready.
They're slowing him down, but he's still doing.
Yeah, that's been really good.
I thought the Clippers were going to be better, like against them. But I thought everybody was watching healthy. They're slowing him down, but he's still doing.
Or squad. Yeah. They can't even diagnose properly.
Why? That's what everybody. Why be healthy? Last time he was I think every year it's been like ACL
or squad. They can't even diagnose properly. Family, everything cool?
Mom is in Baltimore right now.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Trying to decide if you want to keep going Uber or find and Curry and one tap.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think it's, he's starting to see what Uber like. I read up on it that like Uber likes to do is when it's new, they'll start getting priority and everything. Yeah. But then once after a while, they got you looking for it, and then other new people, so they start giving them more priority. So he's been saying like, he'll still like to get more, but he's been seeing that they change. Yeah.
A little curious for me, I saw the screen of that first earlier today.
One of them, he's trying to book something like December, January, Friday. Friday, we're talking about one of them, he's trying to book something anyway, well, before I knew to talk to Ryan, his homeboy had so they canceled everything. He said he was like gonna be on a Harlem cruise, and he said he had been spending like just for himself like $1,800. And I was like, bro, he shouldn't be spending like $1,800 before like excursions and everything in Carnival. So I was looking into like whatever he was trying to do, and I was like, bro, I can find it way better for that. Because after the car accident, they was canceled.
I've heard like senior citizens retirement is like cheaper
Yes, I go to Miami.
So that's not really that over here.
Depending on, they do a couple different ways.
Have you ever heard like senior citizens retiring on boats because it's like cheaper than idiots?
Yeah.
So that's a real thing. Yeah.
Ridiculous. Depending on, they do know like whenever cruise on for so long, they got grandfather went to their award tour. Yeah. Or if they gamble. You get ridiculous rates. Yeah. Because they know like I mean, started doing cruise options. That's also they figured it
Do they have an all-inclusive food package separate from an all-inclusive food and drinks package?
They're on the road. Once you're there, the food's already there. Yeah, it's just drinks. If you want to pay for like drink package or specialty.
Do they have an all-inclusive food package separate from all-inclusive food and drinks package?
You have your. So once you're there, the food's already there. It's just all your drinks. Okay. If you want to pay for like the drink package or your specialty or your outfit, it's like dysfunction or food. You have your basically like food on I even heard that there are people that live in like San Antonio, and they pay for every day. Because that's all they pay for their
This makes me mad.
Like they might charge for however much, like they might and that's when they go to cook every day. That's all included.
Yeah, ours is like Miami.
Like they might charge yeah. This was years ago. I think still anything like some of them do like 40 a month too. I know one lady that will come in there. I guess you just go around, I guess, food balls, barbecue, biscuit. When you don't know Roslyn, you just stop in, live down the street, I guess, from there.
We can all agree that the San Antonio package has been
there for that.
Just being there, talking to everybody, right there with them with that.
Yeah, I got I actually had my best week last week. I shot plus 11, which
You still doing golf?
yeah, I got plus tonight. Well, but keep in mind, it's 9 holes. It wasn't plus 11 on 18.
What's terrible?
Here they go, yeah, you trash.
I actually had my best week
I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. I'm garbage, bro.
For me, I thought I was going to the PGA Tour, my boy. I was.
Well, but keep in mind, it's 9 holes. It's not, it wasn't plus 11 on 18. Here they go, yeah, you trash. I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. I'm garbage, bro.
Not garbage. But it's fun to tell. Like, when I tell you I'm the worst, oh my god.
It was frustrating. I don't know if I told you about the last time. I was like, bro, I was a great athlete. I can do everything with it. But bro, that
golf, not at all the same.
I can go to the driver range. I can crush the ball. But
Golf is not really, like it's really just skill. After like
I get a lot of distance.
Yeah. And then after
But bro,
you know what I'm
that's
saying?
so like, I'm telling you, it takes skill. I can go to the driver range. I can crush the ball. But maybe out of 10 shots, only 3 of them go straight. If you go straight, I get a lot of distance, but that motherfucker better. But a lot of times, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm telling you, it takes skill. And then to like go to the actual team
at this
and you get one shot
from here.
And either, if it goes straight, you're lucky. If it goes far, even better. But a lot of times, another one, ain't no telling which direction it would go. A couple swing and misses in there. I was telling you, man. But if I were to do the math, probably 1 out of 6 or 7 would go straight. The other one, ain't no telling which direction it would go. A couple swing and misses in there. I'm telling you, man.
Having a good time today.
Right.
Every time, like, if I go to golf, I'm there for we just having a good time today, huh?
Right.
This ain't nothing serious. I ain't there for it.
I never like watching like if I start watching I might watch like
Who'd you say your football team was?
I never like watching like if I start watching I might watch like maybe 3-4 games during the season.
Football just ain't your thing.
I thought that was crazy. That was insane. Like, you understand cockiness, arrogance. All right, y'all didn't want to put him in the first round, but dropping all the way down to 5th. And then like it was the one that they got taken before.
Gabriel or whatever.
Yeah, like he's 25. He's already had like a bunch of injuries. I'm like it can't be that bad.
His dad, he's been recording for the Falcons.
I think prosecution is not drastic. I feel like he was just tweaking. I feel like there's a lot of people that watch the Prime family. Maybe they look more like us.
Prosecuting. I think prosecution is drastic. I feel like he was just street justice. Because I feel like it's a lot of people that rock with the Prime family. Maybe they look more like us. But I think they're going to see it.
that shit on the internet. I didn't realize that my
Well, the kid did too. Like,
oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's what I'm saying. Like, why, bro? I was thinking, why would you do that? I mean, you know, some 19-year-old shit. I'm just like, bro, golly. Like, yeah, I didn't realize that my
well, the kid did too. Like, they were recording themselves.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why, bro? Like, why would you do that? I mean, you know, it's some 19-year-old shit, but I'm just like, bro,
like, you gonna get caught.
Yeah. It's like it'd be one thing to like be like, yeah, I know a guy that pranked her. It's a whole other thing to give the evidence to the goddamn internet yourself. It's like, why you do that?
Especially after like they announced it, like when the NFL is looking into this, and that's I was just like, that's crazy. Like they say they're looking into it.
Right. And they got nasty uploads, bro. Nobody could be.
This is a quality, comprehensive exam. You asked me to top of it.
Okay, bottom line?
Bottom line is, this is the base, not it. But get 2 minutes of progressives and eye exam starting at just $159.95 at America's Best.
Shaking this right. I've listened out for the season. One of my favorites.
It's been crazy, like how much shit algorithm.
Yeah. He can't even do nothing about it.
First, he was already injured like before.
Right.
And it's been crazy, like how much shit algorithm.
Yeah. And he can't even do nothing about it.
And I know it's for you. Like, first, he was already injured like before it started.
Right, with the blood clot.
Oh, can we take it down low?
Oh,
yeah. Like, wait, who did it?
Who's already did it?
Like, I ain't you got like, as soon as the series started and he was talking shit, I was just like, all right, Dame's coming back. Like, I ain't expecting him to do nothing crazy. Like, the first game, I was like, I'm get his stuff in. And then after that, and I'm like thinking, I don't know how this series go. I don't know if Giannis is gonna stay over there.
Oh, he out
like he is. Like, and he's been having issues with them the past few years, like for his contracts and everything. He's like telling them, like, even after like they've been trying to build a team, but it don't make sense that after they won the championship, they fired their coach, traded away Drew, and then they moved on from Chris Hayes, and even that trade, like, Kuzma's okay, but he is not.
Kuzma had a quadruple zero a week ago. I'm getting he's a champion. What up, though? How you doing?
Like a third star. That's not it. You gotta be like.
What up, though? How you doing? Well, it Chris out. It depends on Chris.
Thunder's gonna take it off.
I think it's going to Boston. I can see it being 7 games. Well, Chris out. It depends on Chris out. If he makes it through the playoffs healthy, I can see it being just 7-game series. But I feel like I would put more. I got more confidence in Philly. Not a chance. But more confidence in OKC. I agree.
Like, they definitely like the best matchup.
Yes, I agree.
Right now, Tatum too. He's getting banged up.
I think Boston's got that depth top to top. I think I give it to I think OKC starting five is better than Boston's starting five. Although I think Boston's supporting cast is pretty solid. Like they had two guys this season before and it wasn't Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. So it's like, I mean, they got guys. I think they could issue
By the way, how about this one? I got an interesting nugget for you. Kelly, I don't know if everyone realizes, Kelly is the play caller in Las Vegas. I look back on the years and he was running back, led the NFL in rushing yards for in Philadelphia. So everything sets up all for his feet. Yeah, I am trying to see go with an over, but I got to admit there's a lot more life about the rest of the team that's trying to do it. That's what counts. I think it's a little bit of a rock.
What up, dog? Who's up, Joe? What up, dog? How you doing, buddy? Who dropped you off?
So I expect the same to Benji in Las Vegas. I mean, Rick Year's before that as the backup. I mean, this guy is going to get a lot of time to get 20 touches a game. He's fit. And my running back rankings, that means he's a late first round, second round pick in fantasy drafts. I think you're going to be happy with this guy on your fantasy roster. Just based on the workload he's looking at, his talent level, and the history of first round running back. One third selection perhaps right now as we sit here in case for Omari and Hampton, another rookie running back looking at for him as a big basically every box that is turning in the running back that much, but we're going to target a running back because his personality character is going to be him because he has that inner skill set. And remember, Whitney Dobbins was a running back. He had 32 catches and 9 touchdowns. He had 13 games, so I expect him to 7 and bigger or similar role to what Dobbins had. Running back might need some touchdowns last season. There's so much opportunity. I know Harris is there. He'll get some carries, but this season, they have to take a running back in the first round.
Who we got? You'll get a couple for your trip?
Maybe.
Who we got? You'll get a couple for your trip? Yeah, I mean, that's
maybe. This it's like it's the 8.
Oh, I thought you said the 9. But yeah,
she got this time.
A week and a half from now. Yeah.
Let's see. It depends on how much you grow up.
All right, buddy.
What you got this time?
Are we leaving this part alone, or am I bringing it in? Leave it? So bring the tape of mine. Okay. And then are we leaving this part alone, or am I bringing it in? Yeah. Leave it? Oh. Hey, you? I was like, term? Yeah. Oh. Hey, you? Did you guys? Well, what place y'all at? Did you guys? What place y'all at?
It's like it's not with the place. It's like
oh, so it's
you
an
have like
ongoing
every session.
kind of like oh, so it's just an ongoing, kind of like AAU season.
A lot of people. Their team really picked up, and him having the fill is just going to help his team as well. So all in on that, they're filling it. They say a wide receiver 3 in first. All right, turn the quarterback position.
is the first man call in Green Bay.
You watching the draft?
His number first spot, 31 and a half yards. Not going to go over here.
You watching the draft?
Yeah, look, we can do it. But from a betting standpoint, this line, I still think is overlow. For all the guys up on the other
Well, I would say there's a valuable lesson in what I'm hearing about that. They're saying that they felt like
Well, I would say there's a valuable lesson in what I'm hearing about what happened. They're saying that they felt like he really kind of played himself.
do combine, do
The pre-draft process.
He's like, he didn't do a bunch of stuff.
Didn't do combine, didn't do Senior Bowl. He didn't do a bunch of stuff because he thought he was better than he was.
Made it known that like he wasn't interested in
Then they said that
so
his dad and his camp made it known that he wasn't interested in certain teams.
he done told other teams
So
that might have drafted him.
that means that now he's only got 2 or 3 teams that even want to draft him because he done told other teams that might have drafted him that he ain't interested.
You think you the best?
You would say the lesson there.
Actually, you the best.
Be who you can afford to be. That's something like you see yourself. You think you're the best? You want to act a fool? One day you better actually be the best. Just in case you remain to see yourself. Stay humble. One day you can be the first one on draft. But just in case you're not. Just in case you're not. Gotta act like that.
You go straight to the league, would you, or would you rather go
Since
college?
my friend brought him up, let's continue the conversation.
You want to go straight to the league, would you? Or would you rather go to college? What college would you want to go to?
Headset. Wayne Mark, come on in here. Let's talk about these nice right
Have you seen that? CJ Crocker?
Did you know anybody play out here? Have you seen that? Was it CJ Crocker? LJ Crocker. Did you ever watch him play out here?
Is he cold too, or?
Really? Is he cold too, or like small heat?
Is he your age?
Like small heat?
Yep. You say your age?
You said he's still what? 22. Does he start or does he play?
Are you a starter too?
Are you a starter too?
That's what they got him at.
Our team, not our team, like our starting
They got you at the 3. They got you at the 3. How many players on your team? How many players on your team are taller than you?
So like they got me at the 3, so like everybody else after me.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So I might be good to.
Oh yeah, that's that.
Brooklyn is bringing you more new ways to stay than ever before. With all new places, Brooklyn is bringing you more new ways to stay than ever before. For all new places, there's all new experiences to enjoy. Hilton, so to stay. Fairlight Ultra Filtered Milk makes classic milk better with 50% more protein and 50% less sugar, plus a creamy taste that makes that smoothie easier. Fairlight.
Welcome to the show. Buckle up. This is the one with unimaginable power. Wow, all real stuff. Expertness entertaining. Where young trailblazers big speed, big swag, and big personality. Welcome to MLB's best. Dodgers Braves meets a star-studded showdown on Sunday Night Baseball. Sunday at 7 on ESPN.
Late night. I have a feeling this might happen.
Life insurance lifestyle. Without personalized for you. Like your neighbor to fit your needs and lifestyle. Without Purdue State Farm agent. Like your good neighbor, State Farm is there. Get close today.
Always finish the good celebration That's the secret. So come celebrate your local Carrabba's and try one of our new Minnesota calls timeout. At that point, are you saying the Lakers look bad? Which is what Anthony Edwards said. They look bad. Next possession, he blocks three, but here's where things turn. If LeBron settled for a three, maybe that was second. He should have been half the basket. Maybe they go ahead, and then that turnover that he had 33 seconds ago, after they had to call the timeout, and they like look at that strip, and to avoid the backboard violation. So LeBron, I don't know if he's a big guy, I wouldn't say that. Mentally, because when he settled with a three, I thought was big, and obviously the turnover. For a guy with experience, his stats in the league, his intelligence, can't make that. Well, Frank, I feel like to go back and forth a little bit on this, because in real time watching that game, I understood that Jacob Redick was taking his calculated risk. Yeah. He was the example. And coaches have to do it. It's a flawed roster. They don't have the time to adjust. They don't have exactly what they want to do. So they just got to go into this postseason, or certainly the time after the trade, to go to the Lakers have to win a championship. Jacob Redick has to make some concessions. And I understand.
You think you know all shit?
I know, I think you've heard this, if you were around these guys, not as much as you Price did. Now, this guy said Michael Jordan always say that one in the postseason was a
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, y'all had a really good chance when Jimmy was out. Jimmy coming back. Yeah, y'all. I think. But I feel like no matter what happens, y'all don't want to like Minnesota's gonna keep my I feel like no matter what happens, y'all don't think y'all want to see Minnesota's gonna keep my heart broken. I'm a Laker fan. We got it. I don't think y'all want to see Minnesota either way.
Burke says, hold on, look at LeBron's production first half, he averages a 17-point game on 7 shooting. The second half, first by 8 points.
Yeah, I think in that case, I got OKC quite a lot. I think OKC will just
He's still making good defensive plays. You know, and they played the entire second half. Julius Randle played all 31 seconds in the second half. And I was wondering, watching the game, because you know, LeBron was open 2 and 4, but you remember that? Luka was 1 for 7. And I'm thinking, what if Nico Harrison has a smile on his face? But the one thing the Lakers have learned, look what Nico did with that roster while Luka was still on the team. They had Derek Rivers and Jalen Gasson. They made a great big. If they get knocked out in the first round, that's something that has to be addressed by
No doubt about that. And again, we knew it was a flawed roster. Reddick's got to deal with that, and the results are not always going to be positive.
Let's also remember that big call at the end of the game. They looked like it was going to be late the ball down one. Instead, they called a foul on the ball. And Anthony Edwards, who's terrific, goes to the free throw line on the fourth. All right, let's go to the East. The Knicks went up 3-1 on the Knicks yesterday after the ref swallowed the whistle. One of the previous game was a shot at the foul. That's very easy.
Boston's come out of the East. You think so? Really? Is that who you want out of the East, or is that you just think they're better than Boston?
So by which? Well, here's the thing. It's such a wonder to watch in the playoffs. And he and Giannis are supposed to get Milwaukee. They want you first to get them back in the finals after injury, shortened playoff injury, interrupted injury, moved up, and now it's just again by injury. So that's like a category over here. Let's go back to the Pistons and Knicks, because that is the result going into that one play. Cause this happen, because that could be a 2-2 series. Because Tim Hardaway, I know he doesn't shoot free throws as well in the postseason. Slightly on the 70 a little bit, does for his career in the regular season was over 80. He's going to hit 2 of those every year and plus one of those games in the series. That's just the way it's going to be, despite Daniel Burton. They're rogues. But you got to make the call. And here's the problem, though, Frank. Detroit has made a big deal. They don't get the dead. I don't expect them here. They made a big deal out of Swap. Don't worry about it. We're talking. We can play through it. Don't hide behind the whistle. They don't care what you ask for. But, that can cut both ways. I feel bad for them. The series should be 2-2. There are a lot of calls that they're let go. But here's the thing for me personally. I know I'm going back and forth now. On the jump shot, you've got to call the foul. It's not a score on the floor. It's not a guy on the baseline. Hit that out. And it's none of that. It's not a hit to the guy coming out. It's hit. On a jump shot, with the game on the line, you got to make that call. The league blew that. It made the mission. I don't know what else is going to be the review, but man, seriously. All right, just under 9 minutes to go. Detroit by 11. The Denver is 1% after 1 quarter. It's that kind of three, which I love that kind of thing. Paul Anthony Towns has just got a good shot at Jalen Brunson, 15 points in the court. They won't go to the best player in this series. And the last one, inexperienced in Detroit. The Kid Thompson is going to be a good player. He makes mistake after mistake. His game playing will hurt the ball way too much. And let's remember, he's making a shot that led to the rebound. It's like a one-way play. Molly going to have to play with Hardaway. It's in the corner. It's a tough angle for most of the referees to see. I think Hardaway double clutches on pump through. He's in there double clutches. I think that's where the referee all the way is. I get it. The referees are mid afterwards, but that's going to have a chance to look at. I want to have a rule where in the last 10 seconds of the game, a big shot, a big turnover gets reviewed. But what do you want the referees to do at that point? They just call one referee and everyone wants to be typical about it.
Review the foul on the baseline in the other game. Don't tell me that the rules can't cover it right now. That's no good. And I know nobody in New York wants to deal with the fact that the Knicks got one. The Knicks always say it's just one. Mike Jordan and Michael Scott, by the end of the championship, they know that the Knicks give a favor for the referees. They don't even mention it. Madison Square Garden, he gave by us now. Here, I don't want to hear about the Knicks and the Knicks and even sitting there. Oh, because you don't believe in how they're going to understand that make the call. We're not all here to I don't have a problem with this. I think it ain't some whole Knicks in the party.
Let's not forget this game 3 is a clock now for it and a benefiting. Look, one thing about Lillard, you mentioned it, we don't think we're going to see him and Giannis have a face this. They've only played 3 playoff games together and they're 1-6.
It's sad. Anybody who knows Dan Lillard is watching Taylor these dozen years or whatever it is, they want to see Dan Lillard not king.
Yeah, classic guy. All right, and now for the NFL draft. 7 rounds over 3 days for Sanders. Somehow wasn't taken for the 5th. He ends up on the Browns. 2 rounds after they selected Oregon quarterback Gabriel. Mike, the Sanders even that book is sitting down. Let's see, you got to go to the break. But I'm telling you, everybody in the draft is better than we're sitting. Stop watching this. I watched the Colorado game. I think this week you still can take out the board for it, okay? And even if we take their word for it, they all have him ranked much higher than this. Mel Kiper got this right. And he said later, this is personal. This is not about football. It was personal. Because people looked at Junior Sanders.
Make sure I look good, and then I'll.
Different teams and different rounds, different teams looked at him differently. And they said, we find him undesirable. We don't want him. It is personal. And you know how to say in the NFL, they use the word distraction before the word.
What up, my friend?
Get it wrong a lot of times. I'm ready with you taking that second round. Where's the go? The third round, the market's running ready. He goes into that instant way. So they get it wrong. But what's amazing about it, he goes to the team, which let's face it, the last 25 years, no one gets the ball.
You're being tall. You're being tall, dog.
Right? Sanders is the second one that they took. I'll say this about it. I thought he had something. When he got to that home man, he still celebrated. Then he had a home man. I was surprised with the Frank ball. I thought he handled that really well. So in terms of his image, you play football, you're going to be brag. You're going to get silly. I think everybody in the NFL is somewhat brag because it's a really difficult sport to play. But I think he's going to get a chance at it. Someone is going to be wrong, or maybe a lot of people are going to be wrong. Someone's going to be right. He's going to get a chance at it. But they want to quarterback. Flacco, on the team, they got to get a pick. You still have to show a lot.
I'm kind of liking it away. Yeah.
He handled his pre-draft process. The little piece of that. But he said that. But the NFL can't handle it. Keep busy. That's the truth. I'm not talking about conspiracy. Team by team. He's going to handle his road. He has to pick the leader. And they're never going to get him. They'll never help teams. They'll never help him. And Boomer Esiason had reported on the radio today that he had that owners were telling him
What up, dog?
That was for my birthday. Yeah. That was for my birthday like 2 or 3 years ago. That's just what we did back.
They would try that.
All the glass thing? All the glass thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Free. We got the Tums over there. That's what
Nah, you go get a water.
Huh?
I said, nah, you go get a water. It's in the refrigerator. It's in the refrigerator. You need to put a couple Gatorades in there. You need to put a couple Gatorades in there so you can get your water.
a long time for that.
I know.
They
don't?
All the samples no more.
They don't?
I'm not doing that position no more.
What are you doing?
I'm doing restaurants now. So any restaurant right here, you see corn and Pepsi, that's me.
Yeah, they have it.
Yeah, they haven't. I stopped that back in October.
Listen, I've been saying this ever since I moved to trade. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. And I stand on that. No one agreed with it. No one agreed with it.
Oh no, you know, Luka is a great
Luka is a great offensive player. AD is a more valuable, more well-rounded asset to what they had. I don't blame them. I don't blame them for what they did. I just knew it wasn't going to be just add water and also add Luka, and all of a sudden we're going to go to the West. I thought after that first game, I thought we beat nobody by 22. He don't beat nobody by 22 on the home court. With LeBron and Luka, with LeBron and Luka, it's over. I knew then
it was just a problem.
But even still, they hold the team is better than what we do. It's over with it, man. It's over with it. And it sucks, you know. Because I'm a LeBron apologist, but man, it ain't nothing to say. What up, my man? You're right with you.
This guy, old school slice. If you and Tyler won that, chances are that they're happy about it. The same applies here. Every mountain goes
When you rather enjoy the world than clean someone else's, it matters where you stay. Conrad Hotels and Resorts. Listen for this home.
Have a good week, Mama.
You're a goldfish, brother.
Did you ever see which his name was? Jason Pryor. LJ Pryor. Did you ever see LJ out here? Here?
Here?
He was in like the 80s. No, I just curious. He said he wants to go to Houston, out of high school. And I asked him if he had ever seen LJ Pryor out here. Yeah, he said he played with his cousin.
Oh, really? Cool. He always tells me.
He said don't touch the top, so I ain't touching it. We good? Triple check, make sure we're
How about for the Warriors, though? Look at what they've done since Butler arrived. They're 26-9. It's a little playoff game. I understand that it's all these like a throwback game for Steph Curry, but you said I understand they're inexperienced, but they're the highest team that game. That was really a good chance. As for the dunk, I like the
Yeah, just want you to just real quick.
We
get out done with this show. What's next, Frank?
My bad.
I would you rather focus on the hit delivered by that Cook or Todd Wilson? Two big-time hits. Well, I was right. First of all, the league doesn't even indicate like anybody should Chuck. It's like the NBA saying pretty please to John Moran. They just think they're on the good people will feel that. The Cavs are down 2-13 in the second game. Wilson's hit on the right side of the bench is very early. He won't roll. The Cavs 15 seconds later tie the game at 2. Then go on bang with something instead of just win the game and take the commanding 3-1 lead in that series. We're gonna win that series, guys. Frank, I don't know. This
So it looks like he was a turn top. It looks like it might have been a taper. Okay, yeah, I got you. And then
I think it was low. This was like
okay, what's up?
That's happening when they're down 4-1. The game is essentially over, and he's thinking, you know what? I'm going to take my chance there. I'm just going to lay somebody out.
Yes, he is.
In theory, was the hit clean and hit him in the head? No. But come on, contact matters here, Mike. What if the fans, they're got to hit? They're not going to just lose that anymore. It's a shot.
Got Boston the draft for the playoffs.
Yeah.
I know, man. That hurts. And it sucks because he's a good dude.
Yeah.
You know?
He rushed back.
Yeah.
I mean, he's good.
Yeah. I don't think he's good.
I mean, he'll come back, but
Right. What I'm saying is, I still think he's got, I don't know that confidence the word, but I think he's got high-end, you know, he's more than just a guy. Like, he's not just a guy.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think he's still going to be a very important piece to it. Yeah, but I think his time in Milwaukee might be up. Sound like Giannis went there too. So.
Word is better than they were.
Yeah, I agree. Even with opportunity, I thought they were going to lose that game with opportunity.
I mean, everybody's still going to lose to the Celtics.
See, I disagree. I think they're going to lose to the Thunder. I think the Thunder.
Oh, yeah.
I think the Thunder is the issue. But yeah, you're right. It's those top teams and then everybody else. I think Boston and I think one of my kids that just left, he thought Cleveland was the best team in the East. I don't blame him for that. But I don't think they want anything to do with Boston. But I think yes.
Even Detroit, Cade.
I don't know if you remember me saying that. I don't know if you remember me saying this. I was pissed when that trade happened, and I knew that wasn't a good deal.
It wasn't a good deal for the Lakers, wasn't a good deal for the Mavs.
It wasn't. Both teams paid themselves. Yeah. Or in the future. Exactly. Or the future, yeah.
This year, if the Mavs had stayed put,
Exactly.
I think
they would have went far than the Lakers.
I think they would have went far.
I agree. I 100%. Yeah. Listen, you know what though? You know what though? I feel like he's the fall guy.
That's what I thought at first. But the more those owners, they don't know what to do. Like the owners, they're fresh. Like they had no basketball knowledge, so he kind of like they just went with what he wanted.
I call BS. They own a $8 billion a year industry business. Whether they could execute the Tex Winners triangle offense,
No, they could that, but like, and I mean, but for basketball, I think they kind of outsourced. Like, they believe Nico when Nico said Luka was not worth pushing minutes.
Listen.
I mean, no, I really think like Nico Nico biased and Nico like prejudice them against.
Right. I'm telling you, I hear you. I just don't believe. I don't believe they didn't have conversations with Mark Cuban. I don't believe they didn't have other. Exactly. So my point is.
Because Mark Cuban will not let that happen.
Thank you. So the idea that they're just these, I don't know, woe is me. I'm just rich. I don't know nothing. I'm telling you, those people knew how valuable that. Because think about it like this. They just recently bought the team. They had the team evaluated to figure out what the team was worth before they even made the offer. They were probably briefed on why their team was worth what it was, and I guarantee you, Luka, Dirk, and the championships they won in recent memory, I feel like all of those things were made simple and plain to them. The importance.
Index options like XSP could potentially receive favorable tax treatment.
Nico Harrison, like I don't for some reason. Nico was out. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know what he came in with Nico was not and he isolated like that, like a bunch of different long articles. And for like a couple of years, because he wanted to trade Luka last summer before he went to France.
Right.
But went to France and that kind of messed up his plan. So he's been also looking for a while. And I think that
For console collectors, the fishing out of the veil, you'll find buckets less than any budget.
Like all of Lucas traveling team, he traded them more. The trainer, Lucas desperate to trade him more. Like Dirk said like because they traded the trainer away that Casey Smith, right? He's like the USA, he's the best one in
I didn't know you could trade a trainer.
Well, I mean,
okay, they fired.
So
Yeah.
they fired
Okay, I was just like, man, they trade water boys too? That's insane.
Because he went to the Knicks, but he didn't get traded.
Yeah, okay,
He got fired in the Knicks.
Yeah, I got you.
And he fired him while he was away with his finger with Mona Hutchinson.
Yeah. Ooh.
So once he did that,
Dirk
stopped. Like Dirk kind of cut him off.
Yeah, he's like, nah, I can't mess with this.
Yeah, because Casey was like one of his best friends too. Right. He kind of just cut him off. So Dirk's been out. Mark Cuban, when he sold the team, he thought he was going to have basketball influence. They told him he was going to have basketball influence, but they froze him out.
So what I heard about that was the initial buyout, he sold a small portion. And at that point, he retained all personnel control. Then they made him a more substantial offer to buy more of the team, and at that point he had to relinquish. So I don't think so.
Still had like I think 20-30% of the team on it.
Yeah.
But he did on like 50-something percent of the team.
Yeah. But initially they didn't have any personnel. He had final say on personnel, and then eventually they bought more of the team, which is when he then relinquished.
He relinquished, but they still told like he had inputs.
Yeah.
But apparently he didn't have any input at all. Like
this was done under his nose.
Yeah, so Nico used that as a power grab and kind of just like, okay, nobody wants to share like a power, so kind of just kept all that to himself. I think it's the kid about the he said he did, but he probably didn't. But I know Mark Cuban didn't, and I know Dirk didn't.
Do you mean to tell me though that Jason Kidd, a guy that played like a poor man's Luka, would have signed off on this trade?
I don't know. Jason Kidd is shiesty. He's been shiesty his whole career.
So I heard about the Jim Jackson, Tony Braxton thing.
And then even when he was with the Nets, when he was with the Bucks, he likes playing mind games.
Yeah.
And that's something that.
But Luka is one of the best players in basketball.
You don't have to convince me now. It doesn't make sense. This trade does not make sense.
Right.
It's never going to make sense.
Yeah. I still believe that they're trying to show the NBA that they can't make money in Dallas, and to get the NBA to grant them permission to move to Vegas. Because the Adelmans have ties to gambling, and that's why I don't believe that this was Nico's idea. I think Nico's a good soldier and is doing what he's told so that the team or so that the owners can get what they want. And I'm sure there's a really big bag under a rainbow somewhere if he can, if they can orchestrate this for his, his compliance.
It doesn't like business wise. It doesn't even make sense. Dallas is like the fourth largest market.
Right.
And Vegas is the largest market.
Sure, but it's got but they've got MGM, they've got all the gamut, they got all the I feel like even though the valuation of the market might not be one thing, but people go to Vegas internationally to gamble.
Because I know one of the reasons they went to Dallas because they want to bring casinos to Dallas.
Right.
And they've been working on that, and they actually making progress.
Oh, they are.
Yeah,
Okay.
they are. Yeah. They're trying to do like a big old
But I thought they had to get this through Congress, not the NBA. Okay.
Texas Congress.
Before you get
That's
excited,
like a
I do have
year and a half.
break
Uh-huh.
down
That's the
the
next session.
Yeah.
So they already bought the land. They bought the land for the big old casino complex, whatever stadium complex. It's right beside where the old Cowboy Stadium is. They bought that
In Arlington?
No, in Urban.
Urban, okay.
Yeah, where the old Cowboy Stadium is.
Okay.
And they bought a whole bunch of land. And they're trying to bring the casino to Texas. So that's going to be a huge value.
Right.
So that's what we're trying to do. So like, unless they have some kind of notion that they can get it,
Right.
so they're trying to like
Yeah, the Supreme Court and yeah.
So unless they do that,
L's go during Quiet Storm
I think
5.
the way they reacted to it, they do not expect
Listening to some Luther Vandross state most of his Instagram
Well,
they never too much.
But the thing is, they didn't give any other teams an opportunity to throw anything. That's why I think this was a jam job from the beginning. I don't think
No,
this
it was a
was.
jam job, but it was Nico's jam job. Because Nico did not want anybody else. Like, Nico knew that the more people heard about it, the more noise you made about it. So they were trying to like, do
Well, sure, but I still disagree with that notion because the Lakers had 2 #1 picks and they only took 1. I don't think he's that stupid.
No, to me, like, that's what it's like. Nico went and was devaluing Luka. Because, like, he had, like, for you to know a trade with him, you have to have a bad impression of Luka.
Uh-huh.
In his head, Luka was not worth as much as real officially.
Yeah.
And then in his head, Anthony Davis is overvalued as Anthony Davis. And for him, he's a very, very good player.
I agree.
But he was hurt a lot. And Nico did not put that into his whatever. He's older.
I just don't think he's dumb enough to not have.
And he is doing it. Because you know what? Nico is the reason Steph Curry is not on Nike.
Oh, so he's the guy that had like Dwight Howard and whoever else up on the screen when
Yeah,
he walked in?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I didn't know. Okay, listen.
So Nico messed him before.
Yeah.
He's
He's colossally messed
Yeah,
up.
he's the reason Steph Curry is on Nike.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. All right. Well. Okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know he was the buffoon that did that.
Yeah, he was him.
Well, but then how do you explain the moment they traded Luka for AD, they then turned around and added 10% increase on the season ticket prices?
Because they're not smart. Because that was very stupid. Like, they lost a lot of. They have divided the franchise in a way that they don't understand it. Because the future's down, the main superstar is down.
Right.
If without that much for like maybe $3 billion before, they were like maybe 2.5. I don't know what they're cheaper.
But that's my point. I think that's a part of their plan. I think they're trying to show the NBA, look, we can't sustain a franchise here. We need to go to another market. And since Vegas or Seattle are coming up,
I thought so too. I thought that was good, but the more I've listened to it, the more I've listened to this took me by surprise. They did no fun. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, it sounds like you. So I'm just putting,
following everything.
Yeah, and I'm not. So I can't. I just got my opinion based on the tea leaves that I've.
Because your opinion makes sense. Like, your opinion assumes that everybody here is smart and knows what they're doing.
Right.
But the more like I've looked into this, some of these people just did not know what they were doing.
Yeah.
Like for one thing, I'm sure. Another thing is like Nico came in right, and he kind of hit some grand slams. But it was a little lucky.
Yeah.
Because like the Kyrie one, he hit that, and I was like,
"Happy week, buddy."
Then the the Gafford one, like, he he was actually trying to get Kyle Kuzma, which would have been a bad fit. But Kuzma said, no, I don't want to go to the Mavericks. Like, Kuzma like, canceled that trade himself.
Yeah.
So then he went for Gafford. So he locked into Gafford.
Yeah.
And then that was like an amazing fit, and then we went to Kyle. So he's been also quite lucky. He's also made some really bad deals. He gave just a guarantee contract. He gave who else? Like he had like 2 really bad deals that he gave. The other guy, the guy that was from Boston, the one that really last.
You say from Boston?
Yeah, we got him from Boston.
Oh, Porzingis.
No. We got him from Boston.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You said. It would have been Keith Morris or whatever?
No, it was.
He didn't come from Boston?
No, it was this, I can see his face. Grant Williams.
Okay.
Grant Williams, we got Grant Williams from Boston. And we gave him
the defensive stopper.
Yeah. And it didn't work out, right?
Yeah.
So he's made some mistakes because he's been able to like turn him over. But he got like a bit of a swell head, I think.
Yeah.
And that just kind of and just the way he's handling his like power. The man doesn't like he ran away from the media for like 3 months.
Yeah.
You're gonna like you have to stand on him. And now he actually said he did not realize how much Luka meant to the fan base.
But I think my thing is, that was such a stupid thing to say. That was the dumbest thing I think I've heard in sports in a long time.
Yes.
Which makes me think, maybe he's brilliant. Maybe.
No.
It's like, you can't be that stupid.
He's
A couple of years ago, I had a lady that booked an appointment. Let's just say it was like a 12:15 to a 12:35. Okay, that was her time slot. She shows up at 12:34. And I said, ma'am, you so late. Like, I don't even know why you're here. And she goes, what you mean? I had an appointment from 12:15 to 12:35. And I said, ma'am. Right. And I said, ma'am. And she goes, it didn't say that I had to be here at 12:15. It just said that I could show up between this time. And I said to her, ma'am, I ain't gonna lie to you. That's got to be either the stupidest thing I've ever heard or the smartest thing I've ever heard. I was like, you must be a lawyer, because that is clever. I said, that is clever. You must have grew up watching Perry Mason. Man, and I feel like what Nico said is just as equally preposterous, which makes me think that he can't be serious.
Well, he keeps saying stuff like that. Like he keeps saying things that let you know this man did not have his finger on the pulse of what was going on. He did not.
Well, then who does he got naked pictures of? He got to have footage on somebody.
Because he was a package deal. He had a great reputation at Nike.
Yeah.
So he was a package deal with Jason Kidd. But even when he came initially, like for the first couple of years, because he didn't have any GM experience, they gave him a babysitter. Dennis Lindsay was his assistant GM.
Okay.
He was in Utah. He was in Utah before they came here, so he helped him when he was making all the trades. And Dennis Lindsay left last year and went to Detroit. And Detroit has had a great year.
But why not?
So makes you wonder who would really make this deal.
Right. But why not reach out to them and make a sweetheart deal for, hey, give me Kay Cunningham and a first-round pick, and you can.
There was so many, if he had opened this up.
Yeah, he would have got a king's ransom.
He didn't. And another thing was that he had some kind of relationship with Brooks a little bit.
Yeah.
And what Panetta.
Right.
So that's it.
But I mean, I hear you. And again, you clearly done more research on this than I ever will. I'm just gonna wait for the 30 for 30 to come out because I don't care that much about the Mavericks at all. But I just
the part of it is that in his mind, Easy is just as good as and that is that prime media prime you can actually have that conversation.
Yes.
You can actually have that conversation.
Yeah.
So in his head, prime media and prime media are the same.
Right.
If you're trying to get 80, you probably get 5 first round draft picks. Right? So in his head, I don't need to 5 first round, I can just get 80. So that's what he was trying to do. But 80 is not 5 80.
Right.
And we don't know if he's ever going to get back to it.
Yeah.
He probably will. I think 80's going to have a big year next year.
Yeah.
But now the Mavericks, they built their entire team around him.
Yeah.
the entire team needs a Luka.
Right.
And they don't have a Luka.
Right.
Like Kyrie was never meant to be like the
he was meant to be that guy.
Yeah, he was not the center of that. He's supposed to be like
an ancillary
yes,
piece.
exactly. But now the team doesn't fit as well as it's supposed to around Kyrie.
But in addition to that,
and
I
the
mean,
Lakers also have the same
he hasn't had an opportunity to play with them because for a half they had AD, and while AD was
amazing,
and while AD was out, they lose Kyrie. So we don't even get to see how well the pieces go together. But I'm with you. I thought that was going to. I don't know that I thought they were going to go back to the finals, but I thought
they look good. Yeah.
Yes, I thought for sure they won the trade, at least in the short term.
But the problem is like when you get like you can't. One of the reasons why we were able to, we were confident getting Kyrie, was because we had Luka. Like Kyrie is a transcendent talent, but he's fragile.
Yep.
Same thing with AD. So you can't build your roster around two people who get hurt a lot.
Right.
And that's what he's done now. So we're in trouble.
Again, I get you've done your research. I cannot accept that a guy in that position came from Nike. Another like blue chip, like bro, that is Nike. There's like 10 American staples. Nike's one of them. Coca-Cola, McDonald's. And the idea that he had ascended to that position and was incompetent and comes here, goes to Dallas.
It's not incompetent. It's a different set of skills.
Right.
And everything didn't and he thought he could succeed at the same level, and he didn't think along the things true. It was what I think.
Yeah.
There are certain things you should know that he did not know.
I mean, yeah, but so out of curiosity, whose shoe company does Luka represent?
Nike. Jordan.
So then there's who? Jordan. Right. So then I can't for 1 second believe that he, in the capacity that he had with Nike, he had to be privy to how important Luka was to basketball. There's just no way. Bro, I'm telling you, man, I need to see the information you saw, because I'm telling you, I think this is still coming from the top.
Because like he's what's his name? Luka is a Kobe disciple. Like that's his claim to fame. Like that's not it. He rode Kobe all the way up. It's not like he was extra special. He just had a really strong relationship with Kobe, and because of that, he went to the top because Kobe was the top. It's not like he did anything extra. And Kobe, Kobe, the whole Mamba mentality, like basketball is the end of the all. You can't have any other interest in basketball.
Yeah, you gotta be all in.
Yeah, and Luka is not wild like that. Luka is very. Have a social life and have basketball, and like he's very careful. Yeah, he's very careful, and it works for him. Like, it helps him handle pressure. Like he doesn't everything like kind of slides off the back.
Right.
Yeah. So it works for him.
He's kind of like a cornerback in the NFL.
Yes.
Like every play is a new play.
Yes.
Like it just doesn't.
Yeah. So that I think that apparently will be the wrong way because it's like and Luka. I mean, Luka has his flaws. One of his flaws is that Luka needs to take his conditioning better. And he's got to see people who tell him to do that.
Yeah.
And it's going to
because it's never not worked for him at this point in his life.
Yes, but it's starting to get to the point where it's going to start working against him.
Yeah.
The injury is going to start piling up.
Yeah.
So he needs to make a change. Like Luke made a change. I'm sorry, but he hasn't made that. I'm hoping he makes that change this offseason. But even I knew he needed to do that, but I was hoping he'd do it as a man. Right?
Weren't we all?
You know? I was like, okay, he's going to grow up because he's a kid.
26.
Oh, yeah. But I was hoping that the flip would switch would flip eventually.
Right.
But Nico probably thought it was never going to switch.
Right.
I think when he came in, he was high on Nico. But something about they just didn't get along.
Yeah.
And he went off on Luka and said, okay, this guy is not going to take us to the next, which is a stupid thing to do. And Luka had his worst postseason. Like they went to the finals,
right?
But Luka had his worst postseason last year.
Yeah.
Like so maybe in there because he was hurt. He was hurt the entire time. Like he was looking like the money all wrapped up. He played hurt, so it wasn't his best showing.
Right.
And I think that colored Nico's perception. Yeah, and he was like, okay. And this offseason, he was about to sign the biggest contract in NBA history.
Right.
So he was like, we're not giving this guy that much. He made his mind up with like, this guy is going to work that money. Which is right. I don't get it. Because Luka earned that contract.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, you know, we can go round and round about it. I'm never gonna know because I'm not gonna do the research, and I do understand that you've done yours. But man, I'm telling you,
it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Very, very crowded quarterback room. The team entered the draft with Shawn picking as their black on the roster. Then, of course, they added not only Shedeur Sanders, but Oregon, they're feeling deep, really, in the third round. And, of course, passing on Shedeur Sanders and still in the fifth round. 5 guys, straight up. In the quarterback room, I don't know. What do you think of the situation that Shedeur Sanders is not supposed to?
Still 5 guys, I didn't know where they were going. I look at this, and for Shedeur Sanders, obviously wasn't hoping to go in the 5th round, but may end up into a really good situation. Everyone's trying to explain this ball. There is no answer for all 32 teams, including the Cleveland Browns, of why exactly it fell. From things he did during the draft process to a lot of different variables and excuses that people are given. Nonetheless, he finds himself on a team that doesn't have a surefire starting quarterback.
So let me finish here what he's saying, and I.
will start ahead of him, and then there are 2 other veterans, and Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett. So I'm sure he'll have a huge chip on his shoulder, and he'll walk in there ready to prove everybody wrong.
So I feel like okay. First of all, I don't watch a lot of college football. I'm just not a college sports fan like that. But I did watch a couple games, and I just remember thinking, because there have been times where I've seen, you know, who's supposedly going to be, you know, next up for greatness in the NFL. And I've seen those guys, and usually they got a look. Like, they look like, no, like this is clearly somebody that is not supposed to be in college. They supposed to be in the league. And I just never, I just never got that impression from here. But in fairness, I wasn't overly impressed with Travis either. But again, because when I look at a team, when I look at a college athlete, I look at who they're playing. Anybody can look great amongst people that are substandard. But if you're playing against so if I see you in the SEC doing that, oh yeah, you a problem. But if you're in the Mountain West playing against BYU and you're a world beater, it's like, bro, it's because it's BYU. So I say all that to say, I had heard people all year, football fans and non-football fans, or like, and people in the media talking about they think he's a first-round pick or a top 5. I just never saw it. I thought though, because of how crazy quarterback how quarterback crazy the league is, I thought some team was going to reach for him and draft him in the 1st round. But I thought he was at best a 2nd round, but more realistically a 3rd round talent. That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought a 3rd round talent. Now, what I did not think was that he was going to be picked in the 5th round, no matter how little I thought of him. But I'll say this: if you really think about it, they keep playing this out as if 32 teams passed on him. The Chiefs didn't pass on him. They have Mahomes. The Jacksonville Jaguars, the Jaguars, they got Trevor Lawrence. The Ravens got Lamar Jackson. Eagles, you know what I'm saying? So it's probably, that's what I was about to say. It's 10 at the high end, 6 on the low end that needed a quarterback. So we'll just split the difference. 8 teams passed on this dude multiple times. And the other issue is, he's not physically imposing. He's 6 feet tall. He doesn't have a rocket arm. He's not fast like Lamar. He's not 6'5" like Cam Newton. And he doesn't run a 4.1 or whatever, you know. So like, he has none of his measurables are impressive. He didn't do pro day. He didn't go to the Senior Bowl. And his father said there are certain teams he ain't gonna play for, or I'll pull an Eli Manning. So now, of the 8 possible teams that he could have been drafted by, 3 of them he wasn't going to talk to no way. So he put himself in a situation where only 5 teams wanted him. One of them was Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh is waiting to figure out what Aaron Rodgers got going on. One of them, and Aaron Rodgers probably didn't want them to waste a high pick on a dude that isn't going to help Aaron Rodgers be better. So that leaves us to 4 teams that might have wanted him. One of them was Tennessee. They drafted Cam Ward. The other one was New York. They took Jackson Dart because Jackson Dart's dad is I'm sorry, Jackson Dart's offensive coordinator was Charlie Weiss Sr., Jr., who has ties to the Giants.
Oh, really?
And Eli Manning is, alma mater is Ole Miss. So now you got two teams left. So he put himself in that corner. And then it was reported that his interviews were going so badly because he wanted to make sure that certain teams didn't draft him. He put himself in that position. So I still, no matter what happened, I still think 5th round, I thought that was insane. But when you learn all of those things, I kind of get it, man. I kind of get it.
It wasn't as
yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, when you know all that stuff, it's not as simple as, oh, man, they blackballing. Because I'm hearing people say, oh, man, this is as bad as Colin Kaepernick. No, the hell it ain't. It ain't got nothing. He was close. And then in addition to that, it's been 4 guys that won the Heisman and didn't get drafted. So it's like, bro, trust me, there have been greater travesties in the NFL draft than this. Tom Brady was supposed to go in the 2nd round, went in the 6th. Aaron Rodgers was supposed to be the first pick overall, ended up going in the 2nd round. Lamar Jackson slid. Yeah, he slid to either 34 or 32. Jalen Hurts went in the 2nd round. So am I doing a razor on the mustache too, or just the top? Okay. So I mean, it's been guys. Brady Quinn fell. I mean, it's been a lot of guys that fell. Now, did they fall to the 5th? No, but Tom Brady fell to the 6th. So it's like it's happened before. I don't personally think the NFL colluded, but I do think the 4 or 5 teams that need him was like, bro, we already a bad organization. What the hell we need you to be worse for? Yeah, nah, man. I feel bad that because he does seem like a good kid. People that have had interaction with him say he's a good kid, but I also think that he got bad advice because he overvalued his productivity. So when they broke down his footage, they said of the 900 completions he had, 55% the 900 pass attempts, 55% of them were at or behind the line. Yes, exactly. At or behind the line of scrimmage or within 5 yards.
What's his name? Cam Morgan's roasting him. Like the video where it's posted up. They're cool.
Yeah.
They're working together. Cam Morgan's like, you got that award because you like 90% of your someone check down.
Yeah. When he did throw downfield, he was throwing at Travis. He took too many sacks, but he also they were saying like this dude is the hardest evaluation we've had in a while because he has some concerning stats. And all of them are explainable, right? Like, his receivers couldn't get open, so he's throwing them bubble screens. And he's locking on Travis. Who wouldn't? He's a Heisman Trophy winner. And, he's got the most sacks in FBS football because his line is tracked. So it's like, he already was a hard evaluation. He didn't give them any opportunity to give him further evaluation because he didn't go to the combine. He didn't go to the Senior Bowl. And he painted himself in that corner. And I've been hearing on ESPN these last few hours, people keep saying, be who you're allowed or be who you can afford to be. And I think that's so apropos because his father could afford to not run a 40 because he's a 4'1", 4'2" guy. His father could afford not to go to the Senior Bowl because they knew he was one of the best athletes to ever breathe air. But Shador ain't cut like that. But he's taking advice from a dude that was, and that didn't play the position. So like, I don't really feel. I feel bad for Shador because I don't fully think he understood. I feel like his dad was not equipped to coach him through the draft process. Exactly. And I think that's kind of a tragedy because that was them self-inflicted wounds.
You see what Shiloh did?
No.
Shiloh,
oh yeah. I didn't hear that. Now, I feel like Shiloh would have been just fine with his dad as his agent because they play the same position. Although not as well, right? Like Shiloh isn't the athlete his father is, but I didn't realize he ended up getting an agent. Okay, but I also so I didn't realize, I didn't know, and if you're saying he's what's his Shadur's agent, I didn't even think he had the time because he's still you know. You say what?
Yeah, because he's still a head coach, right?
Yeah, he's still the head coach, so I can't even.
I don't know if it's the quarterback, but I think he got. I don't know if it's Shadur's agent, but he was kind of like.
Yeah, he's definitely a handler, somebody that was, you know, advising through the process. But yeah, man, I mean, I feel bad that Shadur had to learn the lesson that he did, but. And then I think the thing that is the most cringy to me is that he's already got a brand. Now I get that NIL's done that, but you know he's already trying to trademark, stay legendary, and it's like, bro, you ain't been to an NFL practice. And I think those things, in addition to all the other things that I said, are why you know he found himself in a situation that he was in. He's got his focus on the wrong things.
But luckily, he'll be fine either way. Like, whether if he makes it in or doesn't make it, he's fine. So I'm not worried about his future.
Yeah.
His future is pretty set.
I agree, and I think he's in a really good situation, even though a lot of people don't believe that he's as talented as he thinks he is, because if they did, they would have went up and got him. But he's got a fifth round contract, which means he's going to be able to get to a second contract sooner, where the real money is. So like, he's in an enviable situation, and I think he has the potential to prosper. What up, my man? Doing well. But yeah, I feel like it was a bad start, man, but I think he's gonna be all right.
When moderate to severe eczema is uncontrolled despite treatment, it makes you resourceful, not just a cooler, it's a back scratcher. So when eczema's out of hand, sugar hits the box with get itch relief fast, as soon as 48 hours, and get clear skin that lasts. Deluvio works like nothing before, treating eczema in its form. Deluvio blocks the signaling from IL-31, which triggers key symptoms of eczema. It's the first treatment of its kind that controls nerves and itch, soothes inflammation, and restores blood barrier. Do not take if allergic to Deluvio. Serious reactions may occur, some severe. Tell your doctor about any medicines you take if you experience highs or plan to receive a live vaccine. The most common side effects are headache, joint pain, hives, and muscle aches. Get over your itch fast and get skin clearance that lasts. Ask your dermatology specialist about Deluvio. People who count the cricket stay with cricket, like Gwendolyn. I stay with cricket because they fell in my hands. The price of the clients I pay every month. That's it. Welcome to Life Without Disease. Welcome to Cricket Nation. Smile, you're on Cricket.
9 to 5 in the rear view. Now happy hour has arrived. Let's lead this man to a $6 Popeye's Big Box.
I got to hear that for 1 second.
Don't use AI trained on any old data, but you can use AI trained on full
card.
Yeah. AI built for business. IBM.
Hey, they're coming at my door. Hey, look at target back. Nice. You can make it grow.
You can have it, Mr. Vega. Thank you, bud. Have a good week, man. What am I, man? Shador conversation too, or?
No, not really, honestly. But I was surprised he dropped so much, man.
Yeah. Five rounds is insane.
I was watching night one. Jackson Dart fired another.
Yeah.
And then after the second one and the third one, I was like, ooh.
Right. Yeah, I just knew he was gonna like. I was just telling him I'm not much of a college sports fan anymore. I watched a few of those games, the Colorado games, and for me, whenever I hear a guy is going to be a guy on the next level, you see it. You know, like you see it. They're different than everybody else on the field. And when I watched the 2 or 3 games I watched, I didn't see it. I thought he was a decent quarterback, a decent college player, but I just didn't think he was a top 5 pick like people had been saying. So I wasn't surprised he didn't go in the first round because I thought he was a 3rd round talent at best, a 2nd round. But I thought because the NFL is so dependent, it's the usual, right? I thought because the NFL is so talent quarterback, deprived, I figured they were going to reach and he was going to go in the end of the first round. But when he didn't even get picked by the 3rd round, I said, oh man, I might have been righter than I thought I was about the guy, which is sad because everybody had him as a 1st round grade, which I still don't agree with. I don't think that doesn't make sense. But I think it was relative to the talent of this year's draft.
Yeah.
But I think in a draft where all things were being equal, I think that guy was at best a 3rd round talent. But to go 5 is insane.
I'm surprised. Honestly, Jacksonville, after they got Travis Hunter.
Right. Which I thought was a bad deal.
You thought so?
100%.
Well, with that, are they so why are they so sold on Travis Hunter? He's a good quarterback.
Right.
We keep you above 500, but I don't think he's ever going to be.
Right. Well, the problem is they said that Trevor Lawrence was the greatest, what's the
prospect? Like,
yeah, he was the greatest prospect in football history. Better than Andrew Luck, better than John Elway. And I think that's the problem. Like, there's so much untapped, untouched, unreached potential. I think that's the problem. They just think that they've got to, fix some of the circumstances around him to put him in a better situation. And if you look at it, his first year he had Urban Meyer. His 2nd year he had Doug Peterson. And I can't remember the guy's name now, but they keep changing really important stuff around him. Yeah. And so I could see why they're not willing to walk away from him just yet. But I'm with you. I don't quite see it either. But just based on all the football minds, what they believe of him, I think what they don't want is for him to go somewhere else and be Geno Smith or Sam Darnold, right? And so I could see the issue with that. I'll say this: Travis Hunter, I would have taken Travis Hunter 1st overall. I would have taken him 2nd, 3rd, and 5th. But I would not have given up all those things to get him. Is why I wouldn't have done that. But I think drafting him 1st, 2nd, or 3rd overall, I think any person with a brain would have done that. I just given up what they gave up to get him. Yeah. In a situation that they're in where they're a year away from being a year away, I didn't think that was the move.
They gave a bunch of picks for him?
Yes, they gave up a 1st. So they traded. They did a pick swap, gave up a 1st, a 2nd, 2 seconds, and a 3rd, I think, or something like that, which is insane for. Now, granted, he's a receiver and a corner and potentially a kick and punt returner, but you give up that to get a quarterback. You don't give up that to get anything other than a quarterback.
Yeah, no, and the thing too, I think Travis he will be great at one of those positions.
Yeah.
But at the NFL level, it's going to be hard to be
Right.
Every one of those guys are the guy.
Exactly. They were all the best players on the college team.
Yeah. And it's like, man, you're not going to be expected to just. If they're smart, they won't. Hopefully, they have somebody else that can guard their number 1.
Right.
But like you're not gonna be able to you're not gonna be able to shut down a number one and go burn their number one, you know?
Right.
And not do every play. But sparingly, like he'll be a great, like, obviously
Jingle
not
bell.
do it. No, playing sparingly.
Yeah.
But
Look at him closely as close as possible. Say, what do you see?
Thank you,
And then, of
ma'am.
course, it's Jimmy's call. But what I'm trying to talk about it, maybe, I mean, 2-1 is
yeah, I don't
the
think
Warriors,
like
2-1 lead in this series.
even just like when I watched Colorado too, Colorado's offense is one-dimensional. Like they had no run game. They honestly didn't have the greatest pass protection. So it's like, man, everybody thinks it is back, man. You can pace off, it's like, you can't really. It's hard to be. I think if he has a better circumstance, he would have a better assessment in college.
Right.
But still make a lot of. He'll be a really good, especially like a game man. I don't think he'll be a superstar. But like,
No, I don't think he has the physique to be a superstar. He's not fast. He doesn't have an overpowering arm. He's playing in the AFC North, which is a cold, windy, division. Really physical.
Yeah.
You're running from TJ Watt, and what's that boy, Hendricks, and I mean, like, he's in trouble. I feel like he is potentially going to be, I think he can be decent if he has peace around him. But when you talked about like not putting together the best film, he made it even harder on him when he didn't give them anything additional to go on. When he didn't run a 40, which again, I think he knew he wasn't going to run a 4.4 or whatever. And when he didn't throw, and when he didn't go to the Senior Bowl, they had nothing else extra to evaluate, which is, I think, what contributed to him going to the 5th round, which again is crazy, but it's still, I think it was more his fault than it wasn't.
and then like, thing too was maybe the Giants take him if they, I mean, there was that comment, that Eli Manning comment, like, if I don't go to the team I want to.
Yeah.
So it's like, especially like the Giants are gonna, they're gonna feel a certain way about that.
Yeah, and I was just telling my last guy, like, it wasn't that 32 teams passed up on him because 20 teams already got their work.
Yeah, that's things I was like it's a quarterback. Everybody has a quarterback.
Right.
They feel like they have their guy.
Right.
Even the young, like the quarterbacks that run the bad teams, they're good quarterbacks.
Right.
It's not the right thing yet, you know?
Yeah.
At least 10 years, if not more. RFK, the site you mentioned, which is revered in Washington, D.C., in the District of Columbia.
Oakland, who do they have?
They just got Geno Smith. Well, Oakland is Vegas, but yeah, Vegas has Geno Smith, and they just signed him to an extension.
You know, the interior, talk about going back to games there. Well, that's going to happen. I know there are votes to be had.
I think last year they had Gardner Minshew. They just hired Pete Carroll, and they just traded for Geno Smith, whom Pete Carroll coached his last year in Seattle. So that's his guy. I thought if he was going to end up anywhere, it would have been with the Raiders because Tom Brady mentored him, and I just thought that was going to be the move.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like it's only 4 or 5 teams that even needed a quarterback, and for him to say, you know, I'm going to pull an Eli, and I'm not going to certain organizations. And in addition to that, there's only a handful of teams that even need a quarterback. And one of them was Tennessee. They drafted Cam Ward. One of them was the Giants, who obviously took Dart. So, you know, and Aaron Rodgers is still toying with the Steelers. So it's like, okay, so that's not an option. And so I think he painted himself in the corner. And then in addition to the fact that he didn't throw, he didn't go to the Senior Bowl, and he didn't do the other things. And then I also think he was probably not trying to be attractive in some of the interviews he did with teams because he just knew, you know, oh, I'm going to the Giants anyway, or I'm going to the Browns anyway. So I think he put himself in an unenviable position with the teams that might have actually considered him by the way he conducted himself in the media, in the interviews.
I think too that, like, you know, the Cam Newton effect, like, you don't want Cam Newton to be back there because one thing happens and everybody's like, and the fan base turns, you know?
Right.
I think it's the same with him. Like, he could have been I think a backup's not a bad situation to be in, especially you have all those expectations your first year.
Yeah.
You look at Patrick Mahomes. He had a red shirt. He had a red shirt year pretty much. And, but I mean, I don't think he might not have wanted that, but also just, I mean, if you're behind the Trevor Lawrence or if you're behind, I mean, maybe not Jimmy Smith, but if you're behind the quarterback that this isn't there yet, even like a Dak Prescott, like if he goes to Dallas and Dak Prescott's not doing well the first couple of games, they're going to push Shapiro out. So it's kind of hard to.
Now, I'm not from Texas, and I haven't been here very long. I feel like I came in 2018, so I think Mahomes had already won a Super Bowl by the time I got here. But I personally, I had heard of Mahomes. I had heard of his dad because his dad was a Minnesota Twin. So I do remember the name, but I had no idea that Mahomes was going to be of any consequence. I thought he was just going to be just another guy that got drafted and it didn't work out. So what I think I remember about his rookie year was he had great upside, but he wasn't anybody that they thought was going to outdo Alex Smith, because Alex Smith was a weird. Alex Smith was a better than average quarterback, and so yeah. What's up, best friend? Hello, pretty lady. How you doing? What up, dog?
I mean, even what's his name? Lamar Jackson. He got a red shirt right behind Flacco. I knew so my first game at Sam, I didn't travel to it, but we played Texas Tech.
Oh, you did?
We were actually in a shootout with them. We were both air raid type offenses. Yeah. Excited when we lost.
Yeah.
I remember seeing. I mean, he was doing some of the same stuff.
Yeah.
They also had what's his name? But similar, he's the same type of player as Tariq Hill. He's actually in. In Miami with him.
Waddle Waddle came from older receiver. Okay.
He was not older, but like I think he was before Waddle.
Okay.
Just popped up, but it went away that quick.
Ma'am, could you have them, if they're both getting cut, you have them sign in?
How do we do that?
Just right there. It's all good.
Like, is it a QR?
No.
Yeah.
It was freaking unreal. Yeah, this kickoff return where he ended up being one of our, he was kept at the time. It's one of our better safety. He slides, hugs him.
Yeah.
And the dude just bounces off his skin. I'm like, bro, he had everything. Fit it up good.
Still in the house.
It was terrible. But it was a shootout. It was a good game.
Am I trimming the top or letting it be?
Yeah, probably should. Good, 2015, I guess.
Yeah, I think he was drafted in 2016. Mahomes was.
She's got short hair.
We'd like to find at least the kickoff return.
Are you ready?
Subway's got a new deal today.
I'm in the back to see. I remember
What up, my man?
How are you?
I got one quick one ahead of you, and then I'll get right. Thank you for being early.
Ready? Right there. Oh, no, that's not bad. There's another one, don't worry. There you go. I mean, just right on. And we're right there with him too. It's a big moment. Excuse me, Grant. Something Grant. But he's just gone. I'm just like, man.
He's a little, I mean, he's fast as hell. He looked like a little guy. He honestly, bro, he steps like Tariq Hill.
Yeah. I mean, he's the same type of player.
Yeah.
A little smaller slot.
Yeah. Well, I bet he was a little muscle ball.
I mean,
you couldn't figure out his name though?
It was something Grant. I can't remember.
Having insurance isn't the same as having safety. It's like getting a bank man. You need the protection of the bank.
Someone's a flirt. Bank man, please.
He picked up that quarterback.
Just any insurance.
Yeah, he was terrible. When that one got picked, I was like,
So I'll say this. All months leading up to the draft, the only name I heard more than Cam Ward and Shooter was Tyler Show. Like they were saying, like Ryan Clark was super high on him, Dan Orlovsky, like everybody that I heard talk about football on ESPN was saying if Pittsburgh gets Tyler Show, it'll be the seal of the draft. So I was expecting him to go before Shooter. Because I was only hearing about Shadur because of his flash, but I was hearing about Shug because of his substance. Based on what they were saying, I've never seen the dude play. Like I said, I don't watch a lot of college. Yeah, I'm not a college guy for real. But I had heard a lot about Shug.
I didn't know nothing about it. That's why. Yeah, I saw him. I remember the only thing I saw was that throw, and I was like, damn.
Yeah, but Gabriel, I didn't hear.
This before.
You want to wait till the end of the playoffs for me to say I'm right, or what you want to do? What you want to do, man?
Hindsight 2020, man.
Hindsight? I had foresight. I've been telling you this is February.
So I think how it's playing out, you couldn't foresee. I told you when they played Minnesota, I'm like, well, that's a team I didn't want to play because Ant-Man is just he argued the best player in the league. I mean, but I ain't worried about that. But he gonna do it.
Right.
Julius Randle played out of his mind. He never played this good in his life.
He played this good last year in the playoffs.
He didn't play in the playoffs last year. He missed the playoffs. He is trash.
He's not trash.
He's balling.
He's not trash.
The dude McDaniel's balling, but whatever. That's basketball. Refs really, they've been a little weird lately. I think as good as a coach is.
You said what?
As good as a coach is, he blew it last night.
Yeah.
How for the first time in 50 years do you play your players the whole half and they old? When LeBron old, you don't see him 1 minute. he was playing hard.
Yeah.
And you won't see him for 1 minute? Y'all ain't got no big. Why aren't you playing Jackson Hayes? I know he ain't the best big man, but
they said the centers played for 4 minutes yesterday.
He got protected. They put him, never put him back in the game. What are you doing? So I ain't see all that playing out. Like I said, the rest was tripping. He tripped Luka, they ain't calling. He knocked the ball out of bounds, they don't call. It was obvious calls. I'm like, but I feel like in tight games, and then I just feel like, yeah, they blowing it. They playing too lax. Like that's more last game. I felt like the first 3 games they was playing like they would have chipped last year. Like they let that 3 seed go to their head. And then Luka scored. But I mean, Luka doing what I expected. He actually played a little harder on these I see.
But sometimes you just can't play defense. Oh, I ain't say you can't play, but you can't play defense on that, man. But who can?
You said a whole lot of words and syllables and
I ain't-
adjectives
They still alive.
to just tell me I'm right, man.
It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet.
You said a lot of words and basically tell me I was right.
I was right too, though.
We can't both be right.
The Lakers still. Well, what did I say? I said Lakers. I said for every year past this year, Lakers won this. And I said B, the Lakers still have a chance.
Is that up on the top or? Okay.
I agree with your original premise that team might have had a better chance. My whole point is they got LeBron and Luka on the court. They got a chance. That's all I'm saying. But the way it's playing out right now, it's yeah. I still think they can win it though, because I feel like they could have won any of these games.
I agree that they've been in them, but they've got to give life and limb just to be competitive with the 6th seed.
See, this is where I disagree.
Okay.
For instance, they turnovers is up like 5 a game. Like you're doing things they haven't done. So is it them getting tight? Is the coach that he's a rookie and just I don't know. But I know they turn the ball over more.
Right.
They get up. They get a double-digit lead every game, and then they just start chilling like, oh, we won. Like,
well, what I have been saying before about, because you were saying that they're playing some of the best defense in basketball, and I was saying that in fact they aren't. They're just letting bad teams. Well, they're just shooting. They're letting bad three-point shooting teams shoot more really bad threes.
But
that doesn't work against Minnesota because they're a really good three-point shooting team.
I mean, that won them the one game. Other than that, their defense has been pretty good.
Wait, you said that won them one game?
They're just three-point shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was that one game where they was stupid hot. Where they shot like 55% from the field. Okay. You got it. Every other game, though, they hit threes, but that's not what's killing them. It's the turnovers, the fast breaks, and then stupid shit like playing your players every fucking second of the whole half. Like, what? LeBron played 46 minutes? This man's 40 years old. I'm 40. I can't play like I was when I was 25. And then you're going against Ant-Man, the guy moved like Jordan. Did you see the game? He can't, like, when he's contorting and he got to step back, what you going to do? So he has more, off the dub, he has more energy than him. Yeah. And then Luka's balling, but LeBron's playing better than Luka. Luka needs to play better than Luka. So it's frustrating me this whole series. I'm just like I said, Luka hit a 3, then miss a layup, and then shoot a little soft pass. Like even a little. So this is where the refs though. It was a small big thing because it was 30 seconds left. And Luka bringing it up. The dude clearly trips him. He just falls and the ref just stand there. So now they got to take the ball out on this side of the court. They got 1 second to get it over. Luka comes in and stops. LeBron throw the ball and they steal it. So that was the game right there. Now I'm not gonna blame the refs, but that was a big call.
How's that?
I think it was a 1-point game at that point. Instead of him shooting free throws, they get a bucket in the ball. Again, or 3. But either way, my point is, a lot of those little things, that's how you lose these. And all these little things add up to a big. Some going to be your fault, some not going to be your fault. They lack an effort or they thinking they too good, that's their fault. Coaching, that's their fault. The rest, you can't help that. That was an unfortunate call, but like I said, you let these other things happen. That is your fault. Playing your players every freaking minute. Just make that make sense.
I mean, I hear you. It sounds like you're telling me I'm right.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you want to hear you're right, it is trending that way. You said they were going with the shit. I said they had a chance. I still think they can win this series. I don't think they go with the chip anymore because they're gonna spend. If they do come back, they're gonna spend so much energy coming back.
Right. But that's all they got because they got to deal with Houston or the Warriors. Both of them bad matchups.
Like you got a little too ahead of yourself, bro. It's a reason it's never happened. You know what I'm saying? Like
like with stuff like that to me, when it never happened, I'd be like, probably shouldn't have happened this time either.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what sense does that make, man? I can see doing that with OKC.
Right, they got a young
cats.
team. Yeah.
A bunch of young cats that want to run, the momentum that way. They play the team, they running them out the gym. Did you see what Ant-Man said after?
Yeah, that he thought they were tired.
When he said, I'm 24. I could have played the whole of the game after, man.
See what?
He could have played the whole of the game after, man.
Yeah.
I ain't bet my money, so I wasn't that confident.
I did. I bet a client $100 the Lakers, the Mavs would have a better record than the Lakers after that trade, and I bet.
I feel you was wrong on that one.
Yeah, he got me going, man. We were talking. One thing led to another.
I was right about that.
Yeah, and then I bet him that the Lakers would win more games in the postseason, or that the Mavericks would win more games in the postseason than the Lakers. Now, right now, we're tied because they won that one playing game, and the Lakers got that one game. They won game 2.
That's not a playoff game. That's a
Hey, it's not a regular season game either.
Not a playoff game.
So
it don't count.
Well,
and you ever knew that the stats of the playing game?
Yeah, I did. So I
in the history.
Yeah, I did. I heard that when that first created the play-in, but I had forgot it until recently. That's just bonus basketball.
I mean, they gotta, so we gotta see what's gonna happen now.
Yeah.
Next game at home, game 5. They gotta.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, this is literally a must-win.
They gotta win.
Yeah.
Then the hardest game is gonna be game 6. Back in Minnesota.
Yeah, the hardest. Well, right, because it's a 2-2 1-1-1.
Yeah. They win that, and then they go back home for game 7. Now it's a toss-up, and you got the momentum. You see what I'm saying? So
they got to get to that point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Next, obviously. I think this off sheer.
Right. I'd like to hope that, but honestly, I don't think this team. I think that somewhere deep down, LeBron realizes this ain't the team. So why go out here and risk injury?
See, I don't see. But you see how hard he was last
I do.
I ain't see that. Then I think Minnesota gonna show a little bit of age. They up 3-1.
Right, they gonna probably.
So they gonna, but that's where the Betty's gotta break. It just gotta take one. It's still one.
But I could also see, because Minnesota was here before last year. They made it to the Western Conference Finals. So I could also see them being mature enough to be like, we gotta kill them now. You give LeBron and Luka, one more opportunity.
That's an Ant-Man. Definitely showing me like, hold on, got Luka the best player in the league.
Yeah. Put the brakes on that.
I just think he's playing passive sometimes. That's why, like the first few games I thought. Last game, I'd be like, bro, I like that. They can't. They really can't. He needs a true one. They better hope he don't get like a 2-1.
Well, I had heard that Luka was going to try to either go to Denver or to Minnesota, and he wasn't going to sign his extension with the Lakers at the end of the year.
I hear he always wanted to play with in Denver. Not in Denver.
Well, with Jokic, yeah.
See, I'm thinking Lakers want to try to fuck around with Jokic. Yeah.
You talking about plate tectonic power shift in the league. My God.
Number 6 IPL cricket. 14-year-old.
I think Lakers would be able to give him him the most money.
Yeah.
And your wealth, just get in LA.
Right. But who do you think has less interest in being in LA to Jokic? Like they're gonna do.
Oh no! I'm saying, but Luka might have some interest.
No, yeah, for sure.
Jokic, like, I don't care. Let's go ahead. They should. I feel like really could have built off the last 2 games. Yeah.
Missed layups. Every time they missed a layup, they had to put it on the side.
Yeah. LeBron missed one. Luka missed one.
Nothing good happens after loose layup. That's what I'm like. As good as Minnesota playing, they're leaving the door wide open. Like, if they make their layups,
and then they had some really wide open threes.
Yeah, even like the one for the game. You were wide open in the corner.
Yeah.
This ain't, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't quantify it. I can't say they're losing because they're not the better team. That's what I feel.
I don't see, and that's where we
gonna
disagree. Yeah, that's where we disagree. I think Minnesota is absolutely the better team. I think their depth is unmatched. At least in the series, I do think that we have the two best players. Two of the three.
Just think about that though. Missed layups.
Right.
Turnovers. All that happened, the bad calls.
Right.
They only lost by 3.
Right.
So,
what I'm saying is, like, they got 2 guys that can get you 30. They got a third guy that can easily get you 20, 25, right? And so, but outside of that, it's like, bro, I'm not depending on Yachi.
Rui?
Rui. Absolutely.
You don't believe in
He
Rui?
He gotta go.
Rui balling.
Rui gotta go.
Rui is balling. He ain't the problem.
He's not the problem, but I'm taking.
It's not that they don't have him; it's he's not playing them.
I feel like
Gabe Vincent.
Yeah,
he was balling the first 2 games.
Yeah, that was a head scratcher for me. Is why he didn't get no ticket.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he was balling. The game they won, Gabe Vincent.
Yeah, that's what that was a head scratcher. He didn't get in the second half. The second half, mind you, like that to me was a trip.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's just I don't get what he's doing.
Yeah.
Jackson Hayes didn't look that bad. Very good get
Yeah, no, you're right. What a mistake.
I think he did a good job coaching all year. He pushed the right buttons.
Right.
But like I seen one day they like, yeah, he made a gamble last night, you know. You know, if that's how we want to quantify it, he knew what he was risking.
Yeah.
And
I wonder if the moment just got
there,
too big for him and it just didn't occur to him.
Yeah. But I'm just like, nobody's gonna say I'm tired of taking it.
Right.
Nobody wants to come out.
Especially a superstar, right? Like LeBron's not gonna.
But you want to know the obvious key they was tired? The last 5 minutes, all they were doing was shooting threes.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know, nobody want to drive because they're playing hard on D. They want to save it for D. They just shoot jumpers. I was like, as soon as you see nobody driving, they tired. They hitting 2s and 3s. Y'all just tired. Hit occasional 3, launching the tricks on it. Yeah, do they play tonight?
No.
No. Yeah, man, that was sad, man.
Yeah.
Then they treat him like the boy Shador.
Yeah. What? So I don't watch college. I'm just not a college fan. I don't care for it too much. At least not anymore. I used to, like Reggie Bush at USC. And I was a Florida guy, so I Florida State. But I digress. I personally, I thought Shador was like a 3rd round guy, 2nd round at best. But I didn't think, like I've been hearing people say, oh, he's going top 5. I just didn't believe it. But I certainly didn't think he was a 5th round quarterback. I don't know what I think about it. I feel what I've been telling people. He painted himself in a corner because he didn't put the best film out there. He was heavily sacked, heavily pressured. He blocked in. He was too traffic dependent. All his passes were behind line of scrimmage or within 5 yards. And he decided not to help his pre-draft evaluation by not going to pro day, by not going to the Senior Bowl, and then letting him and his dad letting people know that there are certain teams we're not going for. We're going to pull an Eli Manning, and then when you factor that in and you say, okay, well, how many teams need a quarterback? Because 32 teams didn't pass up on him 5 times. The Chiefs didn't pass up on him 5 times. They got Mahomes. The Jags got Lawrence. You know, the Patriots got what's that boy? May. It wasn't the teams with pass up on. It was that only like 18 beating a quarterback.
So first, I didn't watch. I probably watched every game the last 2 years. I seen them at Jackson State live.
Hold on, look straight this for us. Okay, go ahead.
So this is what bothered me. The whole year, when you watch college football, everybody calling him one of the best players. Some people said he's the best. Some people say top 2. Everybody said he's one of the best players.
Okay.
So before I go anywhere, how for 2 years is he the best quarterback, one of the best quarterbacks in college football? And then 2 months of an all season in, now he just.
Well, I can that for the same reason that no one ever heard of Mitchell Trubisky, and he goes top 5. For the same reason.
So, but that no. He was trash.
Right.
They talked him up, but we found out.
No. You're right. You're right. But my point is, owners and GMs in the pre-draft process, they start to overthink and they start to reach on workout warriors.
Understandable.
And I think it goes both ways. I think that's how you talk yourself out of a Brady Quinn and you talk yourself into a Jamarcus Russell. So that's my point. That's why he was the best quarterback for all of 2 years, and then 2 months leading up, owners got cold feet and they were outthinking themselves. That's my only point.
Yeah, but I'm saying though. So I think when he touched the field, hey, he's gonna be good. He was the most accurate quarterback in college
because he only threw bubble screens.
I watched the game.
Okay, and I did. So I'm just all right.
That's not. He wasn't Travis Henry dependent. He threw the ball all. See, Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
They say do you realize?
I think I need to make that a little dark lighter.
I think either 3 or 4 of his receivers got drafted.
Did they? I didn't know that.
Yes.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Because he was throwing the ball around, because they all was nice. One of his receivers was Joe Horn Jr. It was him, Travis Hunter, and then the guy Webster.
That was the dude that caught that Hail Mary. Webster? Yeah.
So all them got drafted.
Yeah.
So he threw the ball all over the field.
Yeah.
He got sacked a lot. We can say he held the ball. Not a quarterback threw. But a lot of them was because their line was trash. They had the worst run game in college football.
If I'm gonna connect the dots, what people were saying was he was a hard evaluation because 55% of his passes were behind line of scrimmage or at 5 yards. He held onto the ball too long and he over-focused on Travis. And all of those things, I can understand why he did those things. But if that's the scouting report on you, and you don't do the pro day, and you don't go to the senior bowl, and you tell certain teams you're not going to even talk to them, you put yourself in a corner.
Because they said none of that stuff while he was playing football. Because that's not what his football looks like. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They created this storm 100% to justify the BS they wanted to do, to humble him because of his dad, his son. I just think he's not a bad kid.
Right, I agree.
This is what I say. Great film. There's no way you can tell me 6 quarterbacks are better.
No.
It's not even like it's a joke.
Was it 6 quarterbacks?
Yes, that was before.
I thought it was more than that.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
You can't even justify it. His film was amazing. Most accurate quarterback in history. He threw the ball.
No, he wasn't the most accurate in history. He was the second most accurate quarterback this season. I don't think it's history.
We're going to check before I leave.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
Travis got hurt for like 5 games last year, y'all. We realized this.
Yeah.
He still balled. So he can't even say he's hit. What's up?
No, I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did this with the worst run. Literally,
the worst
run game in college football with one of the worst lines. Because he did this at a team that did they not win the game the year before?
They won one. They won one game, and then he put them.
And they went up to 6, and they went to Oklahoma.
Yeah.
So now, what would he have done at Texas? You think about that when they had a real line, and he can hold the.
Yeah.
They hold the ball. They there too. They just have a line.
Yeah.
So it's just. You know what I'm saying? This is he had a 3-point. He's Deion Sanderson. You don't no one for money.
Right.
You know you're going to the NFL.
Right.
You still have a 3.9 GPA. Never, no trouble with the law. There's
Right.
nothing wrong with this kid except that he's brash. You know, and I like. I'm gonna send you the clip of Shane McCoy said, and I loved it. He said, "Did you see the draft? Did you watch the draft at all?
No, I mean it was a background novel.
Did you see what everybody was wearing? Bro?
I saw a couple highlights. Yeah.
Did you see the chains?
Yeah. My man was iced out.
He
yeah.
said
in a gold suit.
Everybody had chains on. Everybody had flashy suits. That's what these kids do.
Right.
When they mad at you.
But see, I listen.
I just.
I'm gonna be honest. I think a lot of this. You want Mr. Fudge, you coming up? I think a lot of what's being discussed is simply for the sake of ratings and TV discussion. Because I don't think all these teams colluded to keep them out. I just think based on what was reported, it sounds like he had an agenda that I don't want you to draft me no way. So I'm not gonna be very.
I don't know.
And I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it was
right.
reported because some teams were saying that he didn't interview well, and so based on what they had reported about Deion saying there are certain teams I'm not gonna let him go to, and he said that about Travis as well. The thing is,
he said this 4 years.
The point I'm making is, with that stuff being out there, and the fact that Shador's talent did not justify him being taken over Wars, him being taken over Hunter, him being taken over Carter, I could see why some teams were like, hey, he's too rich for my blood. I don't like him like that, so I'm going to go give me a piece. And then when you factor in there's only 6 or 7 teams that even need a quarterback, I agree. I don't think, like, who is Dylan Gabriel? I've never heard of that gentleman in my life. But I did hear about Shug. I heard about Shug more than I heard about anybody. I heard about him more than I heard about Jackson Dart. And the only reason I heard about Jackson Dart is because his dad and his girlfriend. That's it.
I mean,
Mr. Flores,
I
you
hear
going up.
You heard about these guys. You heard about Shador.
Right.
You see,
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I just. Oh. That's where
Hold on. For career completion
But is that hold on?
All-time best single season position.
Single season.
Okay, so he holds Colorado's record.
No. That's a single season college record. For career completion percentage, Shador of Colorado. He's saying for the whole career, he's the most complete.
Well, yeah,
ever.
I get you, but if
you gonna take 6 quarterbacks ahead of him?
Listen, I hear you, but he was throwing bubble screens.
First of all, every college, he wasn't doing nothing more than any other college.
No, listen, I agree, but there are some programs where they're just throwing the ball downfield.
Throws the ball downfield. I'm telling you.
Well, listen, no matter what happens,
I got more faith in him than I do the Lakers.
All right, my man. You got thoughts on any of the conversation, or were you locked in?
Yeah, I didn't hear many of it. I was missing out
Taking on what we've been doing?
Yeah, I think so.
Just turn the top of it?
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to be back. I already scheduled it Thursday next week.
Okay.
I got my brother's graduation Friday, so.
So should we just leave the top and just do it next time, or? Let's just see how it goes.
I'm thinking we trim it and thin it this time.
Okay.
Next time we'll probably just leave it. Thin.
Just cut it.
Just thin it.
Okay.
Alright.
If anything, I'll just start, and if you decide like I'll just leave it for now, we can do that. Otherwise, we can trim and cut. Everything's been good for you though? Yeah. Yeah, no complaints. It's where the sand is starting to run out of the hourglass a little faster. We have less than a year now. Well,
we're right at a year. I think by the end of April is when our lease is coming due. So we're still negotiating with a couple different landlords about where we're gonna go, which means if things go well, we could be out of here within 3 months. Otherwise, worst case scenario, we'll be here for the year. But we're getting, thank you, ma'am. But yeah, we're currently fixated on making sure that our next location is established. But, yeah, I don't know if I told you, but I told you we're trying to go to that cruising gas station right here.
The one on this side.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we have the option to go across the street, but their parking situation isn't ideal, and I don't want to put us in a situation where that hinders our business, because that could be a really bad, that could be a really bad costly move. So I don't want to end up there. Although there is a new business coming right next to them on that patch of grass, that I think is going to be like an auto, like a alignment company or something like that. So they should have, they should have the parking situation that would make it worthwhile for us. But I don't want to go there too early if that hasn't been resolved yet. But it's a possibility. Well, I'm sure it's in the lease. I didn't read that far into it. I don't want to have to exercise that. I would like to get out of here. So then that's why I'm trying to be over prepared, so that if we are splitting 2 locations for a month or 2, that's much better than being out of business for a week. It would be awful if we were shut down for a week, let alone a month or 2. So I would much rather have something figured out. I'm sure it's likely that we could do a month to month, but I mean they're already asking for so much. I don't even want to guess what they would do to us as far as what they would charge for a month-to-month situation, because it's never going to be cheaper or the same. There is a company coming here on the other side of this parking lot that it's a volleyball company. You out here, buddy?
You just tell me that I can tell the people how to take their food.
Absolutely. So I don't work Tuesday, Wednesday. So as long as you guys send them up here any other day, he can sit and watch us. Absolutely. I live stream, so you can watch me cut, but I encourage you to watch as many people as possible, because you're gonna just pick up things that one person can't show you. If you look on the back, so all of those are my social medias. I stream on other platforms as well, but you'll at least find me there.
You said what day can he come?
I don't work Tuesday, Wednesday, so he can come any other time he wants.
Okay,
hang out.
So
we have equipment. I have used equipment. I have brand new stuff.
We'll argue about it another time. I'm bringing back up here. There's something we haven't said that you're selling or anything.
Yeah. And if worst case, next time you guys bring them up here, I can talk to you all that.
Thank you, Shawn.
Thank you guys. Good to see you.
Hello, Brand.
See you, buddy. You too. So I got 81 missing? Oh, it was just okay. I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, but there's a volleyball. Oh shit. There's a volleyball company coming to that green patch next to the donut shop.
Yeah. Are they selling volleyball stuff?
No, it's like a volleyball. Training facility type situation. I agree. So I talked to the owner last year around this time, and he said they're going to have either 4 or 6 units for rent in that complex as well. So I'm like, I don't know where they're going to fit it. So I would be interested to at least. So I don't think this is the best location. in my opinion. But if that place, I would at least like to learn what they got going on to figure out if just moving a couple hundred feet, to the north from here would make any sense. But I don't know what their timetable is because they just put that trailer over there, but they haven't broke ground yet. So I don't know. I've heard that it takes about 9 months for a commercial build. So that's getting close to our timeline, but it's still not necessarily where we want to. I don't want to have to wait 9 months to negotiate a deal when we got 12 months left. Right. So hopefully, and I called them last week or 2 weeks ago to try to get a hold of the owner because I had a conversation with the owner, but I didn't. So you don't remember getting the owner's number, do you?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, I certainly don't. But yeah, I called the contractor, but he didn't give me the owner's number. He said the owner would have to call me, so hopefully we'll hear something at some point. Yeah, I know it will. It's just a matter of how much it's going to cost us. And the thing is like, I badly do not want to raise prices. Like, I raised prices.
I did get his number.
You did? Oh, that's fantastic. You say what? Okay, thank you. My thing. Claudio? Okay. That sounds familiar. All right. I feel, so I don't want to raise price on my clients. I raise them every 3 years by $5, just inflation and, just in fairness to me, right? But outside of that, some of these places want so much money that we have to considerably raise prices, like $20. And I don't want to be a part of what's making everybody's economic times harder than they should be right now. But the landlords that we're negotiating with, they want so much money. It's the only way I can justify doing business is if we charge, accordingly.
Yeah. So are all the spaces they are looking at around like similar prices, or?
Mostly, yes. There is one that's really cheaper, significantly cheaper, but it's really not a desirable location. But it is close by here, and so it's not going to inconvenience our current clients too much, because instead of taking a left, you take a right, depending on which way you're coming from. But it's going to make it a little bit trickier to catch new clients, but it won't be impossible. That's the route I'd like to go, but my staff, they want to swing for the fences, and I don't mind making an attempt at that, but I think the safe, smart bet would be to go the cheaper route, but it's not about me and it's not just up to me, so we'll see. Yeah, we have options, and it's a bargaining chip. If for some reason the things that we are trying to go to don't work out, we can fall back on it, and that's why I haven't really pressed forward with that, the cheaper option, because we have greater aspirations. So if it doesn't work out, we can lean on it, but hopefully it does work out. Yeah. How about you? Work is still going good?
Yeah, for the most part. Between more responsibility, just things handed off to me, so hopefully by the end of the year see a little compensation from all of it. So, but what I've been hearing is that's really the case. So, it was good.
Here's a guy that I love the fact that he came in and played well. He kept his head down and he kept putting work in. We didn't hear that Jonathan Jonathan Commander wants to get traded.
Who plays tonight? Rockets and Warriors and the
Rockets, Warriors, and Memphis and OKC is over. Minnesota and the Lakers just play. I think they do a East and West game every night. Yeah. So then it would be Boston. No, Boston and I think it'd be Boston.
Oh wait, no, it's Cleveland.
Oh yeah, Cleveland and Miami.
Yeah.
Who you got winning it all?
I'm trying to think. I haven't honestly watched a whole lot from it. I mean, it's hard to look away from OKC and just the talent that they have starting and on the bench. Yeah. I mean, that's the easy answer, I would say.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the same. I think OKC is pretty much. I think they'll beat any team at least 6, if not 5.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see the Cavs continue their good season. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do. What's the series at for the Rockets and
2-1
towards
the Warriors are in the league. I thought it was going to be 2-1 Rockets favor because Butler went down, but they managed to pull that out.
And they're here, or
that I don't know. I'm guessing they would be in Golden State.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think it's 2-2. It's 2-2-1.
Rockets
are the home team. They're the 2 seed.
Hey, Nicole's mom? My mom said not to get her anything for Mother's Day.
Don't get her just anything.
She said not to get her anything. How much she thinks?
Get an extra 15% off if mom really wants. Plus there's cold cash.
You know what they say. Get out.
I've been trying to find something to try and grow my beard out more. Do y'all have like a beard oil or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, we have stuff that say beard growth on it. So I personally, I don't buy it. I think it's bullshit. Other people disagree. Other people think it's real and it works. I would much rather under promise and over deliver than be like, oh yeah, this is gonna have your beard looking like you know what I'm saying? Like I would lose sleep at night if I was telling people that shit with the notion that it was gonna work. But we do have stuff that is supposedly designed to increase hair growth, and I don't buy it. I think it's snake oil stuff, but you can give it a shot. It's not gonna hurt you. I personally, I want to be upfront because I have a vested interest. If you buy the stuff, I'm telling you, it ain't gonna work out. But if you want to try, it, I got you, man. I got you.
I think it can help depending on the reason. It's not going to make more hair grow.
Right.
It's going to make hair you don't have grow.
Right.
But it could improve the condition of the hair you do have from breaking off, which makes it look like it's growing
From steak?
because it gets longer because it's the breaker. If that makes sense.
Unlike air fresheners, Lysol
Blah,
air
blah, blah.
sanitizer.
Blah, blah, blah. That's just not gonna work. No, but she makes a good point. But I have a background in sales, and I just learned a long time ago, if you believe in a product, push it. If you don't believe in a product, talk about, the things that it does, and, be honest about the limitations. And that's how I feel about, hair growth, beard growth type stuff.
So what I'm hearing is that I gotta go to Turkey.
Yes. Let me know when you're going, man. I might get my edge up fixed and my beard increased because I'm also struggling.
And that's not even guaranteed.
It isn't? I didn't hear. I never heard that.
I've only seen a couple of people talk about it on social media or app stories, and I mean, it takes like a year for it to show like any kind of.
Really?
And if you don't get too much popular, you don't take care of it like you're supposed to.
Yeah.
The playoffs are the perfect time to join FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new FanDuel customers get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Scan the QR code, join today. So, Paulo Banchero came within 1 rebound. How can he only get 7 rebounds? I told you I was showing a good game. Didn't you call that? All right, what about this here? Steph taking 5 3. I'm on the right. Draymond, 4 rebounds. That'll happen. Okay, you're getting 15 points, and Jalen Green scoring 20. We gonna get 20 to Draymond just about. Everything's gonna happen to Steph. Steph's not gonna get 5. He might get 4. Okay, all right. And he's still gonna get 30. Donovan Mitchell and the Cavs, Tyler Hero and the Heat play a game 4. That's a lot of threes.
Bigger is always better. Smaller AI models can deliver the right results and help reduce AI costs up to 90%. AI built for business.
Based on how it's turning out, is it still probably gonna need to be cut in half?
Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping. It's Walmart. Plus, it includes Paramount Plus subscription, History, Dora. So your daughter can learn Espanol. Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need. Like napkins. Mouse thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Putting people first. It's always been our thing. From the thousands of people who build our cars to the millions of people who depend on them. And right now, where affordability matters most, Hyundai is committed to keeping our prices the same, with no increase to MSRP. And not just on a few of our vehicles. All of them. That's the Hyundai way.
The NBA playoffs are here, and I'm betting rebound props on FanDuel. After all, I am the league's greatest rebounder. Ain't that right, Chuck TPT? And correct. Well, top 5 for sure. You are 19th on the all-time list. Hey, what about scores? 31st, man. Like for this fan show. Assists? No results found. Best TV personality? Top 1,000. What about celebrity golfer? Do you really want to know? New customers bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, just want that breakfast pizza.
There isn't too much hot sauce, is there? We gotta have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce.
How about guacamole?
Not really not what we talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Sure.
Get more with Geico.
What'd you do? Cheat on your math test again?
Yep.
No, Wi-Fi works everywhere, right?
Yeah, but what about Delilah?
Yeah, she is pretty cute.
Live like a billionaire and expand your Wi-Fi footprint with AT&T Fiber with Wi-Fi.
Recruit with a shot of 4K, one no one leaves.
We can burn his ass down.
Hell yeah.
So you tried to help Kid.gov again?
The world's most precious resource? Wi-Fi. And the Wi-Fi is boom.
crowd in Game 3 tonight. Bam and the Heat get another shot, or else the sun will set on Miami season. First round coverage on TNT is presented by NerdWallet. Game 4 of this best of 7 first-round series has been all.
I'm sorry?
So you weren't the first time. Those have to be set the
Oh, okay.
And tonight they'll try to turn out the lights on the 8-seeded Miami Heat. Winner this one moving on to the Eastern semis. Well, they will take on the winner between the Pacers and the Bucks with Indiana having a chance to close out that series tomorrow. I want to welcome to Miami Spiro Heat's Candace Parker. We'll get to Dennis Scott in just a couple of minutes. Candace, everyone talks about Cleveland's offense, and rightfully so. They led the league in scoring this year. They had one of the all-time great years in terms of efficiency numbers. But their defense is what needs to set this group apart for Kenny Atkinson.
Well, their defense has been just rose to the occasion in the playoffs. You talk about their physicality, their size, their length, and their switchability. Look at Hunter, who is 6'7", forcing baseline, bam, little low side help by Donovan Mitchell, point switch, shot clock violation. You talk about 21 points in Game 3 off of turnovers. The Heat have not been able to get in their sets. You talk about Davion Mitchell getting in the paint. They can't break the plane of the paint because of the point switch, up the touch.
What you say?
Another shot clock
You need to
violation.
get
And
that
the
to
reason
Mr.
why
Smith.
Miami Heat are only averaging
I don't know why I'm friendly when I
per
get
game
this.
in this series is because of the defensive presence of the Cavaliers.
Darius Garland for the Cavaliers, second straight DNP for him. Was a little bit closer, but still not ready to return from that sprained big toe on his left foot that he sustained a couple of nights ago. So they'll get him an extra night of rest. And Kenny Atkinson and the Cavs will look nothing more than realistic tonight. Get as much rest as possible before they start to look ahead for the next round. But listen, Miami, as great as they come, we know this team has done canvas, especially in recent years in the postseason. How much fight does this Heat team have left in the tank tonight?
Well, Heat culture never gives up. And talking before the game with Eric Spoelstra, they just have to get one, and that's their mentality. I think they have some things they have to clean up on the offensive end. They have to figure out
What you
how to
say?
get into the paint
Thank you,
so
ma'am.
that they're able to utilize the three-point shooting that they had on this Miami Heat roster.
James Williams, Kevin Scott, Jamie DeRozan, off the bench. Jared Allen, who led them in scoring with 22 points in Game 3, throws the first uppercut punch.
And right there, just in terms of if there's any indication what the Heat are going to face, it's this right here. How about your center out denying thunderous dunk, and then again, full court press, don't allow the Heat to get in into their offense early, and that's the difficulty that they're playing against time and time again, especially off of the pass make when you're able to set their defense.
Miami Heat, a 37-point loss in Game 3, worst playoff defeat in their franchise's history. Sam Merrill, who's making his fifth start of the season, comes up with a steal on the baseline. So 2 possessions for the Heat, 2 takeaways for Cleveland. Donovan Mitchell, double of fakes in the corner. All over the three from Mobley, an extension of his offensive evolution this season. Hero, transition three, challenged by Merrill, and Hero bangs it in nonetheless.
And that's a great sign. They need Hero to be able to hit those pull-up jump shots. Again, the faster the pace the Miami Heat play with, the better their offensive scheme has been.
Mitchell. And that's where this Cavaliers team is. Just had a subpar game in Game 3. They didn't need much from them offensively, and they still got those 40 points. Third Heat turnover. Mitchell off to the races. Inside, going up the over. And Mitchell fighting Mobley for the official safe jump. There's Kenny Atkinson, Candace Wood just unlocked this roster. Again, not many huge roster changes for the team that won 47 games last year. And here they are with limited 64 wins and 1 win away in the conference semis.
We talk about a debut. There's 64 wins in your first year as a head coach. But also, it's just the buy-in. I mean, you look at what Mitchell has done on the offensive end as he knocks down yet another 3 from beyond the arc.
basketball again. Mitchell is new after what happened in game 3. Wanted to come back and put his best foot forward. And what a start for Donovan Mitchell in this Cleveland offense.
Well, he's done it in so many different ways. Game 1, didn't shoot the ball well from beyond the
Any more
arc.
something?
9 of 10 from 2. He saw some tough finishes in the paint. He really was a versatile guy. Draws to. That's the whole goal of NBA, is to draw to and make the defense be at a disadvantage, and that's when you get over the catch and shoot.
Where rookie starter misses on his first 3. 9 straight points for the Cavaliers. That's 1 reason per game, that 18 in the postseason, but an 18 play. Mitchell, offensive rebound. Allen stepping and lazy. Just masterful with his feet, and an early timeout taken by Eric Spoelstra.
You talk about Allen leading the league in field goal percentage. A lot of it has to do with this little nice crab dribble to put the Cavs up 13-3.
Putting people first. It's always been our thing. From the thousands of people who build our cars to the millions of people who depend on them. And right now, where affordability matters most, Hyundai is committed to keeping our prices the same, with no increase to MSRP. And not just on fuel purchases, all of them. That's the Hyundai way.
Hello?
Hi, I'm John.
Sure, just add it and we'll talk. Can you take a look at this giant hole? That hole is easier to repair than it gets. Okay, let's talk about how to get rid of that spider. Run that back. Attach the braces to the support beam. Attach what to what? Go back a step. No problem. Let's go back to step 3. We're only on step 3?
Hold 1 second, let me spray it down. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, our members are the mission.
Lesson number 3. They won't feel your fit out there until you feel it in here. Let me know you better. Looking like a snack. Why are you
Rather can't be off. I put a plate on. On the outside, cool. But on the inside, I'm like,
On card?
Yeah.
New customers download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and turn a $5 playoff bet into 200 instantly in love respects. The crown is yours.
And your phone doesn't have Apple Pay or Tap?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah, let's do that. Oh, it worked. Thank you, bud. Have a good week, man. See you next week.
getting two great looks on goal. And you see the shot clock was winding down. Only 1 second on the shot clock when they took that.
Good defensive rotation for the year. Mitchell wants to go here. Fires and splash. Making 13 straight for the Cavs. 8 for Mitchell. Cleveland has 6 of his first 9 from the field.
Talk about somebody high. Mitchell shooting 44% from downtown.